Good morning. Thank you all for coming, and this is a very, very big and special occasion, besides having a wonderful panel to kick it off. Welcome to Time to Decide Europe Summit 2025. My name is Judy Dempsey, and I'm your host today. The Time to Decide Europe Summit started as a joint initiative of the ERSTE Foundation and the Institute for Human Sciences in May 2022. It emerged as a response to Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, a moment where European decision-makers were confronted with many urgent and complex questions across political, military, economic, and social spheres. Since then, the challenges have only intensified and multiplied. The Russian war against Ukraine is still ongoing, and Europe has been sidelined in the ceasefire negotiations. Great powers are once again calling the shots, making decisions over the heads of smaller countries. US foreign policy is becoming increasingly transactional and unreliable, prompting Europe to re-evaluate the transatlantic relationship. At the same time, Europe's economic model is also under increasing pressure. All these issues and questions will be discussed today. There will be three 90-minute panel discussions and a concluding panel featuring the three chairs. Unlike traditional conference formats, at the Time to Decide Europe Summit, high-level decision makers do not give speeches, but ask experts for their advice, thus reflecting the reality of decision-making processes. During the final panel, you will also have the opportunity to ask questions, and I mean that. If your question can't wait until then, speakers will be available in the breaks. I now have the great pleasure of welcoming the chairman of the ERSTE Foundation, Andreas Treichl, to the stage for his welcome remarks.
So, thank you very much, all of you, for joining us here today. I'm the Hausmeister, the local Hausmeister, and I would like to tell you quickly why we do that and why it is so incredibly important for us that we get this wonderful group of people together. The reason is that we are very worried. If you look back at our history, we were founded in 1819 as an institution, actually as a non-for-profit institution, to help people in the former Austro-Hungarian monarchy to live a decent financial life. Because at that time, 200 years ago, it was not possible for a normal human being to gain interest because no bank would accept them, and it was not possible for a handicraft to get a loan because no bank would accept them. So we were founded to help normal people to gain some of financial well-being as much as possible. Wherever we operated throughout the monarchy. We founded savings banks all over the region, and then in 1997, we started to acquire all those savings banks to form ERSTE Group. And I think that we can say that we are economically a very, very successful institution. We are the largest financial institution between Russia and Germany, but we now have to admit that we failed politically, because we were not founded as an institution that is here to give people a chance to live a healthy financial life. We were founded to give everybody a chance to live a healthy financial life. We were founded in our statutes. The first sentence reads as follows: no age, no gender, no nation, and no social status shall be excluded from the services that we have to offer. If you just think about the fact that more than 200 years ago, two old men, a Catholic priest and the Jewish central banker who founded ERSTE, thought about the gender and age as a matter of discrimination. An incredibly modern thing. And it was a very, very, very democratic statement. So we were not founded to help people to live a healthy financial life. We were founded to help people to live a healthy financial life in a rule-based democracy. And as we are economically successful, we have to admit that we had been very successful also following our political wish. But that's fading away. In almost every country that we're in, we see political movements who are willing to break democracy, who are willing to break rule of law in order to pursue their political success. And we as an institution don't want that. We want the region in which we operate to be free, where everybody has a chance to be successful, and not only those people that fit to the face of the ruling party. And so please, today, address those issues that are really important for us in order to make this region and all of Europe what we once were. We were the most successful continent on this planet. We should never forget that Europe was a huge and dramatic success story from 1945 on. For 60 years, Europe was, that's the thing to do. We lost that touch, and we have to really think about why we lost that touch in the past 2 decades, and how can we get back to it. There's not much time left to talk. There's a lot of time left and a lot of urgency left to do things. And we've got lots of politicians in here who would love to follow the way that our institutions were built. We have lots of politicians out there who are not here, who would love to do it, and somehow we don't manage to cooperate between the nation states and the EU such that the success of Europe can continue in the future. So I hope today we find solutions. We need them badly, and I wish all of you an incredibly interesting day, and hopefully with incredibly interesting result. And now it's my turn to introduce our Minister for European and International Affairs, Beate Meinl-Reisinger, to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andreas. It's an honor to be here. Excellencies, former ministers, distinguished guests, it's really great to be here, and I think it's quite timely to discuss all the things that you, Andreas, also put here on the stage. Welcome to Vienna. I think it's a moment of profound historical change that we are living in. A moment when the ground under the international order is shifting, and it's shifting not quietly. In fact, it's even not shifting slowly, but with the force of a landslide. Even in the last days, we saw it quite clearly. Across the world, we see the return of hard power, the return of a worldview that seeks to benefit the strong and punish the weak. The return of illiberal and authoritarian movements. For the first time since the Second World War, we're living in a world where we have more authoritarian countries, autocracies than democracies. They outnumber democracies. In some sense, we are moving backward, not forward. For decades, and this was also my youth, I grew up believing that the whole world should simply follow Europe's model. Openness, freedom, cooperation, rule of law. Instead, Europe is now waking up in a world where these principles are clearly challenged. Even worse, we are slowly and very painfully recognizing that some of our most valid ideas were illusions. It was an illusion that peace in Europe was permanent. When Russia invaded Ukraine, it broke not only international law, but our entire worldview. Peace is not the default setting of our continent. It exists only when we create the conditions that make aggression too costly to attempt. It was an illusion to assume that relying on Russian gas, and Austria did this, and Chinese demand came without a price. It felt like stability, but in fact it was a cruel dependency. When those partners weaponized energy and weaponized trade, Europe saw that its economic foundation were far more fragile than we wanted to admit. Finally, it was an illusion to believe that Europe can forever depend on the United States for its defense. Donald Trump said it on the first day of his office. From this moment on, it will be America first. And he meant it. And his actions prove it. Just look at Ukraine. The reality is simple. Either Europe builds its strength to defend itself, or Europe will soon find itself undefended. As we are witnessing the painful end of these illusions, the title of this summit captures the moment that we are living in perfectly. Europe must indeed decide, and I think it's really now that Europe has to decide. The question is, would we like to be a museum where everybody wants to come and visit our beautiful cities and walk around in a world of rapid change, a museum? A helpless victim that is, in a way, looked at to be kicked around in a new age of geopolitical confrontation? Or a strong, confident, sovereign Europe, able to protect our citizens, our interests, and our values? This is the simple choice ahead of us, but making the choice requires more than statements. It requires vision, it requires courage, and it requires leaders willing to make decisions even when they are difficult. Maybe because they are difficult. Even when they are unpopular. Maybe even because they are unpopular. It takes leaders to take these decisions. Even when doing nothing seems much easier. Dear guests, dear participants, today we will discuss some of the most profound challenges Europe faces. How to regain economic competitiveness, how rising nationalist movement will reshape Europe's resilience politics, and how small states can survive in a world where the law of the strongest once again challenges the strength of the law. And these are not isolated debates. They all point to one key question. Can Europe survive in this new era? Or maybe it's even more than surviving, because then it's a little bit too negative. You know, there's this idea of anti-fragility that says that you not only survive things, that you're resilient, but eventually you can use all this negative power around you, make decisions, and go out and be stronger again. If we want the answer to be yes, then Europe must fundamentally reform itself and relearn a few things it has forgotten. Let me illustrate three important things that I think that we have to discover quite fast. First, Europe must rediscover the power of speed. From artificial intelligence to clean tech to defense production, Europe is consistently too late, not because we lack talent, but because regulations slow us down. It is quite simple. Creativity needs freedom, not paperwork. That is why we must push forward with deregulation, both in Brussels and here in Vienna as well, in our member states. When it takes 25 days to start a business in Austria and 5 days in the United States, you cannot be surprised that Europe keeps losing the global tech race. Second, Europe must rediscover the power of unity. We cannot survive in these dangerous times with the decision-making system designed for the world of yesterday. Also for a world where we had time to decide. As long as a single government can veto any EU foreign policy decision, we will remain a spectator in moments when we should be leading. Our rivals exploit these divisions every single day. If Europe wants to speak the language of power, and I think it's about time to do so, it must first learn to speak with one voice. And that means, of course, moving beyond unanimity in foreign and security policy and embracing all the possibilities of a qualified majority voting. Not to weaken small states, but to protect them. In a world of great power competition, unity is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Sorry. And third, Europe must rediscover the power of strength. We are a continent of 450 million people, with the world's second largest economy. Yet our security depends on a few, let's face it, swing voters in a handful of US states. And this is absurd. Absolutely absurd, actually. Europe needs to establish a defense union worthy of the name, shared capabilities, joint procurement, and a defense industry that can produce at scale and at speed. It's not about, because I just had a conversation about it, it's not about a new arms or weapons race. It's about the necessity to now to face the challenges ahead of us and get ready for these challenges. Ah yeah, we talk to each other. See, I listen. I'm a politician that even listens. Security begins with readiness, and Europe can no longer afford to be unprepared. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be absolutely clear. The world will not wait for Europe. That's just a fact. History will not pause until we feel ready. Our rivals will not stand still. The longer we delay reforms, the weaker we become. We must take action now. If Europe wants to remain a global actor, not a museum, we need unity, speed and strength, also economic strength. Above all, we need confidence that freedom is worth defending. Yes, we must decide, and the time to decide is now. Thank you, and I wish you a very productive summit. Thank you very much.
Oh, she's gone. I wanted to thank her. Well, thank you. Well, the minister certainly set a very high bar. Hope she's heard this. Well, you heard unity, speed, deregulation. Now, this is the panel called From Ambition to Action, How to Make Europe Competitive Again. We all know the problems, slowing growth and productivity, high energy costs, demographic challenges, which we discussed yesterday, fragmented financial markets, increasing global competition, protectionism, threatening Europe's long-term economic prosperity. And at the same time, Europe needs to mobilize huge sums of money to drive forward the green and digital transitions, as well as its military build-up. How can Europe address its structural weaknesses and mobilize the necessary investments to strengthen its competitiveness and defense capabilities and become a leader in the technologies of the future? I don't have to answer these questions. The chair of our first session is Martina Dalic, and she's certainly going to ask herself these and other questions frequently, as she does so. She's the president of the management board of the Croatian food company Podravka, and a former Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Economy, and Minister of Finance of Croatia. Ms. Dalic, please join me on the stage. Good morning. Dobar dan. Good morning. You're not alone, don't worry. Now, 8. So you have a big task. You've got 8 people to look after, like a school classroom. And so 8 distinguished experts will help her, Madam Dalic, to make sense of Europe's economic challenges. Please join me in welcoming from left to right. You all have to come up now. Beate Al-Ketbi, President and founder of the Emirates Policy Centre. Welcome. James O'Brien, he's over here. James O'Brien, former US Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs and Europe's Future Fellow. We have Rosa Balfour, Director of Carnegie Europe and Europe's Futures Fellows. We have Carol Lanu, CEO of the Centre for European Policy Studies. That's CIPS. Where is he? Ah, there you are. We have Andreas Treichl, Chairman of the Supervisory Board of ERSTE Foundation. I'm not finished. We have Antonis Pakanov, economist at the Austrian Institute of Economic Research and former Deputy Prime Minister of Bulgaria. And we have Marie-Hélène Amitz-Reiter, General Partner at Speed Invest. And I think he's maybe at the airport, or he's on his way. Thomas Sedlacek, Director of the Václav Havel Library and Europe's Future Fellow. Ah, he's here. Excellent. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning to everybody. I have a rather complex managerial task here, so allow me 2 sentences to agree on how we are going to work. It is my ambition to actually create opportunity for each speaker to have approximately the same time slot. I will ask some individual questions. I will ask some questions for all of you. And I would kindly ask you if you want to join the discussion or comment on the previous speaker, please somehow give me a sign. We have an hour and a half, 10 minutes is already used. So I would like to ask you to somehow keep your interventions between 4 and 5 minutes to have the dynamic of the discussion. So my first question is for Mr. Lanu. A year ago, or more than a year ago, Mario's Draghi report was issued, and it laid down the vision for European competitiveness. So I would like to ask you, is competitiveness really a top priority in the discussions among institutions, among European policymakers? Do you see the rush and excitement about competitiveness in the processes taking place in Brussels?
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Also, thank you for these visionary introductions by Andreas to remind us about the European model. And I think this is something we should be reminded of, let's say, how specific our model was, and we often forget that, but also by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, that we live in. I just wrote the introduction for our newsletter, end of year newsletter, under the title Scary Times. I think I've never done this. We live in very scary times, and we need to be aware of this. But let me first say, a few thoughts on competitiveness. First of all, I think we overdo a bit the feeling of economic, difficult times of, it's like we are in an economic crisis. Don't forget, of course, we are a block of countries with very different economies and which are working at different feeds, and sometimes, the one counterbalances the other. But we still have an economic growth of 1.3, 1.4%. It was revised upwards recently by the ECB. We are more underdoing ourselves than kind of being confident in ourselves. That's the first thing. The Americans are just the opposite. They are far too confident in themselves, and they sometimes don't realize, like you hear the whole thing about the AI bubble, let's say, which may be totally overdone at the moment. So we should be more confident in the European economy and how we are performing. And that's, I think, the first thing, because the Draghi report, which you mentioned, I remember I didn't find any positive message in there, which I found wrong. We are doing many things very well, but the minister also said that, let's say, the key thing which we need to do in Europe, also economically, is cooperate more. Let's say we are far too much still biased, focusing on our small little countries where we feel very much at ease, very cozy. We need to think European, and this is so important. Of course, we're trying to do this now since 67 years or so within the Treaty of Rome, but there's still so much to be done. And Are we moving forwards? Yes, I think sometimes we are, but I'm not entirely sure all the time. But the big thing is, first of all, so we should be confident in what we do. Secondly, with competitiveness. Madam Chair, the word competitiveness, I couldn't find a definition, for example, in the Letta report. What is competitiveness? And this has, of course, been even the subject of a lot of debates in academic literature. You may remember the famous article from which everybody quotes, from Krugman from 1994 already, which is more than 30 years old, where he says it's a dangerous obsession or it's a dangerous illusion. And it's probably somewhat true, because competitiveness for a company is easy. It's the bottom line. It's your market share. It's how successful you grow. For a country, it's totally different. Because the country which is now imposing ourselves its competitiveness model, according to certain definitions, because it has a huge trade deficit, that's the obsession of Trump, is for us portrayed as being the competitive model. Whereas Europe, which has a trade surplus, is seen to be in trouble. So, I mean, that's what Krugman said in his article very clearly. I mean, there is no single measure to say about a country whether a country is competitive. I mean, a country can be an autarky, take Northern Korea, and be still performing very well. So there are so many different ways in which you can look at an economy. That's why, I mean, competitiveness should be basically defined. And my proposal in a European context is just to make it, keep it simple. Don't speak about competitiveness, but speak about competition. What we need in Europe is simply, one important thing of the, for example, of the Letta report is price competition, or of the initial reports, the Caccini reports of the end of the 1980s, price competition. And that's something which we don't have sufficiently. I know the financial sector best. Of course, we are here in a bank. Price competition in the financial sector remains an extremely important issue, let's say an extremely important target, because we have national markets like, countries the size of Austria, like also Belgium, where I come from. There are many, but there is insufficient cross-border competition. And that's what we try to achieve since almost 40 years. So what we need to do is simply more competition and just expect, let's say, that the borders which we have between European countries are no longer borders, but that we have a single market. That's also why this whole debate which we have in Brussels at the moment about simplification, simplification has been there also for 40 years. When Delors thought about a single market, he spoke about a single license, minimal harmonization, and mutual recognition. And these principles, for me, are still extremely important today. How many banks really work with a single license, meaning that they have one head office, one place of capital, and that they do business all over the EU? I should ask Andreas, if I still see him, let's say that. Is this really? Yeah, Andreas sitting there, sorry. Is this really so? I know many banks where it's not the case. But if you speak, for example, about capital markets, we have the two biggest stock markets in Europe work with 7 or 8 different licenses, not with a single license. So this is not only a matter of, let's say, the authorities to say we need to enforce what we have. It's also in the markets we need to say we want to work with what EU gave us, but they don't apply it. They prefer to have many different licenses just to exploit lack of transparency, lack of price competition, and to take the benefit for themselves. And of course, the authorities should enforce this, but also the public at large. You should enforce free competition, and that, I think, is a very important thing.
I do not have the bell, but a small bell.
But let me say one final thing. If I say, is competitiveness really important? One thing which struck me a lot is this EU-US agreement which Trump and von der Leyen concluded in July. I think this was just the wrong thing to say. Is this competitiveness if you accept that your most competitive economy of the world, yet you accept for exports a 15% tariff, and that you accept 0% tariffs for exports from the US to the EU? I think that is entirely wrong. If you then say, as a European Commission, we stand for competitiveness, we stand to defend the interests of our corporations, and then we accept a deal like what's accepted in this EU-US joint statement of trade for a more balanced trade agreement, where today we have a fairly balanced trade between the EU and the United States, and then you accept a very asymmetric trade deal with the United States, I don't understand this. Let's say we should have stood much more on what Europe stands for and much more insisted, look, we want an equal trade deal with the United States, not something which is there, because what we will have now with this trade deal, something which will harm us, but something which will harm probably the United States even more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this really inspiring opening statement. But now I have a question for all participants, and I would like those who are ready to answer to give a brief and short intervention. As Mr. Lanoux mentioned, what is competitiveness? Competitiveness is somehow linked with different costs businesses are faced with. Taxation, cost of a regulatory environment, EU, national, local. A reduction of these costs could be maybe the fastest route to the competitiveness of our economies and then EU as a whole. But these costs are controlled by member states. So where is the balance? And do you see that member states within their financial constraints are ready for a visible and significant reduction in these costs, which can boost the competitiveness of our businesses? Is there anybody who would like to comment? Mr. Treichl?
Immediately, if you'd like to, because I think I like what Karen said, but I think we're missing the point here. Why do we not have all those things? And it's the very simple point that Europe doesn't finish things it starts. We do not have an economic union, we don't have a financial union, we don't have a transportation union, we don't have a communication union. And just imagine, and that is the basis of competitiveness, is to be really good. If you're really good as a nation state or as a union, then you're competitive, and we just have to realize that we were good, because in the old industries, we were totally okay. In the new industries, we're not okay. And why are we not okay? Because we haven't finalized the European Union. Just imagine, in this trade war that we had now, if Europe had had, at the start of Trump's terms, a fully fledged financial and capital market union, so that we would finally get around to have European debt issued, and Trump would have said, I'm going to start a trade war. All the global South countries would have moved probably 30, 40, 50% of their reserves into the euro. If they had done that, Trump could have gone to hell with his trade deal because nobody would have followed. If Europe had been really powerful this year, if we had a completed financial and capital market union, Trump would have no chance of doing what he did, because Europe would be an escape route out of the dollar. But in order to be an escape route out of the dollar, you need a European market, and we don't have it. And we've started it in 1989. Many people of you who probably don't like Helmut Kohl very much, and I was not a great fan of him, but what did he do? He gave up the strongest currency in the world to allow for the euro. And that was in 1989 when he said that. He gave up the Deutschmark in order to allow for the euro. That's the first and the last time that a large country in Europe really gave up autonomy in order to build something in Europe. And still, we do not have all countries in the Eurozone. Still, we have local central banks, and we have not finished it. It's only our fault because we work as nation states, and if we want to achieve something in Europe, if we want Europe to be competitive, every state, including Austria, including Beate Meinl-Reisinger, would have to spend at least 40% of her time only, and she's the only member of the Austrian government who does that. Nobody else spends minutes on Europe. They spend everything on Austria, and all European politicians and nation states would need to spend at least 40% of their time only on Europe, and I stop. Thank you.
Emulate the bell. Mr. Pekanov, you would like to add something? So more Europe. So we need more Europe. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me. I want to start with something I thought about this summer. Well, I came to this country 15 years ago. Beautiful, amazing country. I studied here, I worked here, which gave me the opportunity then to go back to Bulgaria, to be part of the government, to bring back some of the things that I learned here. And my path of my generation is about Europe. If Bulgaria didn't enter Europe in 2007, we wouldn't have all of these opportunities, which then gives us the opportunity to bring back something home. But this summer I was really thinking, when I was looking at the trade deal, well, Europe is not doing well. And here I have to disagree with Mr. Lano. We work very well with the colleagues at SEPS, really brilliant colleagues, but I have to disagree. No, there is a famous, beautiful song by Hans Zimmer, which is called "There is no time for caution." This is where we are. There is no time for caution. We have to move forward because others are moving forward. And how do they move? I don't know. I don't know what is competitiveness, but I heard President Trump already many years saying the following, and I think this is true: we have to win more. He is right. If you are caring about the interests of your citizens, you have to win more. So how can Europe win more? And here I have to agree fully with the fact that, well, we have a currency that we are not using to the fullest. I myself am very much, and I was working on Bulgaria joining the euro, and this will happen now at the beginning of next year, which is great. The euro, however, as a whole, doesn't have all the tools yet, because it's not completely complete, to be there where it could be. If we were there, if we had common debt, if we were stronger, then it's true, maybe the US administration would have less leverage to push us, because I have to be honest, the trade deal was embarrassing for Europe. We agreed that we destroyed the rules that we have agreed upon for the last decades for some, let's say, short-term stability and calmness, okay. But we gave up something that for many years we were saying, well, level playing field between big economies. So to have the leverage to be stronger next time around, we need to use the euro. The US is willing to lose its exorbitant privilege. This is what I'm telling my students. There could be good reasons that the US thinks, well, it's a duty to have the US dollar at the center of the global financial system. I believe it's a privilege. They win much more out of this, but if they decided, if Mr. Steven Miron and others find good arguments that say, well, we don't want to be in the center, well, the euro could be at the center. But we need to make more steps for this. Thanks.
Thank you. On this side.
I can say something.
Please, Rosa.
Yeah, I think what I'd like to do is just take a step back. There's been a lot of talk about we're moving into a post-neoliberal world, and I think it would be interesting to discuss some of the ideas that are shaping up what might become the post-neoliberal world. And one is the fact that economics and security are interconnected, right? So it's no longer the sort of, unfettered, invisible hand of the markets, and security, being two separate worlds governed by different logics. Now, with the weaponization of everything, we're in a situation in which economics and security are deeply interpenetrated. And the second idea that is gaining ground is the return of the big state. Now, we saw that a couple of years ago. Jake Sullivan, former national security advisor, wrote an article in Foreign Affairs who was precisely looking at the connections between economics and security, what the state should do in order to promote a new social and political contract. So my question is, what is Europe doing on this front? So in terms of economics and security, the EU has been telling us that it's an economic powerhouse. It has tools to confront the weaponization of the economy. It decided not to use them in the trade deal with the United States, justified by our security dependencies on the US. So we're still in a place where economics and security are definitely not interconnected, or not sufficiently interconnected in the European Union, where many have argued that the EU capitulated in front of the US because of the security dependencies. The second question is the return of the big state. So in the US, during the Biden administration, we saw a massive injection into industrial policy, into green technologies. No longer the case, obviously. We've seen, a bonfire of federal institutions, but we're also seeing that Donald Trump has changed the Department of Defense into the Department of War. We're seeing that Russia has transformed its economy into a war economy, and of course China is the model for state capitalism and has been investing massively in defense. So what are Europeans doing? They are committing to spend more on defense, but they're not saying enough about what does that mean? Does that mean buying more American, i.e. increasing security dependencies with the United States, or does that mean cooperating more among European countries to make sure that Europe is prepared for the wars of tomorrow and obviously not the wars of yesterday? And I think we need to place the debate about competitiveness, about the bonfire of regulations, with these ideas in mind. The way in which the world is moving towards this sort of post-neoliberal order do not reflect anything that was part of the European Union and the European integration project of the past. So we need to think hard about what needs to be recovered from that and what needs to be pushed forward. But also we need to think hard about the bargain between member states and the European Union. Because at the moment, the Commission is not really fulfilling its technocratic role of being the guardian of the treaties and has insufficient legitimacy in order to push forward, even if we were to accept the proposals of the Draghi report, which, by the way, there hasn't been much of a political debate around them, even if we were to accept them, who has the authority to pursue that? And at this moment in time, the Commission doesn't seem to have it, and I would argue that the member states are retrenching and trying to keep power. So if we have the return of the big state, it's really member states trying to cling on to whatever powers they have left and not delegate authority to the Commission in a democratically accountable process. So those were my points.
Thank you. So let's go a bit deeper and maybe make a step forward. Mr. Sedlacek, the ECB estimates that the investment requirement for the next 6 years, which somehow stem out from the Draghi's report, are around 1,200 billions. So where should the money come from in the time of budgetary constraints and, of course, in the time when obviously Europe has new priorities in increasing its security shield and security and defense capabilities?
See, I don't think that's an important question.
Okay.
I think the important question is to finish what we've started. We are sitting on the best market for Europeans, not using 80% of it. And I don't think it's even good business to come to something and start decreasing costs. I mean, just imagine how far you would get if you'd start a business with that. Our business is the business of ideas. I think we are here to come up with meaning and to be able to inspire the world into something that we've turned into. We've turned into a leaderless empire. This is something that never happened in the history. Imagine your bank or your school for 2 years without a Caesar. We've fared for 75 years without a phone number to call. This is our strongest advantage. Why? Because this could be the footprint for a global order. We are the only entity on this planet that can boast of that. I mean, Chinese model isn't really impressive for the world, nor is the American, nor is the, let's say, I don't know, Islamic or African. What we have here could truly be an institutional Salvator Mundi, of course, after reforms, but all other horizons of other entities end with themselves. the Russian world, or let's make America great again is appealing only for Americans. Whereas we have something that, trespasses all this. Let me ask you a question. Which country invented electricity? Which country invented the internet? Are we all using it? Do we see dramatic differences between the country that invented the electricity or invented the internet? It's even hard to say who did it. And I don't think we have to, also decreasing costs, that's not the way forward. I mean, the richest countries in the world have the highest labor costs imaginable, Denmark, Netherlands. Decreasing costs isn't the way forward. We should be increasing education. We should be increasing, let me put it bluntly, we should be working on the meaning. This is what the world is hungry for. And this is why such such short-sighted stories as meaning of let's make America great again, which is something that I don't suppose appeals to many of you, but it's a story of some sort, and we don't have that. We've really this is why we got to where we were, to this unbaked cake. Our cake is not yet baked. It's actually quite a miracle that it works. I mean, look at education. I remember 30 years ago, I got my diploma in Denmark, and I had to do all these, paperwork, and it's the same today. We don't have, these are the things that we should be leading in. And then efficiency follows or not. I mean, this pen is not very efficient in frying eggs. But it's pretty obvious because everybody knows that the meaning of this pen, the purpose of this pen is not to fry eggs, but to write. And I can have a little bit like this towards the economy. The meaning of the economy is not to give us purpose and meaning and balance of life. We have to, what I mean is that economics comes secondary. Let me just conclude with science eats innovation for breakfast. I mean, it's really nice to have 3 applications that remind you that you didn't have coffee today. But in terms of science, we have the most advanced and most expensive scientific, endeavor happening right not so far from here at CERN. And these are the things that we should be focusing on. And the last final sentence is that I think the real wealth of nations is not really the economy. Look at what happened in Poland. They were growing like crazy. If there wasn't a European economic tiger, it would be Poland. And yet they changed the spirit to doubting the European vision. Look at education. I mean, we've had very highly educated countries that kind of dumped all their economic progress. And it also isn't art. And I think the only thing that can lead us forward is a story, is meaning, is something that we believe in. And then the economy follows.
Thank you. Madam Ametsreiter, Mr. Sedlacek mentioned innovation and electricity. So having in mind that electricity was invented, or at least huge contribution was given by a person born in today's Croatia or then Austro-Hungarian Empire. So we Europeans have something to lean on in terms of innovation and be proud of. But what are our perspectives, and where do you see our innovative potential during the years ahead?
Yeah, thank you very much. I fully agree that we are excellent in science, and that's the good news. We are not lacking talent. We are having 27,000 founders just this year, 2025, which is at equal level like in the US, that are starting companies and innovate. The problem is, what we are really lacking is a system to grow and to scale those companies. And some of you might know this, and I'm not sure, but hopefully we can see this. Here you can see companies that have been built from the scratch within the European Union within the last 50 years that today have a market cap of 10 billion or more. The issue is that in the same time frame, what we can see in the United States, has happened is this. And this is the reasoning why the gap in the GDP growth is widening. This is the reason that they have a system that is fostering innovation. And, you know, the ones who invested in those companies, they got a lot of return, and this return is again invested in new innovation, in new companies. And plenty of the founders that you have seen of these companies are Europeans. Europeans that we founded with grants, with scientific institution here in Europe, but they have to leave and they have to grow their companies in other continents. So what do we need to do? And I think it's very obvious, we need to unlock capital, and we need to do it now, because as Andreas said, we are talking about the capital union for many, many decades. There is perfect models on the table, but we are not doing it. We are not executing. And to start with how to pull more money into the ecosystem of venture capital is to start with the pension funds, and I think you have heard it before, and again, we're repeating over and over. We don't need iterative steps. We need bold steps to unlock really huge amounts of capital to make this machine, this innovation machine, work. And we have 0.02% of all the assets of European pension funds, and that's 20 trillion, that is going into venture capital. This is 3, 4, 5 times the case in the US. And I honestly don't know why we still, it's again on the agenda for Q1 now, to reform Solvency II, because this was invented after the banking scandals to have very high risk reserves. And this is hindering today the insurances and pension funds to invest. So that's something we really, really need to change urgently. And the second is, it's good to invest then into these startups and to grow them, once we have this venture capital from the pension funds. But we need to also enable is to create liquidity, meaning that once they IPO, once they go to the stock market, that they do this in Europe, so that these funds are returning into the system, that the founders that have exited start again to found their next company in Europe. And this is not happening at the moment, because there is 27 different listing regimes. There is 27 different insolvencies regimes. And I understand, and personally I don't believe we're gonna make or we're gonna achieve to have one EU stock exchange. I think it's very unrealistic. What we at least need to do is to have an EU Nasdaq, electronic exchange, a system that enables that you can invest into all European titles under the same framework, under similar conditions. We need to enable that money is not, financed and spent to other markets, but within Europe. The pension funds today, the European ones, 40%, they invest of their assets in US titles, in S&P 500. We are financing with our earned money US tech. I mean, that's absurd. So, yeah, I mean, if we have one really fundamental thing that we should change and that we need to make work, then it's the Capital Market Union, or at least the EU Nasdaq. Because then also we can unlock financing into defense, into energy infrastructure, all that. I think it's really the fundamental basis to make that happen.
Please, Mr. Sedler.
I agree, but all this futile if we won't have services, liberated services. We can't scale these companies when there's 28 different markets. I mean, even if we have the best capital market in the world, it will just, outflow the money. We can use other capital markets. I think really the crucial thing is here is that we liberate ourselves. The demons always cry, liberate me, let's liberate ourselves from the chains that we've gathered from the past. And then it will be easy to scale. I mean, telecommunication, even AI, we can't work on AI if there's 28 different, if we can't have the liberation of services. Not just goods, but services.
Mr. Treichl, would you like to?
I love what Marie-Hélène said, which I'm saying all the time. So I can't hear myself anymore talking about capital market. It goes so on my nerves. I mean, the first time I talked about it was in 2010. Nobody listened. Now everybody says we need it, and still nothing happens. This is so incredibly frustrating that you have Madame Lagarde saying we need a capital market, Ursula von der Leyen says we need a capital. Everybody says we need a capital market, but nothing happens. Why does nothing happen? I don't understand it. Yes, I do understand it. It's because Mrs. Lagarde cannot introduce a capital market. Mrs. von der Leyen cannot introduce a capital market. It's the ministers of finance, the ministers of justice in Austria, in Germany, in Belgium, in Bulgaria, in Portugal, who have to spend 20 or 30% of their time and their employees to get it done. All what they have to do. So all we need is to get those politicians together and say, let's do it. Let's give up the stupid things we do at home, which nobody needs anyway, and let's do something really, really useful. And if we do that, the rest will follow, believe me. Believe me, if we do that, if something happens in Europe, suddenly people will realize, hey, we can do it. And something is going on, and we managed to complete something. So please, all of you, study it, and all of you talk about it. I can't talk about it anymore. You have to do it.
Thank you. We need to give a chance to the right-hand side of the table. Mr. Lenu.
Just to go back on what Andreas said, I think one of the illusions which we have as Europeans is we think we are a political union, but we are not. We try to be an economic union, but we give the impression to the Europeans that we are becoming a political union, but it's not. And we have a huge administration at the center which is not accountable. If it were to be accountable and directly elected, it would function much better, because then there would be the pressure of the European citizens to say, look, you're not doing your work well. And that is not functioning. So you now have an administration, imagine, about 87,000 people which work for EU institutions, in the broad sense of the word, 87,000, which is enormous. What is the accountability and how do you enforce it? If I see the parliament in Brussels, which is only one element of this, the European Parliament is lobbied like hell by interest groups, but European citizens, they just don't know what is going on. Even in my own country, in Belgium, the Belgians don't know what is going on in the European Parliament, which is based almost in Belgium. And that is so cynical. We need to ask for a form of direct election of our top commanders of the EU. And that's why, for example, Trump has so much power, because he said, I'm sovereignly elected. I can decide what I want. I mean, Madame von der Leyen cannot do this. Costa cannot do this, just because they're not directly elected. And the way the Americans regard us as Europeans, they say, this is a big theocracy. They have no sovereign power to decide what they want to decide. The sovereign power is at the national level, not at European level. And probably the member states also don't want it, because they would have a European institution which would dictate them to say what they need to do. And that, of course, is difficult. But at some stage, Europeans need to decide.
Thank you. Let's make another step forward. Madam Al-Kidbi. There has been mentioned on several occasions by several speakers the trade war. Is there a time for new alliances, new trade partnerships? How do you see this opportunity from your angle, from the angle of, for example, Gulf states, which are obviously trying to establish their position among the developed countries?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for Krista for this chance, and thanks for ChatGPT nominating my name as a participant or speaker in this. I hope I will not fail all of you. But coming, of course, somebody is asking between you, what does this lady coming from the Gulf, putting a scarf, doing here, and talking about Europe? Europe is one of the main area Gulf trade with and deal with, even before United States. But I'm bringing the Gulf perspective. How do we look to Europe, and how do we want Europe to be? And when I've given that title, From Ambition to Action, how to make Europe competitive again, I think Europe doesn't lack ambition. It has a vision for green leadership, digital sovereignty, and strategic economy. What it lacks is execution at scale. To move from ambition to action, Europe must make 3 decisive shifts. I mean, to be an ally to somebody. I'm coming from a country, when I heard the minister, she was saying how long it takes to open business. I was telling my colleague, in UAE, you just need 1 hour online and you can open a business. From a small country, we were nothing. We were a desert before 70s. And now we are the champion on AI. We're having data center. We're credible in the world. This is, Europe can do it. First, it needs to build the scale, mobilize capital. I'm hearing about competitiveness. Mobilize capital and modernize industry policy. Europe's core weakness is not saving, but fragmentation, as many have said. Capital markets, saving, and investment union must become a political priority. It's not only economic priorities, it should be political. It needs political will, and this is Europe is lacking it because of fragmentation. Without deeper, integrated and capital markets, Europe will keep losing high growth companies to the US and others. So industrial policy must evolve. Europe needs a global champion in AI, clean tech, aerospace, and defense. Competition policy should protect the single market, but also allow scale where global competition requires it. With 1.2 trillion in annual investments needs, Europe must align physical tools, joint procurement, and targeted EU financing to support green, digital, and defense transition without undermining its social model. The second thing is the talent and innovation gap. You were talking about who invent electricity, who invent so and so. Now, this is not the question. Now, who is inventing, not before? Who is the champion in AI? So demographics and risk aversion threaten Europe's long-term capacity to grow. From 2026, Europe's population shrinks. Labor and skill shortages must be addressed through aggressive reskilling, vocational training, and truly attractive EU talent visa. Addressing the problem is not the way how to take Europe from here to the future. I'm a think tanker. We work on policies. We give policies to our governments. So the decision makers need to know where to go. not only addressing the problem. Strategic openness, reduce dependence without protectionism. Europe must diversify critical supply chains, not close them, especially in minerals, semiconductors, defense input, and energy. There are facts in the world, you cannot ignore it. China is here. United States is there, and the competition is there. And those small countries, they are in between. When the elephants make love, grass suffer. When the elephants fight, also grass suffer. We are the grass. So you have to know how to manage in this part of the world with whom you align. My country saying, who will give me the best, I will deal with. And this is how our policy is going on. I don't want to take much of your time, but if I want to conclude, I think Europe knows what to do. Yes, I totally agree with that Draghi is only bringing the half full of the glass, not the other, the empty. He brought the empty, doesn't bring the half full of the glass. The question is whether it can act fast enough. First, complete capital markets union, build a defense and innovation industrial base, attract and retain global talent, streamline regulation and reduce dependencies. If Europe can align political will with strategic necessity, it can move decisively from ambition to action and reclaim global competitiveness in the era of intense geopolitical and technological competition. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Balfour, there are voices or growing voices which are calling for a more active international role of EU. Could our competitiveness benefit from more active, agile, or visible international role of EU?
No, of course. I mean, the European model is all based on trade, as Carol said earlier. So, of course, relations with the rest of the world are important. And I think we're actually living at a time in which there's a real risk that retrenchment in Europe is to the expense of engagement with the rest of the world. And this is about seeking like-minded partners who are willing to look at the rules-based order and how it can be salvaged from authoritarian attempts to, well, not just authoritarian attempts, but attempts by great powers to undermine it. Two, seeking new types of opportunities. There are pushes in that direction. I was in India earlier this year, and I've never heard such excitement about Europe and the European Union in India. Europe used to be London, Paris, Berlin. No, they were actually talking about Brussels and complaining that there isn't a direct flight from Brussels to Delhi. Real excitement, a big commitment to conclude a free trade agreement within the next month. So there's been a lot of movement in that direction. But it's blocked very frequently by the politics. I mean, the bottom line is that we have a paradoxical situation in Europe whereby we actually have a majority which is pro-European, would like to see more Europe on the international stage, would like to give Europe a greater role in managing affairs, but the politics of it are not favorable to that. We have political leaders that are not actually listening to what Europeans are saying and wanting, and that are really cultivating their very small garden. And this is happening in national politics, blocking progress at the European level, but it's also happening in European politics, where there is this form of retrenchment, which is also undermining the ability of the EU to engage with the rest of the world. It's not about projecting scale, it's really about engagement and partnership. And I think it's not just a question of, let's reach out to the rest of the world. There is a need to address the perceptions of Europe elsewhere, which are not very favorable. I mean, they're not, the Global South has frequently criticized Europe, has been pushing forward sort of post-colonial agendas. There is a moment of reckoning that is necessary for the EU to do this, but it is beyond doubt that the only way for Europe to revive its project, to address its competitiveness challenges, the growing gap between Europe and the US, China's catch-up, etc., it has to be done in concert with other like-minded countries around the west of the world.
Thank you. Mr. O'Brien, it seems to me we heard some voices here in the room which somehow reflected unhappiness with the Americans. Is the transatlantic partnership in danger?
No, I guess as the American, I'm like the cymbal at the end of the symphony, right? Just one loud note. I want to make what was frustrating I'll go to 3 specific points and a quick observation. The first one is, Marie-Hélène is right. You need scale. Andrew Carnegie, a fine European who became successful by immigrating to the United States, thank God we're stopping that practice, said, nobody got rich by being first. I don't care who invented electricity. People got rich by getting big. So it's all about scale. And however you get there, and I would just note, simplify the discussion. We went in 4 minutes from a very good note about what's needed to get big to, oh, but you can't do that till you do services, you can't do that till you reform the entire political structure of the European Union. Keep it simple. Pick 2 to 5 companies, make them huge. One of those has to be in defense, because that's the second point. If Europe can't project power, you're not going to be taken seriously. So build out the defense union, use it to drive through many of the obstacles that have stopped the development of the capital markets union and other points. The second thing in the immediate term, you have to seize the Russian assets because Ukraine needs to have the money to continue fighting for the next 2 years. And if Europe now cannot make that decision, it will not be taken seriously and those assets will be divided by others. Prime Minister Orban and others, I'm sure, will say in the council meeting room, we have to ask Donald what he thinks. I don't know whether Donald will say yes or no, but I know what he'll think. You had to ask me, so you are now on the table. That's projecting power. By projecting power, you become a safe space. The third thing, and the longer-term project for Europe, is to shape the team you want to be on for the long term. And this is my answer to your question. Because there will be a quick time after Trump. Even Vladimir Putin knows that Trump's promises can't be trusted, both because of who he is, but because he won't be there very long. So build for that time afterward. And your basic choice is between the United States and China. China, you know, will entice you with cheap goods and then overwhelm and gut you. There's a chance with a different United States to form a different kind of world. On what areas? 2 quick suggestions. The industries of the future, because we don't have habits. So it's AI quantum, it's life sciences, and it's the energy transition. That's where our children and grandchildren's prosperity will be made or lost. And we can do those things together if we begin formulating the rules. There's a vacuum right now because the United States is off driving up share prices in order to pay for a fairly stupid bunch of infrastructure build-outs. This is the moment for Europe to define that. I'd say the second thing, which I think we'll touch in the second panel, is build out public goods. One of the most offensive parts of the Trump administration to me is the attack on scientific research, shared understandings of public health, and frankly on the very idea of depersonalized government. Europe has spent since 1848 demonstrating the importance of impartial expert people subject to accountability. And the United States is attacking that right now. It means that basic fundamental public goods, security, public health, scientific knowledge are up in the air, and they should be made a part of a future transatlantic relationship. And that's where I'll close my part of this, and hopefully we'll have some time for questions. I'm basically the butler from the novel The Remains of the Day. Like, I'm really pretty good at buttling, and I know how to organize foreign policy. But I also am aware that all the politics around me have changed since my career began. I was a career State Department official. I started work 10 days before the fall of the Berlin Wall. Everything's different today. That knowledge is terrifying to me, but it's also liberating. And so when Europe looks at today, it's not, are we more like 1985 or not? You're in a world that is fundamentally different. The United States and Russia already tried to give away the assets that you hold because they don't think they have to listen. And it's your choice whether you make them listen or not.
Mr. Pekanov, would you like to react? Or I have a small question for you, but please do.
Can I return just to 2 points that were said? I have to say it was wonderfully summarized by Marie, what we are missing, what we are not doing. And then I have to disagree with Mr. Treichl that, well, we agree on all of this. No, maybe the people in this room agree, but I'm not sure in the political discussion we have enough discussion on this, on what we are losing from not having a completed capital markets or a savings and investment union. Do we hear it in the news? No, we don't. Do we ask politicians and ministers, say, why are you not moving faster in all of the countries? We don't. And maybe there we have to strengthen the narrative. We really have to say, listen, there are 10 trillion savings which are sitting idle. You don't get anything in return. Even worse, they go to the US and they actually make the returns of big US companies that you see are thriving nowadays in all of the technological sectors. Also, due to that, Americans are profiting from this because they did the smart thing and invested in the stock market, so they have been profiting from this. And you are losing, especially when there is inflation. So when we say this louder and louder, I think it will become a more clear point that we have to move on this. And the second point is scale. When we achieve this, we are also going to be able to achieve scale, which I think is extremely important. Without scale, we're not going to be moving fast enough. One thing that I saw when I was discussing with my students, I organized discussions on the Draghi report in the last semester, and I asked them on many things. And Draghi says very clearly, we need more big companies in Europe, which I also started believing. Nobody is in favor of this. It's crazy. 40 of my students, 40 out of 40 said, no, it's a good model that we have mid and small companies dominating in Europe. On any issue, I don't know where I will find 40 people that will agree on this. So we have to also explain why scale matters and why it helps us. And these are all not, they might sound like technocratic small things, but no, these are essential things to achieve prosperity and the welfare of European citizens. Thank you.
So do we need then a joint EU stock exchange or single EU stock exchange?
Whether we need a stock exchange, that's all digital. That's whether you have a stock exchange in Vienna or in Warsaw or in Berlin, it doesn't matter, in Frankfurt or in Paris. We need a capital market. And may I just make one point to you, because you said I was wrong, I'm right. The simple is, look back, think at 1995. You were just born. At that time, there was not one industry on this planet in which there was not at least one or two strong, major, worldwide leading European players. In the steel industry, the automotive industry, with Airbus, even in the aircraft industry, in the pharmaceutical industry, everywhere. In the banking industry, the largest bank in the world was European. 30 years ago. In all the new industries now, zero, nothing. No European. Why have we suddenly turned stupid? Have we lost our entrepreneurial touch? Are you screwing up? You're doing a great job. We have great entrepreneurs. We have everything. But we have one thing not, and that's the capital market. How did Europe get there until 1995? Europe was hugely successful because in all the old industries, banks were able to replace the capital market. what the US did with capital markets, we did with banks. That's how Deutsche Bank and BNP got so huge. Why? Because in all the old industries, you have factories, you have inventories, you have lots of things you can put securities on and you can collateralize it. Now, you cannot do that anymore because Facebook, Google has nothing to collateralize. It's all in there. We don't have factories and workers, whatever you can take as security. That's one thing. And we had the financial crisis. Banks cannot do now what they could do then. You were Minister of Finance and you lived at the change at that time. I was still chairman of a bank in a time where I could decide whom I lent to. I had that for 10 years. Now a CEO of a bank cannot decide whom he lends to. It's the Committee of Credit and Compliance that decides. The chairman has nothing to say anymore. We live in a totally different world. And in a world like that, we need a capital market. So yes, you're right, and I was wrong, but we need to make it understood by the local politicians. I'm 100% sure that in most countries, they don't even talk about it.
I think one reason is also that Europeans have fear and don't understand or don't believe that capital markets can bring prosperity. So to make capital work, and that this, gets you richer and makes you richer, doesn't align with the model. It has to hurt. If you work hard, then it's right. So it's really the basic understanding of what capital markets can do for you is lacking in Europe, and we have to talk much, much more about it.
So again, the story is missing. And I also think that this is, we're here business people. I think this is what we should pressure. Good luck explaining the advantages of capital market to lay people. They have no obligation to be experts in that. When politicians won't do it, the people on the street won't do it. I think this is the unification of the markets, be it services or financial capital markets. That's something that we have to come together and lobby. The way the politicians came together, businesses have not.
So capital is one of the ingredients of a future growth and prosperity. The second or the first are people. But Europe is facing actually a negative trend, and the population will start declining or has already started. Mr. Sedlacek, how are we going to address, handle, and somehow include this challenge into our ambition of higher competitiveness and stronger growth?
Enlargement. We're also the only empire that doesn't attack country but resists other countries from joining. It's also quite unique.
Okay, enlargement.
That's what you did with us, and congratulations, here we are.
But additionally, there are technologies which are also
turning off the TV,
growing. So how do you see the balance between labor force and AI and technologies which offer support in that respect, or we think?
So that's a good one. I think that's actually an excellent question. In my private view of the world, we are moving into the new republic of internet. It doesn't really matter, where you live or even where you work. I think what we should create here is to create the most excellent place for living. As was already mentioned, we just need to, I'm not saying we should sit around and wait, but Europe doesn't look like a bad place to live after Trump and after what's happening in Russia and China and other. It's the most favored place globally to live, and we should utilize that. We only really need to wait for the most excellent American students and American professors who will no longer feel free to breathe there to come to Europe, where we are also much more I mean, and we're the most equal society on this world. We don't have such huge differences between education levels like they have in the United States. Very excellent universities, but the average is sub-European. The same goes for healthcare. The same goes for actually finances. Even religiously speaking, South Dakota is more different from New York than north of Finland from south of Greece. And these are the things that we should try to, we should fight the brain drain by brain gain, by becoming the most amazing place to live. And we are poised for that if we're able to keep our liberties, to be able to criticize each other, to be able to be competitive, and not prioritize a company or a group of people judging by their political inability to criticize the leader. And this is something that we already have. We've been growing this for the last 75 years, like nowhere else in the world. And then we can hope to have the most excellent talents here. Maybe they won't earn as much as they earn in the first 2 years in the United States of America when they apply for a job at a stock market, for example, but they will have their families, and this kind of long-term thinking, again, create a story for Europe as the place to create, the place to think, and the place to criticize. Also, my last point, what we view very negatively, this European self-criticism and self-loathing, is also quite unique. You won't find this in many places of the world. This is our biggest advantage. It's the ability for the weak to criticize the strong. This is what makes democracy strong. This is what makes actually markets strong, that there are many competitors and all of them can become strong. How is it that Diepl, which was a German couple of guys in a garage, outperforming Google with their billions and trillions and their perfectly flawless stock exchange compared to ours. And yet it was these few guys who created a much better translating machine. Also, we shouldn't forget that Google started this way too, and Facebook also. They became large companies, and there is no guarantee that they will remain so.
Mr. Pekanov, people and AI.
So don't get me wrong. I also believe that Europe is the best place to live right now. But politics and decision-making should be about the future. And we could think about one example. I mean, 100 years ago, Argentina was a very, very good place to live. And what happened since then? I mean, it's a wonderful place, but economically has struggled. And we, unfortunately, have the seeds to go this way, extremely politically divided societies. So we have to be very careful on this. We have to look into the future. I completely agree. Brain gain, bringing people back, but it won't happen on its own. We have to invest a lot of resources. We had some good news recently, but actually, if you think about it, it may not be so good news. Two of the best, really, they were also professors of mine at MIT for a while when I was visiting there, now moved. Esther Duflo and Abhijit Banerjee moved, but where did they move? To Switzerland, not to the EU. So we have to think about this. We have to invest much more. It's not only about money, it's about resources. It's about how you organize universities and research institutions, labs, young people, really investing into this. So we have to be very, very clear on this. And one last thing is, I was talking with Mr. Leto this year, and one thing that he said to me and really struck me, and he said he struck him when he was writing the report, talking with young people, and he said, well, I asked young entrepreneurs, what is your dream? And they said, to go to the US. This is really bad. This is really bad. We are losing the talents because they have, maybe it was last year, but I'm not seeing yet this reversal that we want to see. Yeah? We have to really do it.
Can I just kind of quickly say, I really like what Thomas said, because he addressed the issue, how will Europe deal with its demographic problem, that we're shrinking. And then you said AI and whatever, to the shrinking. What Thomas said is the best way to solve the problem for Europe, and actually all the ways on how you can solve the demographic problem in Europe are full of joy. What he said is full of joy. Make Europe so attractive that young people from all over the world want to come here and work here. That's the best thing. The second solution is dramatically increase the quality of male sperm. And the third is to build pots of wealth. all three things are great. So let's look forward to that. And building pots of wealth, there is no way around that anyway.
And turn off TV for a week.
Build pots of wealth for everybody. So if we do all these three things, we got it nailed.
Mr. Lanoux, but maybe a lighter regulation could help to make Europe a better place or more attractive place to live.
Yes, but not, let's make ourselves no illusions. I mean, regulation certainly in the areas I know becomes always more complex because our societies become more complex. Look at AI and digital. Do you have to regulate it, yes or no? I mean, the US has one piece of regulation in the domain of digital. We have, I think, 20. I mean, but do we choose the the US model? No. Do we want our privacy to be protected? Yes. Do we want AI machines to respect our privacy? Yes. I mean, do you want the US model where you can use data just without limit? No, we don't want this. But that is the problem. And we need to be, fully conscious, let's say, that there is a cost of our model, but that there is also a huge benefit. I mean, for example, if a bank uses AI model to say, who could I give a credit? In Europe, this is constrained. In the US, this is not constrained because there is almost no legislation. And of course, this administration in the US does everything to keep it that way and to have no regulation at all and to even undermine what we have in Europe, because the big debate in Brussels is now the pressure after the big whatever oil. No, it's big tech pressuring Europe to water down its legislation. I think we need to be fully aware that also part of our model is that we are protecting our identity, protecting our privacy, protecting who we are and what we are. And that we don't need to find a balance between protection and what the markets want. And this is one of the phrases in the Draghi report, which surprised me a lot. Draghi called to revise the GDPR, which surprised me.
Can I add to this? I mean, I think, there's this, the dominant trend now is towards this bonfire of regulation, as if that is going to save Europe from its competitiveness problems. I actually think, this might well be a red herring. This is a very ideological debate, and it's about eliminating barriers that allegedly have been put up to transform Europe's economy towards an economy of the future, towards a green and tech economy. And it does require some legislative alignment and some regulatory alignment. The ideological alliance is between the centre-right and the far-right to reduce legislation, especially on the Green Deal. It's not about boosting innovation. It's not about preparing for the future. It's about reducing the costs at home. And I think we need to question this approach because it's deeply ideological. And that's the Commission not fulfilling its role as guardian of the treaties and as executive, if it's not making a cost-benefit assessment of what the bonfire of regulations is actually going to bring in terms of innovation.
Mr. O'Brien.
I'm not going to respond to each of Andreas's suggestions. But I do want to talk a little bit about what I think the actual US approach is. So in the third quarter, Google made about $100 billion in net revenue. 75% of that was from advertising on search and its relevant social media amounts. Facebook, $18 billion in the third quarter 24, and about 85% of that was advertising on social media. So what the US is in, and you carry on down through each of the 7 companies that make up the difference between the American stock exchange and European ones, they are all taking these senescent industries. Social media hasn't created anything basically since Mark Zuckerberg sat in his hotel room or his dorm room at Harvard, right? It's an old industry that doesn't innovate, but it now, because of advertising and the way it divides us, and Frank Fukuyama is absolutely right about this, it creates enormous cash flow. And so the actual American approach right now is to take that cash flow and buy the future. So the regulatory fight is not the one, and I think Rosa's pointed out the shallowness of much of the debate about this, but the regulatory question for Europe is, how do we equalize this battle for the future? And we do it partly by our own investments, but partly by looking at the way in which the US is trying to do it. As a very proud and patriotic American, I think this approach is myopic. I think we're over-investing in things that drive up the share price for some people immediately. That's going to lead to an enormous collapse, but it's also going to lead us to misallocate our investment resources and be less effective in the future, right? But I'm just a citizen thinking that. But what I do know is that Europe needs to be looking at whether its regulatory decisions today help it to become a much larger and powerful player in the industries of the future, particularly in the digital realm.
Thank you. Madam Al-Kedbi, apart from your comments, could you maybe also comment on how do you see Europe on the world energy map? I mean, energy, the prices of energy are growing, and that's also a part of European competitiveness story.
Coming from an oil-produced country, UAE, in 2000, UAE create something called Masdar, which is represent renewable energy. Well, this is coming from a country producing oil and depending 98 at that time of its budget on that. This is when we thinking where is the future is going. The leadership in UAE, they have vision. Remember the president of UAE 6 years ago in a conference for governments, World Government Summit, he said, we are thinking now, not now, we are thinking after when we will export the last barrel of the oil, where we should be in. So that's why now we have also created, invested and created green hydrogen, which we exported to Europe. The other problem in Europe, which I always see it over geopolitics or geoeconomics, this competition between European countries just also make Europe weak in terms of creating a European Union, a European market. This is mainly where you have the Italian vis-a-vis the French in our region and Africa and others. So this has to be fixed when you look to the common interest of that. The other thing, Europe, okay, what did they do now? We created the green hydrogen. Where is Europe now in that? Europe, and during Ukraine war, Europe back to coal, fossil oil. How? Because, sorry, but you don't look to the future. That's why they call you they call the old continent. And you enjoy being the old continent. So it's not being that you have old people, but your leadership, they should think to the future. Where is the future is going? Still the bureaucracy, the regulation, things you have it, preclude you from competing with the other part of the world. You are, look, I've been in China. Yes, they have regulation, and you cannot do anything without WeChat or Alipay or whatever. But they have a place with I cannot remember, with so advanced, it's like 5 times Silicon Valley. Yes, we look to the Chinese and we say, oh, this is always fake things. But they are thinking, they are moving fast. They are competing with others. So it's not just you are looking to others down and you say, okay, we will not take it. Please think of the future. You have a great history, that's right, but will not benefit you now. Look, my country, talking about talents, people, how to attract them. Now, if you ask people, and this has been asked, people in the Arab world, where do you like to work? all of them UAE. UAE is the hub of talents. In fact, I met a businessman from Norway, and he was there opening a business. He said, your country is an oil country and you're rich. Why you are coming here? He said, because if I sit there, I will not find talent people. Here in Dubai, in UAE, all the talents and the young people are here. This is a story created from a country, I said.
We have 3 minutes left, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I stop here.
I'm sorry. We have 3 minutes left, and I would like to give a word to Mr. Treichl to wrap up our discussion. So we would like to be strong and unified. We would like to be a nice and attractive place to live. In order to achieve that, we need to look strong. We need to project power, as mentioned by Mr. O'Brien. So how do you see the path to implementation of the proposals and the issues we have discussed during the last hour and a half?
We've been talking about business and economy and the competitiveness of Europe all the time now, and later on we'll talk about the political issues. But I think we have had, unfortunately, no time to talk about democracy on this panel, which is also extremely important because it is linked to economic and business success, the way we live and we want to live in Europe. Both those things are hugely important. So what I think is the most important thing is that the civil society and business, and that's why we also like events like that, really become aware that we share a lot more than we actually believe we share. We just have to make sure that people who are mainly concerned about society and democracy understand economy and business, and that people who are in business and economy understand what society needs and what democracy really needs, and that we combine these two things. Let me just give you one little example, because we're talking about Europe and saying we're not successful for the moment. There are some countries in Europe that are incredibly successful. It's just the Union that is not very successful for the moment. And as it happens, those countries who are very successful for the moment do things right. They have a much better capital market than we have in other countries. They have much better pension systems than we have in other markets. Therefore, the debt of those countries is substantially lower, and they can invest a lot more in education and in health. Countries like Sweden and Denmark are doing great. Two countries that are not even in the Union are doing extremely well, Switzerland and Norway. All those countries also have a lot more investments in venture capital and private equity than other European markets. We have these examples in Europe. We just need to do it, all of us, and do it together. And if we get politicians to understand that that's what we want, that we people from civil society, whether we're in business or in NGOs, it doesn't matter. We all want that. We want that success for Europe, and we want them to work for us. They will do it at one point in time. Let's not give up. We had great things in Europe, great periods. It will come again. Let's just wait a little bit, not too long.
Thank you very much. Our time is up. Thank you for your sincere and open participation in our debate. And I hope at least we gave a small addition to the mutual understanding of possibilities and potentials of our mutual future.
Thanks to the chairwoman.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know how you did it. Thank you, everybody. That was wonderful. Now, you all have to leave, because if you want your coffee break, we have a 20-minute coffee break, and please be back here at 11:35 sharp, because that's when we start the session 2 on illiberalism, inequality, and Broternity. Thank you all. So, I think you should take your seats. I think you should take your seats. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. The coffee's terrific here, and the little canopies. So, now, Mr. Treichl is gone just at a time when we're actually going to get into the next session, which is going to be very lively, I hope. It's called Session 2, Illiberalism, Inequality and Broternity, the Trumpian Revolution and its impact on Europe. I'm glad I'm not on the panel. Anyway, so Donald Trump's second presidency is poised to fundamentally transform transatlantic relations. Not only did the US and Europe pursue different goals on many issues, from Ukraine to trade and from climate to technology regulation, the rift is actually much deeper. The Trump administration views liberal Europe not as an ally, but as an ideological adversary, and openly supports nationalist and far-right parties in Europe. Someone who experienced this firsthand is the mayor of Warsaw and former presidential candidate Rafał Trzaskowski. Welcome very much, and thank you for being with us. You can come on up if you want to. And good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. I don't envy your task. We once again, and you thought the election was bad enough in Poland. Wait till you see this panel. There's 8. We once again have 8 outstanding experts who will join him in reflecting on the future of transatlantic relations. From left to right, Leah Yuppi, Professor of Political Theory at LSE and Europe's Futures Fellowship. James C. O'Brien, he's back again, former US Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs and Europe's Future Fellow. Welcome back again. And where is he gone? Atanas Pekanov, economist at the Austrian Institute of Economic Research and former Deputy Prime Minister of Bulgaria. And first, Veronica Angel, Assistant Professor at the European University Institute and Europe's Futures Fellow. And that's a nice place to live in Florence. And Natalie, where's Natalie Tocci? Yes, Director of the Institute for International Affairs and Europe's Future Fellow. Hello, Natalie. And so we've got the Pole, we've got the Italian, we've got the Romanian, we've got a Bulgarian, another one. We've got Ivan Krastev, Permanent Fellow at the IWM. A big round of applause here. And we have Francis Fukuyama, Senior Fellow at Stanford University and Europe's Future Fellow. And
welcome everyone on the stage.
And just to complete the Central European particularly, and as Angela Merkel used to say, last but not least, Gladen Papin, President of the Hungarian Institute of International Affairs. Thank you very much and welcome.
Well, good morning, everyone. I have to say I was intrigued by the format, and I've talked to Ivan about it. We call it no bullshit format. I like it a lot, which means no speeches. And that is difficult for politicians, and that's why I was probably handed out the role of a chairman who's supposed to sort of conduct this discussion. But let's treat it seriously. So I'll throw a few questions at you. If you want to respond, just put your name tag up, okay? And please try to be succinct. I mean, the whole idea is that, as I even described it, you know, I'm asking you questions and you're supposed to advise a lost politician who just lost the elections, right? So you know more. And of course, we have a very short time span, and we want to write a tweet immediately afterwards. So that means that you have to be really quick, especially that I think that the ground was laid for this discussion in the previous panel. So I think that we can just basically bite into it immediately. I'd like to do 2 things. So first of all, yes, I mean, let's talk about the future of the transatlantic relationship after Trump or during Trump, because this is really important. And of course, you know, the most important question is whether this is a temporary disruption or that's the end of the transatlantic relationship as we've seen it in the past decades. Because, I mean, to be honest, I mean, we've heard about pivots to Asia, you know, decades before. I mean, many American presidents were telling us Europeans, actually you Europeans, because we know it in Poland, that we should get our act together and invest in defense and that there is no more free riding. And I'm really surprised that we needed Trump to tell us that, to get our act together. And of course, for us, especially in Poland, I mean, the main question is whether we have learned the lesson. Because if there is a silver lining on this cloud of the war between Russia and Ukraine and Russia attacking Ukraine, is that it seems that the Europeans are learning a lesson. 15 years ago, when I was working in the European Parliament, we were preparing you know, a report about energy independence and so on, and we were telling our friends to be careful about Russia. They were all telling me that we were so absolutely obsessed with Russia, right? When we were telling them not to buy cheap energy and so on and so forth. It seems that now, you know, everyone is paying a lip service to that lesson. The big question is, if this war ends, what's going to happen next? So, I mean, this is one of the most important questions for me. And now, later on in the second part of the session, I'd like to talk a little bit about the resilience, democratic resilience, and what should we do with the populist, and, you know, short answers. How can we really entrench democracy and strengthen it in the face of populism? Because, of course, the news from all around are not that good. So let's start with the US-Europe relationship. And let's start with the big question. I mean, is this really like a temporary disruption? And we can go back to strengthening the transatlantic relationship, and whether the Europeans have learned the lesson or not. And as I've said, please, short answers, and if you have any policy advice for us, then spell it out. Yes, please. We go to Hungary.
Thanks, but it's an American
Nobody's perfect.
On the end of the spectrum. My apologies. My apologies. You know, my goal is to speak for the two most popular perspectives in this room, namely the current American and the current Hungarian one. So it should be fun. No, but I think that this is a really good question with which to start the discussion. My perspective is that it would have been fair to think during the first Trump administration that this was a temporary change in American politics, but I think it would actually benefit everyone in the room to look at the deeper causes that are leading to this structural change in the US. From my perspective, I think the main thing is that the US is undergoing a period of retrenchment, and there are reasons for that. In many ways, the period of the liberalism of the 1990s was experienced in a different way in the United States. It led to deindustrialization in the US, and ultimately what we're seeing is a kind of reaction to that. So people feel that the recipe for success that worked for the last 30 years is not going to work anymore. So they're looking for a different recipe for success, and there's now a serious intellectual and policy project behind that. So it's not a passing phenomenon, it's a deep phenomenon. But it doesn't mean the complete end of or burning of the transatlantic relationship. It means a refoundation of that on a different basis. This, I think, was not very well understood after the MSC earlier this year, that yes, the terms of the relationship will change, but it means more self-reliance. It means sharing a different policy perspective on both sides of the Atlantic. We can see from the Trump administration what they're highlighting. They consider migration to be a threat to national security, and they want everyone else to view it the same way. They want more resilient societies on a more conservative basis, thinking that that will make societies stronger. Again, the issues are different. I understand the issues are different in the US and Europe, but I think basically, if I had to sum up my perspective on this question, it's a long-term period of retrenchment for the US. It'll lead to a more attention on the Western Hemisphere. America has realized that it's stretched too thin in terms of the challenges that it faces, and it thinks that it needs a lot of internal fixing as well. I think everyone should want the US to be the best that it can be. That means that there will need to be a serious period of reindustrialization in the US. And when the US accomplishes that, it will also be a better partner on the world stage. So that's maybe an optimistic way of looking at it. So that's what I see as the basic outlines.
Thank you, Gladden. One follow-up. When I'm talking to American politicians, when I listen to Vice President Vance, I was in Munich and so on, I think that there is more to it, because many American politicians behave as if there was nothing which would bind us together, anymore. That Europeans are not relevant. That Europeans are seen as a threat, or even seen as people from a completely different planet. Am I exaggerating? And of course, I'm talking about the current administration.
Well, it's time to decide. I think that there was like the plug. Come on. It's time to decide. I think that if you view the opposition as being between liberal democracy on the one hand and an irrational populist force on the other, then yeah, you will not find the terms with which to engage correctly. If I recall, after the Munich Security Conference, the Vice President gave an interview the next weekend after seeing all of these headlines saying, well, the U.S. is torching the transatlantic relationship. And if I recall correctly, just summarizing, he said, no, there's a close civilizational alliance between the U.S. and Europe. And in many ways, the ideas that played out politically in the U.S. came originally from Europe. The State Department under Secretary Rubio has also followed up with basically the same perspective. There was a piece on the Substack there called The Need for Civilizational Allies in Europe. This is a different perspective. It can't just be understood as an irrational popular resurgence. The view is that the key policy decisions of the previous 20 or 30 years led to crucial systematic failures, and they have to be addressed. It's a conservative nationalism that's coming forward to address that, but it has to be understood in a little bit more of a complicated way than just tarnishing that side as an irrational force. And then you can have the conversation.
Thank you. The big question is, what should we do about it? And let's try to focus on real advice. Natalie.
Okay, so I think I suspect we're all going to agree that this is a structural and not simply a temporary phenomenon, and we would probably all agree that Trump is not simply a cause of this, but he's partly a symptom and partly a cause. Where I think it becomes trickier is to point out where is it that we're headed. And I see sort of three potential models out there. There is one future which basically says this is about a rebalancing of the relationship. So this is where all the debates on burden sharing, burden shifting take place. So that's kind of one future, a more rebalanced transatlantic relationship. A second, and I guess connected, is a disengaged United States from Europe. And I think these two, in a sense, coexist. But then I think there is a third scenario, which in many respects is exactly the one that is playing out now, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be the steady state, which is basically one of American betrayal of Europe. And this is essentially what we're seeing in this sort of imperial collusion between Russia and the United States, and possibly China too. So this, I think, then leads, Rafael, coming to your question in terms of the what to do. On the one hand, you have European debates that revolve around, oh, well, we need to gain time, right? We're buying time. The question, though, is what are we buying that time for? Are we buying that time because at the end of the day, we are in this delusion that actually it's temporary and it's not really structural and we can go back to the past? Or are we buying time to build a more autonomous Europe? Now, if we're doing the former and we're not doing the latter, which I suspect is exactly what is happening, we may end up in a different transatlantic relationship, which is not necessarily one of a transatlantic rift. It is one of a
we, the sort of civilizational, we the white and Christian West. But let us make no mistake, that transatlantic relationship is one of European subjugation, because that is a transatlantic relationship which is based on nationalism prevailing not just in the United States, but also in Europe, which ultimately means a weak and fragmented Europe at the mercy of an imperial United States.
Veronica, if you could continue. I mean, I was especially struck by the word betrayal. And also, does that mean that the Europeans are becoming irrelevant to the Americans? And most importantly, I mean, the question that you've just asked, I mean, is the most important one, because we all know that there is a risk that there will be a pause in this war which would allow Putin to reload. Now, of course, what does that mean to us? I mean, because we've seen the European trajectory that, we do things in times of crisis, and then, of course, we forget about continuing. Is that a real risk, please?
Thank you, Rafael. So next time you run for elections and win, you have to connect to all of us so we can continue having this conversation. So I absolutely agree that Trump is a symptom and not a cause. The transatlantic relationship has been deteriorating significantly over the past 3 decades, and that is the first thing that we need to accept. I mean, we failed on so many levels, and it's an American failure and a European failure to establish everything, like joint economic policies to maintain Western order, leadership in the new global world, the transatlantic trade and investment that we didn't do either. We have to think about that again. Exchange rate coordination. I mean, there are so many things that we did not cooperate on when we had the chance to do it. And now just going back to that world is going to be very, very difficult. But I think that it's important for us to make a difference between what is American interest and what is the Trump clan and corrupt network of business interests around the Trump family. And that those two things are not the same. And we know that the security issues that the United States has are similar to the security issues that Europe has. And we know that Ukraine is a shield for Europe just as much as it is a shield for American interests abroad. And all these things are going to remain as a continuation in the transatlantic relationship, something to build on. But of course, there are a lot of things that we'll have to take into account. US focus is on China, and China first, Europe second. Bipartisan protectionism in trade and technology. This will continue as well. The impatience with so-called European free riding will continue, and we have to build our own defense. So there are a lot of things that we know that we need to do. And I think that the most important thing is, contrary to what was said previously, national conservatism is not a solution, it is part of the problem, particularly in Europe. And I just want to finish by saying, breaking some myths, which is very important. I'm a political scientist. We look at these things, we have so much data that nobody is listening to. And so we know that the two most important predictors for pro-European attitudes are having trust in European institutions, and second, it correlates with expressing liberal democratic values. Liberal democratic values. The more likely a European citizen is more likely to support Europe, to support a cooperative transatlantic relationship, the more they express liberal democratic values. And I think that going forward, we have to really focus on our democracies and the things that really have made us fundamental to whatever global order we are proud of, but also to acknowledge all the mistakes that we have made and the rise of inequality.
Great. Ivan is next on my list, but I wanted to add one more thing to all of you, for you to reflect, because if we are to be practical, I was thinking about one thing. You are a European leader, and you end up in the Oval Room, and you're sitting on this yellow armchair, right? And I was reflecting just after the Zelensky meeting, and then I've observed President Macron and so on and so forth. How should you behave in that room? I mean, we see how Alex Stubb is doing it, right? He's playing golf, he's engaging, and so on. So he's invited to the meetings, not only, of course, because of that, because of his brain and the importance of a longest border with Russia. Poland is not invited for now, which is a problem. What would be your advice? I mean, how should you behave? How should Poland behave?
Poland should behave well,
I want practical advice. That was your idea.
Let's try to make my point. Listen, first of all, the first question that you come was, is Trump presidency an exception? And my first answer is going to be, Biden's presidency was the exception. And this is the most important things that Europeans should realize, because there was a structural change of post-American Europe, which started before Trump, but there were two things which basically Europeans betted when Trump came for the second time, and which in my view backfired dramatically. One was they believed that basically Trump is totally post-ideological. The only thing that he is interested in is trade deficits. So everything is going to be about trade surpluses and so on. This is not true. In a certain way, he's also interested in other things, as we have seen, particularly having friends, ideological friends, but also, to be honest, personal friends. This is important because Europe is highly institutionalized. In my view, in the view of the current administration, they are friends, but they are not allies. There is a major difference. One is highly institutionalized relationships. The other could be a very intensive political relationship, but it's not. And the second thing is that basically European Union betted that the United States is going into a major structural systemic conflict with China, and they cannot go without us. So in my view, the real problem for the EU is that we cannot imagine that the Cold War West, in every different kind of iteration, is not going to be resurrected. Neither with respect to China, because to be absolutely, we don't know what is Trump's policy on China. We don't know. And secondly, of course, it was not going to be resurrected because of Russia. So from this point of view comes this story of civilizational alliance, and it sounds nice. But for Europe, the problem is to decide which is the civilization. And this is not a simple story. And I'm sure that basically there are people on the panel who know more than me, but in a classical national conservative view, the Western civilization is defined as really white and Christian and basically going as far as Vladivostok. Talking about Poland, I'm not sure that basically Poland is going immediately to subscribe for this geography. And as a result of it, it's very difficult because one of the problems for Europe was that you have these small nation states. Some of them come as a result of the collapse of the previous big imperial spaces. And they have a totally different idea of identity. And in my view, this is the real problem for Europe. America is going to be there. We're going to have relations. We have, by the way, very important economic relationships. You're not going simply to divorce America in the way basically you're divorcing other things. But the story was that we have an identity problem, and I'm going to end up on this. There was a famous American writer, Updike. One of his characters used to say, "What is the meaning of being American if there is no Cold War?" And this is a huge problem for the American identity see from Europe. The only America that Europe really knows intensively is the Cold War America. And then suddenly we realize something which is very simple. Venezuela is more important for the American administration than Ukraine. We cannot believe it, but this is true. And this is true because suddenly Latin America became much more important for very important reasons. Migration, narcotics, say it anything. So I want to end up on this when you say Poland. The real story of Poland, and Poland more than anybody else, is to try to imagine America which is not the Cold War America that we know. Because if there was a country that was most kind of subscribed for the Cold War America, this was Poland.
Well, funny that you mentioned John Updike, Rabbit Run, great sportsman who cannot find his way into adulthood, right? Kind of reminds me of the situation, the Europeans. Do we really find ourselves effectively in the new world? I mean, are we becoming irrelevant? I mean, I've spent so many years thinking about what we are about in the European Union. If Trump is only about business, if the Chinese are about business, we are supposed to be about values. Are we relevant and how to approach Trump. I mean, how to build relationship with him when he is not very predictable, to put it mildly, and when he's all about business.
So I'm going to do something that I always tell my students not to do, which is to question the question. And for me, questioning the question means questioning a framework that sees the relationship between Europe and the United States as a problem of geopolitics, when I think it's a problem of ideology and different visions of politics. And if you think about the relevance of ideology, you will find that the hegemony of this conservative, ethno-nationalist view is not just the hegemony of the Trump administration, it's also the hegemony of the Putin administration, it's also the hegemony of the Meloni administration, it's the hegemony of a number of actors within Europe. So it seems to me that if we return to the question of what is the ideological adversary here, and what is the diagnosis of that adversary, and what are the proposals, we will have much more clarity, and the Europeans that want to defend liberal Europe values, and however you want to call it, will then know what they stand for. So what is the diagnosis? The diagnosis we've just heard is conflicts of globalization, critique of globalization. What is the proposal? Return to social conservatism as a way of fighting globalization. So what is the other alternative to that? It's a liberal, egalitarian, socially progressive.
Okay, but may I interject? But because if you're right, and you know, I have a great sympathy with that thesis. I mean, we have a new Polish president. I'm biased, by the way. You know, I mean, it seems that he's just, you know, he should be the hero of Trump's book. Yet he's not invited because it seems that, you know, at least on Russia, you know, we in Poland, we are on the same page most of the time.
He was included in some calls. He was included in some calls in August. That was.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, I mean, he's nowhere to be seen. So why? I mean, if it's all about the ideology.
Because perhaps he doesn't show the right degree of ideological conformity, and Trump invites the people that have greater degree of ideological conformity and is more reluctant to engage with those who don't have the same degree of ideological conformity. But the problem with me, the problem with the Polish president or with the European liberals is that actually they have some anti-Trump stance, and that's fine, but I'm not sure they know where they stand constructively. So what is it that they stand for? We know they all stand against. We know they stand against Trump, against authoritarianism, against Putin. What is actually Europe founded on concretely, constructively?
But this is a really good question. We'll go to Francis Fukuyama, because again, I'm trying to be really practical, because I was always asking myself a question again, how to approach Trump when you're a European, right? I'm coming back, and I will be coming back to that question about, you know, the yellow armchair. Why? Because on the one hand, you know, you want to look for common solutions. You want to establish good relationship, right? You want to be constructive. You just don't want to criticize Trump too much, right? Because this is completely counterproductive. But on the other hand, you know, we stand for values, right? So we want to be straightforward. We do not want to be seen cowing there, you know, sort of like being afraid of asking any question. So how to resolve that conundrum, Professor?
So I think that the model that everybody, not just Europeans, but, you know, Japanese Prime Minister, the Korean President have all adopted is basically to flatter him, to personally give him gifts. So it was amazing, you know, he imposed a 35% tariff on Switzerland. So what do the Swiss do? They give him a really fancy Rolex clock and a gold bar worth about $130,000. And all of a sudden their tariff
Wasn't it the Toblerone?
15%, no? Yeah. Millions, yeah, actually. So that style assumes that Trump, the mafia boss, is going to be around permanently, and the only thing you can do is to flatter him. And his, you know, I don't think it's ideology. I mean, you can't explain Trump's foreign policy in terms of any kind of normal underlying philosophy, because is he an isolationist? Well, not when it comes to Brazil, not when it comes to bombing, you know, Ferdos in Iran, not with regard to, you know, the Middle East. It's all about him personally, right? That if you flatter him enough and you nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize, he'll be nice to you and he won't impose a tariff on you. But I hate to be the bearer of good news at this conference, but I really do think that we've hit peak Trump. And one of the things that's happening in the United States right now is that a number of Republicans for the first time, have openly started to criticize him. They're beginning to realize that he is a lame duck president. He's only got another 3 years in office. Educated people don't take the Jeffrey Epstein stuff seriously, but it's absolutely serious. This is the first moment in which you've seen a really serious rift in the MAGA base of Donald Trump. And that's why he kept this stuff covered up for so long. And he found that he couldn't, because his own people have started to turn against him. Senators have started to criticize, many aspects of his foreign policy. Do we really want to kill innocent people in the Caribbean? Not all Republicans agree with that. So I think that this moment when everybody just has to go to Trump bearing gifts and abasing themselves, I think that period is going to come to an end. And I think Europeans need to take that into account, that they, like these formerly cowardly Republicans, maybe can stand up to him in the future because, he's not invulnerable and he is only going to be around for, a limited period of time.
Anastas, we go to you, but the important thing is that, first of all, I think that many different European leaders behave differently in the Oval Office. President Macron didn't behave as the Swiss did. And I could give other examples. But the important thing is that if we say that this is the change within transatlantic relationship is not temporary, the question is, what should we do? Because, of course, we can talk about Trump ad nauseum, or we can actually talk about what lessons should we learn as Europeans from that, and how should we prepare either for the continuation of the Republican in the Oval Office, or maybe a democratic change. But what should we do internally to be sure that the Americans know that we have actually learned the lesson seriously?
Well, I think it's not the end of the relationship, as everybody said. It's a changing relationship. And here there are things to which I think we as Europeans can show understanding. I'm going to go back to some of the things that Gladon said, and some things that we shouldn't show understanding. I mean, I have some understanding for the positions that the Trump administration takes on migration, on national security, internal security, even though I don't share them. I'm a migrant. I have lived abroad around the world. I have also spent 1 year in the US. It was a beautiful year. I was a Fulbright scholar, and I enjoyed it very much. If the US wants to address this, it's their own issue. It's fine. But then there are other things that I really don't want to show understanding about, and this is mostly on the economic side. I mean, the Mar-a-Lago Accord, and here I don't mean that it's stupid. I mean, I've read very well in detail what Stephen Miron says and others, but it's stupid from our side to accept it. This is why I was not very happy with what the European Commission signed in the summer, and what was also projected. I mean, what President von der Leyen said is, okay, we're going to take the steps to correct some macroeconomic imbalances. Well, there are no real macroeconomic imbalances. We produce nice cars, and this is why they are being sold in the US. And US cars sometimes, well, they're going to have difficulties even going through some roads in Italy, right? Because they are very huge. That's a joke. But okay, they are not competitive in some sense so far. Maybe that will change. I mean, we are seeing now how this changes for European cars in the world scene in comparison to China. But right now, I don't see a problem because we are selling goods where we are competitive industry-wise, and we are buying services where the US is miles ahead of us, and that's fine. I don't think we should subscribe to this view that the Trump administration has, that there needs to be some adjustments. No, I don't think so. And even it was said by Howard Lutnick in the summer that, well, they care about our single market. It's huge. It's the biggest single market in the world. We should use it, not just give up what we have as our unique power. So on this, it's very hard for me to agree with the prescriptions and the views of the Trump administration. What we should do is use the single market as a tool and not just give it up. So we'll see where this goes, but it's true that we have made a switch to another view of the world in the US. This was also continued during the Biden administration. Industrial policy, I'm not against it, it's fine. But again, we have to look up after our interests. When President Trump says, well, auto workers in the US should be defended, well, sorry, I'm coming from Bulgaria. There are auto workers there. They make 1/5 of what auto workers in the US are making. So why should I have understanding about US auto workers when, by the way, the auto sector was part of the growth miracle of Eastern Europe? I mean, Bulgaria, Slovakia, the Czech Republic, Poland, we catched up the convergence. There is a very nice recent paper by a colleague from Bocconi University, the EU growth miracle, by Basil Grassi, was driven by this industrial force in Eastern Europe, where we have really one small share of US incomes in this sector. So why should
you're touching upon something very important, because that's, if we want to make it practical, this is a question to you all. We'll go to James, but please reflect it on it. I mean, about the lessons. Very shortly, in Poland during my presidential campaign, everything that I did in my past, which was European, was used against me, right? So the question that I was on the Constitutional Committee of the European Parliament, that I was fighting for some green changes within Warsaw, the questions of tolerance within Warsaw, and the question of helping migrants, and so on and so forth, even the fact that I spoke French. Now, the question is, are we really learning the lesson? Because when I look at the budget of the European Union, it's centralized more than it ever used to be, right? They're taking power from the regions, which is completely crazy because we should strengthen the regions. When I look at the migration policy, I mean, all of those ideas that we should be, distributing migrants, paying a price if you're not doing so and so on and so forth are still in there. If we're talking about competitiveness, we're paying lip service to competitiveness, yet we still insist on some restrictions, very hard restrictions like ETS2. Even though we should be doing win-win policies within the European Union. And I should go on and on and on. Are we serious about defense? So where are the lessons that we should learn in order to become relevant? And in order for every American president to think, those are the guys I have to treat seriously if I want to, go global when it comes to China and so on and so forth, because I think that that's the real problem. James. And please, all the Europeans reflect on that. Help me out.
You keep changing the questions.
Yeah, and you can pick whatever you want.
Well, let me try to skate through each of these. So on how should you behave? I have a suggestion. I think a new European leader should go in and should start touching some of the new gold filigree that's been glued to the walls, because it's all cheap, Home Depot stuff, spray painted. But I think if you don't say anything and you just touch it and let it know, Trump will like that you understand you're in on the joke and he's in on the joke. And there's something about the perspective here that is very important to understanding him, that he understands much of what he's doing is a show and is a performance, but he wants everyone to know in just that little postmodern David Letterman way that he is the one who kind of is making the joke. And the difference between reality and performance is a key part of how we start to go forward. Now, what does that mean? Okay, in the first panel, I won't bore you with it again, but I think the US and Europe share converging interests. This is a fundamental disruption. The post-liberal paradigm, or the liberal paradigm, it ended, right? And then we saw a bunch of kind of Republican candidate corpses walking around in 2016 trying to be more like Reagan, and Trump blew through them. And then we saw a Democrat do the same thing, and Trump blew through. And I think he's the guy who knocked it all down. So now we need something new. I would root it, because I'm kind of a realist for all my idealism, I root it in our long-term interests. Basically, we can get eaten by China, or we can work with each other. And as Yvonne points out, the US is sort of putting on the table which way it might go. I think that is part of an American retrenchment that vacates spaces that are critical to my country's future. And I think that's an opportunity for Europe, particularly in the industries that will define the future. Again, life sciences, defense, where you already have the resources to get big, and AI and the energy transition. So do all those things. Now we come to the most sensitive sort of thing, which is what is America going forward? And I apologize for a little bit more disquisition. So I'm a guy from Nebraska, middle of the United States. I'm the only surviving member of my family to have gone to college. Okay? So I am the guy that the National Conservatives say they are talking for. And I need to say right now, I don't want it. And here's what I mean, and I'll spell it out, and I really need to start. So we've never met. Thank you for bringing us together. Everything I've read and heard from you, you're, I think, a legitimate, thoughtful guy, and you do a lot to try to move the far-right conversation in a constructive direction. So thank you for that, because this conversation, this national conservative, whatever label it gets put on it, this conversation is a perennial part of American political conversation. But it's a very small minority part. Maybe 50, well, not very small, I mean 15, 25%. It's there. And so it's great to see it develop in a way. And I completely agree that people need to feel that their voices are heard. It's not well enough to have someone explain to them that life's better. They need to feel that they had a role in that choice. And I completely agree with much of the post-liberal critique of elites and inequality. You know, if I read Patrick Deneen's stuff, I can say, yeah, this is completely right. You know, I was at Yale Law School 20 years ahead of J.D. Vance, and you know, I had my own experiences there, but I didn't have his. I don't know what, you know, he's complaining about, but the simple fact is those are a set of self-perpetuating elites, and what's gotten worse in America since 1990 is this incredible inequality. And what does that mean for people? It means that what it is to be accepted as a normal American is sort of the definition, it's constantly receding. So even if I can buy a bigger flat screen TV and I can get to board the airplane sooner and sooner, what I know is there's now a permanent elite of people who will never even go to the civilian side of the airport and who are going to be, I don't know what, you know, staging the opera in their house because they don't want to go out among the common people. And so my sense of what is shared experiences is deteriorating. Okay, sorry, I'm waxing on a little bit, but I'm getting into Leia's territory. But I want to come back to how I think this matters for the way Europe and the US talk with one another as we go forward. Because I suspect what we're beginning to see is a new definition of the kind of public discourse that we can have. And it's a public sphere. We ought to be talking about the public sphere that focuses on the goods that enable a decent public life. So how does that play out in electoral terms? Well, we just saw, I think both in Trump's election, but certainly in the November 25 elections, what we saw was that voters said, we want to talk about affordability. We want to talk about the things that address our feeling of not being heard. Those issues are the ones that not only swept, in this case, it was all Democrats to victory, but including on boring things like utility boards. But it produced dramatic shifts, like young men voted for Mamdani by +40 over how they voted in the last election. And that's because they were looking for a message that gave some meaning to their life. And that's a place where for the first time the transatlantic conversation can be a conversation that's about the issues that drive our politics. What frustrated me in my job was that when I would talk to people, it was very hard to find a topic that actually instigated changes in the domestic politics of our countries, migration, inflation, et cetera. You know, we were off talking about other issues. And now we need to have that conversation. And maybe before we go on too much into it, just an American discussion, I think there are very real ways in which the future of the US will be a different conversation than happened since 1989. But it will not be the conversation of those who are attempting to explain Trump. Because as I said, the point about Trump is he wants to, you always know that he's in on the joke, that he's different from the things that all the people who attempt to explain him. And I have my own views on what drives him, but what will come after him will be a discussion on the topics that he's put at the center of our politics, but they will not be the answers that are driven by those who try to predict what will come, because they have always been a part of American life. They have never won in American life, and I don't see a way that they can stick as the dominant frame in an America that is even more diverse and more dedicated to people wanting to be able to afford a good life, but to decide for themselves what that life is, and not have a new elite tell them that they should obey Catholic or other precepts.
But that's even... Yeah.
I go because, in my view, there are, in a certain way, three different questions. One is how to deal with Trump. And on this, it's not very difficult. Talk to the Gulf countries. And you know how to do it because we're talking about particular personalities who is very strongly, very much in his ego, he's very narcissistic. You can like it or dislike it, but this is not something that is difficult. Secondly, is how to deal with Trump's America. Because nevertheless, the Trump is very specific. Even if Trump is out and even if Democrats are going to win the elections, it does not mean that this type of a radical change is going to disappear. And this is a different story because this Trump America basically is in a different place ideologically. Geopolitically, it works with the different maps of how the world looks like, and it's going to stay there. Even in opposition, but it's going to stay there. In the way now people are accusing basically the conservative right in Europe that they don't deal with America but only with the Republicans, we should not make the same basically mistake, believing that if the elections basically are going to win by the Democrats, it means that all the Trump's legacy is disappearing. But for me, the third important question is how we are dealing with Trump in the way to consolidate our own voters, to give ourselves identity and not simply dealing with them. And for me, the answer is, we should say we are different. Probably there is a move. By the way, there is a strong move to personalization of politics. In a moment when you have high level of mistrust, people are much more ready to trust charismatic leaders than institutions. It's everywhere. These charismatic leaders can be on the left and on the right. Mamdani is also a charismatic leader, and this basically gets support because people can identify with him. And of course, even if they're going to be a next president, he's not going to return immediately power to the Congress or to the bank. This consolidation of executive is going to stay. For Europe, the problem is to say we are different. And for me, the most interesting, as an example, was when the COVID started. All the countries basically started to do the same. I mean, China, America, Europe, because it's such high level of uncertainty that you're doing what others are doing because you're afraid that if otherwise you can get wrong and you cannot explain to your voters. And then the Swedes said, no, no, we are different. Listen, I'm not a specialist on medical policy. I don't know how good or bad they were. But this daring to say, I am different. Even if the world is moving in these directions, we are different. And by the way, good reasons we are different. Small countries, different kind of a history, different type of institutional legacy. In my view, this is the way to deal with this. And this is why tactically, you can give chocolate to Trump. But it is very important to understand that when you talk to Trump, you also talk to your own voters. And there are two things that does not work easily. One is basically what von der Leyen didn't make Europeans to feel particularly proud, let's put it in our Bulgarian way. On the other side, to believe that just going anti-Trump, you're going to get identity, this works only in one case, if Trump has attacked your country directly. This is why in Canada, basically it works. This is one in Denmark. You basically can build an identity on an anti-Trump story, but I'm reading quite a lot of opinion polls. It's not going to work simply because he's saying something negative about Europe as a whole. It's not going to work. Being just anti-Trump is not the way to make this political identity.
But Ivan, to show that we are different, you know, how? Because, I mean, that's the biggest question. You know, we want to show that we are relevant, right? We want to show it to the Americans. We want to show it to our own voters. How are we going to do that? You know, stay true to ourselves, prove that we are relevant in what issues? Because, I mean, you know, I think that James told us a bit about, you know, sort of like being a bit more inward looking and trying to read what's happening in our own countries, but then how to reflect it in international politics.
No, but listen, even in international politics, nevertheless of what kind of speeches we're doing, nobody is going to believe in the next 2 or 3 years that the European Union is the most effective military power. We should basically build our defense capabilities, and this is very important, but to try to pretend this, some psychologists recently I was listening was talking about toxic positivity. So you're starting and saying we're going to make it and so on. Obviously, this was not the strength of the European Union historically, and why you're basically going on your weaknesses, there are certain things that are important. On the previous panel, there was talk about this is a good place to live, but we should explain why. Why people like to live in Vienna, which is not probably the wealthiest place. And what is this? And in my view, the most dangerous thing is when you try to explain yourself in the categories of the other side. Then basically you are never going to win on this. You cannot do it. And from this point of view, where Europe was strong, in a strange way, part of the strengths of Europe was coming from the fact that we were not particularly military powerful, and this allows other countries to develop certain type of relationships. From this point of view, Habsburg history is critically important. I hope I'm not going to offend anybody, but Habsburg Empire was not military the most amazing things that we have seen during the 19th century. You know this famous saying that in Berlin situation was serious but not hopeless, but in Vienna it was hopeless but not serious. I'm saying this because at the same time, Habsburg Empire managed to convince all other great powers that they are critically important for the balance of power of Europe. And this was a major success. And it was a major success because we like to talk about soft power. Habsburg marriages are one of the first, basically, demonstration of soft power and how you're doing this. I'm saying this because, in a strange way, we should try to look in this world, which is really changing dramatically. I agree very much with every previous speaker. We're going to have relations with the United States. And by the way, we're going to have a relationship with the United States for one very simple reason. With whom you trade these days does not make sense, but with whom you share data makes a lot of sense. This is basically where equality goes. So this is why, for me, this is when I say how we are going to say we are different. Not pretending to be something that we are not, at the same time insisting that probably we are not going to change the world, but we are not going to allow the world to change us. And because I talked too long, I'm going to end with a joke which I was told recently. And the joke was when Putin, Xi, and Trump went to God in order to see how their countries are going to do in the next 20, 30 years. So Putin asked first, and the God said, unfortunately, your country is becoming a colony of China. Putin started crying, and then Xi went to God, and God said, unfortunately, you did very well economically, but then something went wrong, so now Taiwanese are giving you humanitarian aid. And basically, Xi started crying, and then Trump went to God and said, how is America? And God started crying.
Well, very much tempted to talk about the Habsburg Empire, but when we talk about the European Union, but that's a bit risky. So I mean, let's move on, please.
No, I want to push back a little bit. I didn't expect to have to do that, but I want to push back a little bit that Europeans are so different. I mean, we're not exactly crystal pure, democratic, forward, everywhere in the world. I think that we forget a little bit of that. We are actually very good at dealing with authoritarian, corrupt politicians. We just didn't expect them to be running the White House. And we are very good. I mean, think of Gaddafi. Putin was our mate for not a long time. Erdogan. I mean, we know how to deal with this sort of leaders. We're just slightly taken by surprise that this level of corruption and graft and personal interest has taken over the United States. So this is the first point that I think we have to think that we know a lot about how to buy foreign leaders with very little. And this is a huge change because the United States used to think economically in terms of trillions when they would do businesses. And now they think in terms of billions and millions and a little bit here and a little bit there and distributed just among very few people. And so the United States is going to get hurt as an entity. Are we ready for the collapse of this country onto itself? Can we at least prepare for that moment as well as Europeans? So there are two things here that I would suggest we nuance a little bit, that the United States under Trump is all about business. Whose business? There's a certain group of people who are benefiting. It's not distributed well. It's going to have effects. And that Europeans are these naive butterflies flowing through some just liberal order that they can benefit from. We are ruthless. And we have done a lot of things that we can do again. And this reminds me, since you brought up Updike, I want to bring up, John Le Carré. Why not? I mean, the policies of our governments may be benevolent, but we shouldn't be any less wicked in how we reach those policies. And I think that we have to remind ourselves a little bit that we are also a great power in many ways.
Leah, if you could take on from that, because you started with saying that this is not too much about geopolitics, but it's more about ideology. I mean, and my question, which ties into what Veronica just said, is, are we really different in Europe from what we see in the US? Or are we just one electoral cycle after the US?
Well, I think it depends on what we mean by Europe. So let's say European Union for now. Okay. And I think the European Union does have a founding project. It actually comes out of this prison camp in Italy, Ventotene, where the founding fathers of the European Union, Altiero Spinelli and Ernesto Rossi, came up with a manifesto for what the future of Europe after World War II should look like. And surprisingly, that manifesto has a lot of good ideas for what Europe should be doing, all of which have now been trashed by the new right-wing forces that have become hegemonic in Europe. And if you ask Giorgia Meloni what she thinks of the Ventotene manifesto, as she was asked a few months ago in the Italian parliament, she said, I don't know if this is your Europe, but it's not mine. And I think in that statement, you have a very, very nice ideological, clear view of what one Europe is versus another Europe. What is the Europe that is becoming hegemonic? What is the Europe that is emerging, that is going to eventually completely suppress this Europe of the founding fathers? And what could be an alternative to it? And my concern is the way in which the conversation is conducted in the European Union. It's all about policies. So we want to know what is our policy on defense, what is our policy on migration, what is our policy on energy, what is our policy on tech. But actually policies don't win elections. In democracy, it's done with politics. And the right is very good at having politics, but no policies. And the alternative is a shopping list of policies, but no politics that you can actually present citizens of Europe and say, this is our Europe, this is what we stand for politically, this is where we need to go if we want to change the way things are done. So it seems to me that it's, and of course, the European Union, now going back to the institution, has an incentive in generating policies, because it doesn't have a political mechanism of legitimation. It has 27, so it's much easier for the United States to have politics because you only have one election, you don't need to worry, you have a federal structure that's very clear division of responsibilities. In Europe, you don't have that. You have 27 mechanisms of legitimation, so 27 political discussions, and so it's a lot easier for the EU to come up with policies that are presented as though they were self-evident, obvious, not really requiring any democratic legitimation, any democratic debate, and that's what eating Europe from within. Because if you have policies but you don't have politics, then the politics is given to you by someone who has a very, very different view of what Europe should be, and actually ultimately, as the Meloni statement says, an anti-European view of what Europe should be.
But this is a good question, because you know, where should we go in the European Union, drawing that lesson and asking ourselves whether we are still relevant? Because I kind of disagree with you, because I don't think that we've built the European Union of Spinelli, who was a federalist. And we've done something different with Jean Monnet when we were trying actually to balance out the intergovernmental and the supranational.
Yeah, that's, that's where I'm saying the mistake is. So I'm giving you a diagnosis of what went wrong with the European Union and an alternative that was not taken.
I'm taking a huge issue with that, because I think that we've invented something wonderful, that we've actually created a balance. The problem is that this balance is now being destroyed, because now we are actually creating something too intergovernmental, and now the Commission is playing with the member states instead of with the EU institutions. But the question is still about the relevance, and let's go back to our American friends on that.
According to my count of the left-right balance of time, I'm entitled to a 35-minute intervention at this point. I'm just kidding. Well, I think that something very interesting has happened on the American side of the Atlantic, which is that there is now a criticism, that there are two things. There's a criticism of left-wing liberalism that's been playing out within the Democratic Party, and there's a criticism of right-wing liberalism and its effects, which has been playing out within the Republican Party, leading to the presidency of Trump and the reformation of the GOP on a different and more national conservative basis. Now, like my American colleague, whom I also hadn't met beforehand, although whose work I've followed closely, I also come from the deep Midwest or Southwest. My family is from Arkansas and Oklahoma. And then I also spent some time wading through so-called elite institutions. But what he pointed out, I think correctly, is that there is a national conservative basis or camp within the United States. Of course, it's not the only one. What is happening differently in the American conversation from what is happening, as far as I can see, in Europe, is that there's an acknowledgement of that, and there's an acknowledgement of its legitimacy. So what I find in the conversation thus far is that it's definitely too much focused on personalities, but secondarily, it's too much focused on liberal ideology. And in particular, I think if I had to put the fundamental question to my European liberal colleagues, are there conservative European values that we would acknowledge are values? Are they legitimately competing in the public square? Or are we just going to continue to try to keep the firewall going and keep them out? I don't think that that's any way to run Europe, and I don't think it's going to be a very successful way. Here, just to make one comment to my friend Leah about the relationship between ideology and geopolitics, I think the geopolitical competition is affecting the selection of values within nations and within alliances as well. There's basically a much stronger global competition now. And so in the post-Cold War framework, I think that the liberal ideology was overbuilt into that. Certainly it played a role in the Cold War and in the resolution of the Cold War. But after the end of it, it maybe declared premature victory, if we could say that, and then became even more ideologically intense. It became exclusionary, became self-reinforcing. So the question now is, will that ideology or will that values basis continue to lead to correct policy choices that make nations in Europe stronger? I, of course, understand the Brussels-type perspective, yet nations are irrational. They get in the way of decisions that can affect Europe as a whole, and so how could they? They're like anti-values. I understand that perspective. But if those sentiments are rising in the populations because of dissatisfaction with the choices that have been made on a liberal basis, well, what good does it do to continue to exclude them as legitimate voices? I think in the U.S. this conversation has actually already moved on. I think the word we sometimes use for this is realignment. So this is the concept that I've been promoting over the years, not any kind of particular imposition of values by the right, but rather a reconfiguration of the Republican Party on a more realistic line. The Republican Party had been neoliberal in its economic policy, leading to deindustrialization. It had been neoconservative in its foreign policy. In many ways, the biography of the vice president fits into a complaint with both of these. There were many people from the American South, Southwest, Midwest, who lived in deindustrialized communities, and they went and fought in the forever wars. And they came back, and ever since the South Carolina debate in 2016, where Donald Trump criticized the Bush family in front of military audiences and was applauded, that set has been on the way out. And be careful if you want the old GOP to come back, because that's what their framework is. So if you want the neoconservatives back in charge of American foreign policy, then by all means, roll your eyes at Trump and just be careful what you wish for. And I think I'll just leave it with this: the fundamental question for me is the liberal hegemony going to hold in Europe, and can it make Europe successful? My only advice as a first step would be to acknowledge that there's a legitimate debate about what values are important in politics. Certainly in the US, there's already a left and right-wing debate about this. Hasn't really crystallized in the Democratic Party, though it will. But it's a geopolitical question as well.
But I have a question to you exactly on that. Because the thing is that, we talk about liberal values, we talk about conservative values. I don't want to take an issue with that, who is really representing conservative values in the US. But a very practical question, because I agree with you that this, eye rolling at Trump is not going to help us, right? Or criticizing, the new American establishment and so on and so forth. Now, the question is really this, how to really make Europe relevant to the American conservatives, because it is, and you know, forget about all the simplifications about us, you know, being crazy leftists, liberals, and so on and so forth, because at the end of the day, when you look at what's happening in the European Union, there is a certain advent of a of a state, right, especially within the European Union. I mean, we are drawing some consequences from the policies that we have been supporting and so on and so forth. Now the question is, can we really show it to the conservatives in the US when we are talking about, you know, the main question, whether this is a temporary disruption or whether we still can be allies that need one another? What should Europe do? What topics should we talk about in order to make conservatives think, okay, at the end of the day, those are our allies. At the end of the day, it's not Russia, it's not China. At the end of the day, if we want to, you know, tackle some of the global problems together, we should do it with the Europeans. What should be our message? This is not just about, you know, sitting in the Oval Office and how should you behave, but where are the points on which we could agree by not losing, you know, our credibility as Europeans, but not by, you know, bringing golden bars to the Oval Office, but simply showing the Americans that we are on the same page on many different issues.
So one thing I would say is this is not purely the relationship between the United States and Europe is not purely a political relationship. The spending commitments that were made by the European NATO partners at the NATO summit were made by all the sitting governments. So the U.S. government interacts with all the sitting governments of Europe and has goals and good partnerships that it wants to maintain. So let's not over politicize every aspect of the relationship. I think right now we're in a period where there are very specific hot topics that are before us, namely the resolution of the Russia-Ukraine war. And I think the question is, at the moment, in the US, among conservatives and those who are supporting the Trump administration, they want to see an end to the conflict as quickly as possible, and they support the Trump administration's efforts in bringing that. So what is the role of Europe in that? This is currently a question because right now it seems a little bit reactive. The Trump administration puts out a plan, and then Europe, which had not put forward a plan, then puts forward something kind of lightly designed to undermine that or criticize it later. I think this is a problem that this is more of a brings us more to the field of diplomacy rather than pure politics. So it's not an ideological question. I think the relationship occurs on several different levels, as it always does in politics and diplomacy. Yes, there is a values question that hovers over the relationship. Again, I would just reduce it to, are there conservative values or not? Can we admit that? That would be a good starting point. You say yes, some people say no, some people say they're anti-values. If you want to understand, if you want to have that political conversation, that will have to change. Of course, but there's also pure diplomacy, increased spending. The increased spending commitments are not political. The question is, well, then what? So there are many different things that can be sorted out on a totally non-ideological basis. From what I can see, the Trump administration is very happy, again, not speaking for them, but from what I can observe, they're very happy to deal with partners who understand their own interests and bring them to the table. The interests are different, like the other colleague over there said. The interests are different. Maybe there's an agreement, maybe there's not. But then there's this larger question about Europe's role in the world. What is it that will make Europe strong, either for itself or as a partner? Does that include conservative values, or is it are we just banking here on the continued power of liberal hegemony, and will that lead to the correct decision making? Again, I understand the different perspectives there, but there hasn't been a debate. So right now, I think the most important topic in front of the world is a diplomatic question, and the role of European diplomacy in that, whether it's going to be cooperative or whether it's going to be non-cooperative, and like a good partner or a bad partner, is a big question. And let's not ascribe to American conservatives this, you know, when American conservatives who support the Trump administration talk about allies in Europe, they mean the NATO allies. I mean, that actual allies. This is a term. This is a treaty term. It's not like you know, some Eurasian metaphysical metaphysical thing. That's fake news.
I would love to agree with you. The only problem is that, why is there this sense of betrayal? I mean, the sense of betrayal when it comes to the Europeans for now, of course, we'll see what the end game will be, is not because of ideological differences, but because of a very plain argument that even if you prioritize business making, I mean, if Putin and other dictators just understand the language of power, I mean, we just have to be tough on these guys, because if we are going to be weak in the eyes of Putin, every crazy dictator in the world will actually see it as a weakness of both the Americans and the Europeans, and I guess that this is a problem. And that's why we are worried about Trump, not his style, not the unpredictability, not the question that he's not really listening to the advice of the people, who are establishing policy. That's secondary. I mean, the real question is the end game. Are we going to be more secure in Europe and in the world, or less secure? And that's why we're worried, and that's why we talk about the betrayal. Natalie.
So let me profoundly disagree, both with what Glenny was saying, but also with your framing of the question. Mm-hmm. And I think this goes back to, okay, so how do we deal with Trump? Oh, well, we need to flatter Trump. Fine, others do it, the Saudis do it, the Qataris do it. Look, Putin does it. Putin flatters Trump, right? When Witkoff goes to Moscow and he's presented with the portrait, yeah? But it's a flattery which kind of sounds a little bit like, I'm taking the piss out of you, right? It's not a humiliating flattery. I think our problem as Europeans is that we confuse flattery and self-humiliation. This is what we've been doing. And I think the reason why we've been doing it is a set of things. A, we are shit scared. We're scared, yeah? And fear, you can sense fear, yeah? And, you have a predator out there that is trying to screw you. He senses your fear, right? And the more he senses the fear, the more he's going to try and gobble you up. So I think there's a question of fear. Secondly, I think there's a question of our learned helplessness, right? We are so convinced that we're helpless, and the more, you framed it, Rafael, in a sense, how can we make them think that we're relevant? How can we make them like us? They dislike us, right? I mean, they really dislike us. The earlier we kind of come to terms with it, the better it is. So how is it that we can learn to be, I'm not saying like Xi, obviously, the Chinese have levers that we don't have. How can we learn to be a little bit like Lula, a little bit like Claudia Sheinbaum? I'm talking about countries that actually are not exactly that strong vis-à-vis the United States. Firstly, and this goes back to this question of who are we? We need to know who we are. If you don't know who you are, there's no way you can keep your back straight. Yeah? You don't have a spine if you're not a person, right? So understanding who we are, what is it we're trying to defend, let's just take this Ukraine example. Rather than trying to see, oh my God, how can we mitigate the damage and how can we put 19 points instead of 28? Bullshit. Bullshit, yeah? Why don't we go to the White House and say, Mr. President, thank you very much, okay, flattery is important. Thank you very much for your efforts. You know what? The world needs you. The world needs you. There are all sorts of wars out there, and they just cannot do without you. Can you please, on this one, step to one side. Just let it go. You can have your business deals with Russia. No problem, no problem. Just let us deal with this. All you need to do is keep the intelligence going. There we have an objective problem. You can make some money because we can still buy the weapons that we can't produce ourselves. And for the rest of it, just step aside. The world needs you.
But you just made Europe relevant. I mean, that was my question. That's how I framed the question.
There's only. You're not trying to make them like you.
I wasn't suggesting that we should make ourselves relevant by making Trump like us. Okay. I was suggesting that we should look for ways to make ourselves relevant by learning the lesson and actually implementing some of the policies and being tough and being reasonable and principled, but at the same time having clearly established goals. Okay, Francis Fukuyama, please.
So I think the answer to your question is actually pretty simple. Europe is going to be taken seriously when it's militarily more powerful. So that means you've got to actually fulfill these promises to increase the defense budget of Germany and all of the other NATO allies in your defense industrial base, in the back end, the logistics, military logistics, all these things that we've the United States has provided. So I just think that that's pretty simple. And you know, accepting a United States deal that basically was cooked up in Moscow is really not going to make Europe at all relevant. It's going to simply make them accomplices in one of the biggest moral betrayals, really, of my lifetime. I wanted to... actually, the thing drifted into geopolitics. I just want to make a suggestion about a positive agenda for liberals, because it's something that I think I and a lot of other more centrist critics of Trump have been thinking a lot about in the past couple of years. There's a book published by Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson earlier this year called Abundance. And basically, it is a progressive take on the liberal state. One of the big problems with modern liberalism is it likes rules. And I would say that it is based on the rule of law, but in many of our countries, we have too damn much law, right? That's the whole business about permitting, about over-regulation, and I think that it gets in the way of actually a progressive vision for the future, like decarbonization. You can't do it without building stuff, but you cannot build things in the United States. I come from California, which I would say I put at the opposite end from China. China can build whatever it wants really quickly and cheaply. California can't build a damn thing. We had a bathroom. The city of San Francisco tried to build a one-toilet bathroom. It cost $1.7 million. And part of the reason for that was that they had to get permission from 17 different commissions before they could build that one-toilet bathroom. And I think that, if you look at the stuff that was said in the first panel about clearing away some of the underbrush that has prevented actually big projects from taking place, Europe is in a very similar position. I mean, in this case, it's the Commission and the acquis communautaire that have built up over time. But I think all liberal societies have too many rules, and one of the reasons you get Trumpism is it's a kind of revolt that says, okay, damn all the rules, we'll just operate by executive order. Everything will just be commands of the king, and that'll get past it. And I think that if you're going to have a positive vision for a liberal future, it has to be one in which liberal governments can actually build stuff again, and that requires a serious, pruning back of the structures, the institutional structures that produce this kind of paralysis. I invented this term in one of my books, vetocracy, meaning a democratic political system in which there are way too many ways to veto common action. And I think Europe suffers from that, and I think the United States suffers from that. And if you don't address that, you're going to get more people like Elon Musk and Donald Trump that basically just want to blow up the entire structure.
Andreas, 1 minute.
Just real quick, I wanted to come back to the remarks by Leah, which I very much share, and something that you said that I very much disagree. I think to be strong, we need more centralized, bigger budget, bigger EU budget, to do the things that are better done at the EU level. Defense is one such thing, and we're seeing it. I mean, if we believe everybody's going to do defense on their own, well, that's not going to really work, no? The same is with research and development. If we do it at the national level, as we do right now, I don't think we'll get where the US is, actually, where funding for research and development is extremely centralized. Exactly at the opposite end, in Europe, it is around 90% at the national level, and 10% is at the EU level. The US has now taken the road to actually try to reduce these institutions, DARPA, the National Institute of Health and Energy. It's their choice. I think it's a wrong choice, but it's what the current administration does as good, and I think we should do exactly the opposite. We should build more of these things that make us, it also relates to the previous question of competitiveness at the EU level. Of course, it is not popular at the national level, and nobody wants it, but it is a necessity.
No, I said something different. I mean, we do need more money on the European level to realize our ambitions. I meant centralization by taking out the regional and local government from deciding on the EU policy. That's what they're doing in Brussels right now. Okay, James, please.
Or do you want to go?
Yes, James and then Leah, but please.
Okay.
1 minute each because we have to be...
First, making peace. A year and a half ago, I had the outlines of a ceasefire plan. All the hard work was largely done. And the question put to the Trump transition is, do you want Biden to force Ukraine to make compromises, or do you want to take this on? The answer I got back was he doesn't even want to hear about it. What he wants is to make the deals with Russia and use that as a basis for resolving Ukraine. That is exactly backward. I also want this war to stop. The way you get it to stop is you make clear to Putin that he can't win by waiting and just fighting militarily. And that's why the military buildup is critical. Trump has taken the long road and delayed this, and if there had been stronger European voices to which he would have listened, then we might have gotten to a point where we're at now, a year and a half ago. So that's one. We couldn't do it because we were a lame duck and nobody knew what Trump would want. The second thing is when we come to what the agenda will be going forward, I think I want to make a point about our politics. Politics is not about, being a centrist is not being at the middle point between Stephen Miller and me, right? It's not a matter of the policies. It's a matter of grabbing the center of attention, the things that motivate people to actually give you their political mandate. And Trump did that brilliantly. But now we're in a different phase. And the most recent kind of large-scale polling that I saw said 40% of Americans, they want a discussion about affordability. And maybe about a fifth to a quarter want a discussion about order and rules. That tends conservative. About the same number want a discussion about rights. That tends liberal. But even within those groups, there's a real emphasis on affordability. That's the heart of the public sphere discussion going forward and the transatlantic discussion. It means talking about the ways that we are going to provide people with jobs in the industries of the future and the way we are going to order our societies to deal with the rise of these. And I've talked through what those industries are. And I'll close just the final piece. I think when we come to a discussion about the role of conservative thought, I kind of think I'm a conservative. I don't like grandiose visions. When I grew up, those were all coming from the left. Now they're tending to come from my right. And I don't like it either way. And so what I really dislike, like when I read the Patrick Deneen stuff, it's all fine. Everyone points to it as what the agenda is. And there's a lot of good critique in it. But then it includes something like this. Even as the authority of a conservative order rests on deference to the many, a vital and essential role is played by elites who are charged as the trustees, defenders, and protectors of culture, tradition, and a long-standing way of life. That's not a statement about a society that includes plurality of views. That's a society where you've got people telling you what you can think and what sort of rights you can exercise. That's a statement that says all animals are equal, but some are a little more equal. And that's not going to be the future of my country, if I can stand it. And I think for Europe, there are huge parts of the cultural tradition that are excluded from the civilizational discourse offered by the Trump administration, including the depersonalization of the state, which really took root in the middle of the 19th century and yet never arises in any far-right conversation about what a civilization is. I think it's one of Europe's greatest accomplishments, and it should be right at the heart of what you offer.
Leah, and finally, 1 minute, please.
I was going to say there used to be, going back to this theme of how to make Europe relevant, there was a few years ago a discussion around the Green New Deal, which seemed like a good idea because it was going to make Europe relevant by reinvesting, creating jobs, creating opportunities, fighting fossil fuel companies, and making Europe less reliant on Russian gas and all the things that are now sources of dependence. So that set of policies, going back to policy, has now been completely marginalized, and all we talk about is defense and how to make Europe secure. And I think I wanted to speak because nobody in the panel has taken issue with this set of policies, so I just say something very, very briefly. One, looking weak in the eyes of Putin. The problem is not Putin, it's Putinism. And Putinism is not just at the borders, at the outer borders of Europe, it's inside Europe, with European politicians. you've got Le Pen, you've got Orban, you've got rising European political parties, you've got the AfD, rising political parties that risk coming to power in Europe, all of which are Putin supporters. So this question of like defending because we need to strengthen ourselves against Europe is an invalid argument. Second, making Europeans stronger because it is less reliant on the US. That's false. If you build a European army on US procurement, as is the case now, you're relying on US intelligence, US surveillance, tech. All of this is coming from the US, so you're actually not becoming independent from the US, you're becoming more reliant on US tech. So what do you need to do to get out of this? Yes, you do need to construct common defense. And actually, if you had a real European army, you would be spending less on defense than you are now, because you'd pull together all the armies of the 27 nation states that are all doing their own things, however they're doing it. You'd concentrate the resources, and actually you'd end up spending less for defense than we're spending now, and have more money to spend on education, on infrastructure, on healthcare, and so on. All of that is not going to fly if you don't have a political project, because you can't go around and say we need a common European army if you don't have a project that the European army is defending. So that's just my plea for how to make Europe relevant again.
Guys, we have to finish. Guys, we have to finish. I think that we could continue this discussion for long, and take an issue with where should we go. Federal direction or listen to the people a bit more. But at the end of the day, I think that we all agree that in order to make Europe relevant, we just have to be courageous. And we have to stand for our values, and we have to continue with the policies, even if we have peace in Ukraine, so that we are not just strong in times of crisis, but then we continue on and on and on and on. Thank you very much for this discussion. And have a good lunch.
That was terrific.
Oh, thanks.
It was very good. Gosh, thank you, Raphael. Thank you very, very much. It was a super panel. And please be back here at 2 o'clock, maybe 3 minutes extra, at 1400 for the third panel, which will be continue discussing this. Thank you. Bye-bye. Boy. here we are again. Hope you all had, isn't it great cooking? It was very nice, wasn't it? I thought it was very nice. So the number 3 panel, it's quite interesting because it sort of builds in some ways on all the panels. This is about small states, but small states like big states have complexes and ambitions. But the title of this session 3, is Small States, Big Challenges, How to Navigate the Changing World Order as a Small Country. So, it's quite like all the sessions, this is quite complicated and complex. Very briefly, this crisis of multilateralism and the rules-based international order, as well as the return of great power rivalry, pose particular challenges for small states. And there's some small states over there, as they are much more dependent on functioning international norms and institutions. In a world in which the rule of law is replaced by the law of the strongest, and wars again becoming the continuation of politics by other means, they must fear for their very existence. We'll know in a minute. What strategies should the small states pursue to survive and thrive in this uncertain world? Well, a man who has to deal with these questions every day is the Prime Minister of Albania, Edi Rama. Welcome, Prime Minister, and thank you for coming. And your trademark shoes. Hello. And I'm also very happy to introduce our group of experts. This room is full of experts, some of whom have also held government positions in small states, from left to right. Again, Madam Al-Khatebi, President and founder of the Emirates Policy Centre. Many thanks for your great contribution this morning. Nikolai Dimitrov, we go back a long way, President of the Balkan Centre for Constructive Policies, Solution, and former Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of North Macedonia. And a special welcome for my boss and friend, Rosa Balfour, Director of Carnegie Europe and Europe's Future Fellow. And Alexander Schallenberg, President of the Europe's Futures Initiative and former Chancellor and Foreign Minister of Austria. Thank you. Where's Natalie? Oh, Natalie Tocci, excellent. Natalie is here, Director of the International Affairs Institute and Europe's Futures Fellows in Rome, by the way. And Ivan Krastev, Permanent Fellow. Everybody knows Ivan, IWN. And Soli Ozel, Professor of International Relations and Political Science at Kadir Has University. And Gladden is here again, Gladden Papin, our Hungarian, well, American-Hungarian, President of the Hungarian Institute of International Affairs. So you know what you all have to do, and we wrap this up at 15:30 sharp, because there's another coffee break. Thank you all. You can begin now.
Eddie, your turn.
Well, thank you very much. I was just thinking how lucky you people are to have the time to do all these things. Fantastic. And thank you for putting me finally in the position to ask questions and not to answer questions. It's also a good experience. Now Ivan Krastev told me I have to be careful because you people should not be at the end angry with me because I can pay on the way the retribution of your anger. So I have to start by reminding everyone that we are here to talk about small states and big challenges. And I'm tempted to share with you that we in Albania have a say, better shit than small. Do you agree, Alexander?
Yeah.
You agree?
As long as I agree with everything.
Explain how you agree that better shit than small.
Better what?
Floor is yours.
Well, we have the saying, small is beautiful.
Bring the microphone a bit closer.
Well, first of all, Eddie, thank you for taking up this role. Secondly, it's the worst time of the day, after lunch, when sugar levels go down and fatigue goes up. We have another thing. We say normally we say small is beautiful, trying to paint it in a different way.
Because you have Austria in mind, but in general, we are talking about small states in general, and we are not all Austria, unfortunately.
That is a tough fate other people have to deal with. No, I mean, the question here is...
really? You are here just to talk about Austria in your little country. But we invited you as a thinker overall about the small states in general.
Absolutely. Is there a question?
Yeah, no. Explain why you think it's true that better shit than small.
But the question is, sometimes when you do reforms, it's easier in a small society than a bigger one. They are more, you could say, elastic, more flexible. Sometimes it's difficult. We have seen it in history for larger states and societies to move. On the other side, if we look at the international arena, the motion "small is beautiful" might sound hollow recently. If I look at multilateralism, if I look at the way how people work with each other, and you have, if I look back at my 20 years of experience in the European Union, this is actually a daily calibration, trying to find a daily equilibrium between those states who are the bigger ones, France, Germany, UK, Poland, Spain, and the others, and the huge bunch of smaller kingdoms, you could say, if you compare it to the Holy Empire. But it is possible, but the smaller states sometimes have to understand that they have to go extra meter to make the bigger states still have the feeling that they have a say, for instance, within the European Union. So there is a question of size in foreign policy, absolutely, in every sense.
Okay, thank you. No need to go longer. I just was supposed to have an opening speech, but now I took inspiration from Alexander's statement that small is easily manageable, right? And I just want to share with you a little story of our first foreign minister hitting the ground outside Albania in the moment of opening after 50 years. And the poor guy had to take his first plane in life and to land no less but in New York. And he was supposed to attend the General Assembly, and the ambassador, who was another newcomer from the revolution and had no idea how the world functioned, he says, "We have a big problem." And the guy says, "Why?" He says, "We have an invitation for you to go to dinner with the Indian minister." He says, "Why the Indian minister would want me to dinner? What is this?" "We don't know, it's a big problem." He said, "But did you ask back in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Maybe the communists had some relation with India." He said, "Yes, I asked. The communists had no relation with India. No Indian came to Albania, no Albanian went to India. Nobody knows why this guy wants you for dinner tonight." So it was a big drama until finally they realized that, in fact, the Indian minister was organizing a dinner with 20 colleagues from different countries, because India at that time was lobbying for a seat in the Security Council. So he goes there, and at the doorstep, his Indian colleague, when he introduced himself as foreign minister of Albania, his Indian colleague says, "How big is Albania?" And he says, 28,000 kilometers. "No, how big population?" He says, 3 million. "Oh my God, I'm sorry, man, should be terribly difficult." This was his first touch of reality with the big powers. And he didn't understand. He enters, dinner starts, and suddenly the Indian guy turns to him and says, 3 million. He says, "Yeah." "Oh man, should be terrible. I really feel for you." And he says, "You feel for me with 3 million, and you are sorry for me, but what should I do for you with 1 billion? He says, "For me, nobody knows me in India." So Alexander, smaller, more complicated, because at the end it's all cousins and neighbors that want favors from you. Well, Natalie, you know something about cousins and neighbors. Natalie is from Italy. What's your take on small states, big challenges? You are from a big state which still has big challenges, right?
Well, I mean, I actually think that in this panel, we have an Emirati, a Bulgarian, a Brit-Italian, an Austrian, an Albanian, an Italian, a Bulgarian, a Turk, and an American. And arguably, there's only
There was
one.
a Dutch supposed to be here, she didn't come?
No, she's
Hungarian. Hungarian.
I am her incarnation.
Turkey is the new Netherlands.
Exactly. But I would argue that amongst us...
You are her.
You are her, exactly.
Incarnation. Reincarnation.
You are sure?
Yeah.
Fully? Okay.
Well, I'll make the case why he is.
Okay.
And the case is that actually amongst us, there's only one, possibly and a half. I'll give Solly that, yeah? But one of us that is from a big country. All of us, all the rest of us, are from either small countries or small countries that haven't realized they're small. So I think that's the starting point of this conversation. And I would say, you know, you initially said, Eddie, I mean, you know, better shit than small.
No, I said what Albanian people says. It's not that
and Alexandra essentially said, well, you know, I mean, if you're small, multilateralism, institutions, you can... And the truth is that once upon a time, it was not shit at all to be small, right? Because indeed, it was a world in which there were these norms and rules and institutions, and actually, if you knew how to navigate them, you could do fairly well by being small. I think the question is today pretty shitty to be small? And I think it's an open question mark. I mean, you raised, you know, you're talking about India. And I had the audacity a few months ago in a conference with the Indian foreign minister to sort of make the case that actually in a world in which that multilateralism, norms, institutions, blah, 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 where all this is unraveling, we're going to all do pretty badly as a result of it. You know, in a world of the survival of the fittest, we're all going to do all badly. And I said, you know, with the law in the jungle, and Jai Shankar said to me, no, we're doing quite fine in the jungle. We quite like the jungle. So I would argue that indeed, if you're big, if you are a lion, then indeed you don't necessarily do too badly, at least for a while. And, you know, there can also be this sort of great power competition, but also great power cooperation that can, maybe for some time, meaning possibly even for some decades, be a steady state. But the small or the medium, which are actually small, are going to do quite badly. And this is essentially why I think that today the logic for European integration is a global logic. It's no longer a peace on the continent after 2 world wars. It's no longer a prosperity through the single market. It's fundamentally a global logic because otherwise, given that we're all small, we're going to do pretty badly as a result of it.
Well, thank you. You stopped exactly when I wanted to stop you. And
I read your mind.
Yeah, we are Italians.
Cousins.
We are Italians. I would go now to a representative of 2 countries. Although one has represented the country, the other one comes from the country but represents his own self. But it's interesting to hear from them because about one very small country, the other one not so big, namely North Macedonia and Bulgaria. And I would like to start with you, Nicola. You were Deputy Prime Minister when your country changed sex. So how it felt, and did you feel that the small size and the position defined somehow this very heavy intervention?
Thank you. It's a privilege to be moderated by one of the big leaders of a small country in our...
Yeah, the tallest by far.
Yeah. And talking about leaders and coming from a small state, I think one proposition that I will make is that it's really important that we have good leaders. Because perhaps big states can afford mediocre leaders from time to time. I think small states cannot, because their footprint, by definition, is not great. And in relationships between states, personal relationships between leaders matter a lot. So I think one thing that we should do in our democracies is try to have leaders that will be tall and visible, and that will really lead, because that puts our country globally on the map. Second, we have to learn to explain our interests with the language of the big powers, and try to find something for the big powers if we want to see our interests implemented or met and addressed. In that respect, the language of values, the language of international law, of multilateral institutions is obviously quite helpful for small states, but we live now in times where these are to some or to a large extent undermined. Strength in numbers, so making friends, joining alliances. Prime Minister Rama referred to the agreement that we made with our southern neighbors, with Greece. This was one of the impossible issues of the Balkans, the so-called name dispute. We solved it by making both sides relatively equally unhappy and not satisfied, which I think what compromises, good compromises usually do. We added north to the name of the country, Macedonia, so a distinction between the country of Macedonia and the Greek region of Macedonia, but at the same time, Athens accepted a very basic right of self-determination. We left that problem as ethnic Macedonians who speak the Macedonian language and live in North Macedonia. And I think to the benefit of the then leadership in Athens, this was an asymmetric dispute, not only because of the sizes of the countries, but more so because one was a member state of both NATO and the European Union, and we were an aspiring country, waiting in the waiting room to join NATO for a long time, and still sort of stuck in the waiting room when it comes to the European Union. So a member state can approach a problem with a zero-sum mentality. We will have a full victory and you will have a full defeat. But such an approach usually won't solve the problem. To solve the problem between two neighbors, it has to be a lose-lose win-win. You have to have both. So to try to end this, I think people matter, leaders matter. Framing your interest in a way that will be understandable by those who can help you also matter. And having friends is important. We live in a world where even bigger and greater powers need friends, not to speak about small states.
Well, you said something that I don't agree, that you said small countries cannot afford mediocre leaders and big countries can. I would say it's not about small or big, it's about institutions, and Switzerland is quite a small country, and I'm sure nobody knows who is the leader, and I'm sure nobody remembers any Swiss leader. So it works. It works. So maybe the mediocrity of their leaders is the grandeur of the country, because the country itself works. While when it comes to small countries or even big countries with no institutions, then yeah, leaders can mitigate the damage, although not eliminate it. So I'm passing now to Ivan Krastev, who is, in my assessment of the crew here, the freest man and woman in the room. So, Ivan, I don't know whose incarnation you are, but please share with us the thoughts, your thoughts about small countries and big leaders and vice versa. And if you have anything to say to North Macedonia, you can. If you don't have anything to say, you have not even to care, because Bulgaria is a member state and North Macedonia is just an aspiring. So aspirants can always suffer, and nobody has to really bother.
Thank you very much. First, I should confess that I don't know what it means to be a prime minister of a small state, but being political scientist from a small state is really great. Because you can say anything that you want, and nobody cares. If an American is going to make a statement, people are going to say, why Americans are saying this? I have never heard, after saying anything, somebody to say why Bulgarians are saying this. Secondly, what is important is that in a small states, the interest in foreign policy is very high, because don't forget, in our countries, everybody is former, current, or future foreign minister. So from this point of view, we should be very well briefed on the foreign policy portfolio, because somebody is going to deal with this at some point. But on a substantial story about small states, and then I'll say something about North Macedonia. On small states, the problem is that when there is a kind of a very well-regulated international order, good or bad, small states are very much interested, basically, which are the tables on which they invited or belong. But when you have a kind of a major disruptions, there are different type of small states. I do believe that not only Switzerland, but also the Gulf countries, in a certain way, see quite a lot of opportunities. They're small, but they're rich, and they believe that they can play a role that big states cannot do. For example, all this mediating role go very easily for some of the small states. The problem in this moment, when the great powers are running the show, is that small states have difficulties to prove their sovereignty. And then faking sovereignty is becoming critically important. And you can fake it different way. You can pretend that you have it, or you can pretend that you don't have it. But in both cases, basically, this is very much also the relations to your own public. And this is part of the story with basically Bulgaria and Macedonia, North Macedonia issue, Macedonian issue. I'm never going to forget a former president of North Macedonia who once asked me, when I asked, what about your country? And he said, Ivan, have you been stuck in a lift? I said, yes. He said, do you remember the experience? I said, yes. And he said, and we are like this for 25 years. And this is the story that it's in a certain way, both of them are trying to define this identity. It's becoming much more domestic politics than anything else. But it is also very much to try to convince your own citizens that you matter. You matter about big issues. In the case of Bulgaria, basically, it's not so much about Skopje. It's much more relations with Brussels, with Washington. In the case of Skopje, I can believe it's not very much different. And here comes the problem of the small states. Small states go in one game which nobody else understands. So we get so much into this that you go all the times on the briefings on which you are trying to explain basically to your partner why your relations with Northern Macedonia are very important. And imagine your Indian foreign minister who is going to come to visit Bulgaria, and we're going to tell him how much we rely on the support of India to try to convince North Macedonia to stay with the French agreement, or to be honest, quite often much more the other way around. So as a result of it, we are preoccupied with issues in which nobody is interested. And in my view, this is the real problem of the small states. They're becoming one-issue countries. And they cannot get out of it. It became so much domestic politics that even when you have a big leaders of small countries, they have too much constraints to move on it. And Albania-Greek relations are also an example of this, and some others on both sides. And I do believe this is the problem of the small countries, that if they are not playing a big game, they're not playing a game at all. playing a game with themselves.
Small countries for sure speak longer than big countries, and
but this is part of this is part of balance, equality.
But I would go back for a moment to your comparison between Switzerland and the Gulf countries, and I believe that it's very different. In the sense that if in Switzerland you don't know who is the leader and you don't remember leader, in the Gulf countries what is going on today is first and foremost matter of leadership. And it's so different. It's so different from, let's say, 10 years ago, and I can witness it as someone that was in office already when they were not where they are today, and today they are the new Florence. So today, talking about, we'll come back to the incarnation, but talking about reincarnation, if you want to meet Lorenzo dei Medici in person, you have to go to Riyadh, and you will meet him. If you want to know Eleanor di Toledo, the woman that turned beauty in a statecraft and was instrumental in the Medici's dynasty, you have to go to Qatar and meet in Doha. It's her, but dressed as an Arab woman, Sheikha Mayasa, who, with her leadership, is turning Doha in a place that has no distinction in any of the segments of the then Florence of Renaissance. If you go to Abu Dhabi, you have a leader that is larger than life, someone that has not only changed his country but has influenced for good big change in that part of the world, where, as a matter of fact, it happens much more than in our Europe, or let's say in your Europe, because it's not ours yet. I'm from Albania. I represent the country just with E. We don't have the U after the E, so I'm talking about EU. It happens much more than in EU when it comes to how many exhibitions open, how many shows, how many museums are built, how many neighborhoods are transformed, and so on and so further, and how many brilliant minds are gathered to serve governments. This is amazing, amazing when you see how many brilliant minds there are in Europe. And then you find them in Doha, you find them in Abu Dhabi, you find them in Riyadh, working together or alone, separately, for a vision that they cannot find anymore in their own countries here in Europe. It's really something astonishing. And this is about small countries, really. Maybe not exactly small when it comes to Saudi Arabia, but still. So it's a bit different than Switzerland. But anyhow, I want now to go to her. Sir, please speak for her and for yourself. You are very much welcome.
I cannot speak for her because we have...
No, if you are her incarnation, you have to speak for her, and then for yourself if I leave you the space.
Well, there is something that kind of bugs me, even in the description of our panels, because some definitions are fluid, and I just read a review of a recent book by Yorgos Varousakis, The West, The History of an Idea, reviewed by Yuri Sleskin. And you see there how the West has defined itself and how that definition has evolved. I was also told once that when Konrad Adenauer crossed the river, he would say to his aides that he was going into Barbaria after crossing the river. So the West was, for him, to the west of the river. So these definitions change, and I think the first thing that we need to start with, if we're going to be honest about the future, should be that the so-called rules-based international order did not preclude brutal use of power and actually breaking of rules that were set by the hegemon of that order. So sitting next to Ivan and talking about or trying to make an analogy is dangerous because he has written very forcefully against making analogies, but we are in a genesis moment. The creation of the Cold War order really took basically between 1945 and 51. And you may pick up your beginning date, but I think we are in another genesis moment, which arguably began in 2015, and it has already been 10 years, and we don't really see the end of it. We have some contours of what it looks like, and I guess I would agree that size does matter. And in fact, the contenders for big power status are the ones that are continental. Whether they'll succeed or not is a different question that I'll come to in a moment. You have China, the United States, Russia, and India if it's a contending power. And then you have the middle powers, not necessarily the small powers. Now, my contention is, and I think it was very clear in the really very brilliant two panels we had in the morning, that ultimately this is not about objective criteria or what makes you great. For the relevant future, the matter is going to be who manages their vulnerabilities more skillfully than others. Because every country, every contender has vulnerabilities. We've talked a lot about Europe's vulnerabilities. Some Jim and others mentioned the vulnerabilities of the United States. The Gulf countries have their own as well, and China has their own. And it really will be a question of who manages, and that, of course, brings us to Nicola's point. Leadership will matter, especially in such moments of transition and crises. So in that context, I think the thing that the middle powers or small powers are being forced to do, as the United States kind of shoots itself in the foot, is how best to hedge their bets. And I'll conclude with the following observation. It becomes increasingly clear, and I do work with Institut Montaigne in Paris. We have conducted interviews, we continue to conduct interviews on Trump's world with middle power representatives and try to figure out what middle powers can or cannot do in Trump's world and beyond. And what really comes forth, recently we spoke with a South Korean professor, what comes forth is this: in the short run, and that is the critical thing that Natalie mentioned in the last panel, in the short run, you cannot fight the bully. So you will play their game, but medium to long run, you will make sure that you will never ever find yourself in such a position. And it's all straight out of The Godfather, remember, okay? And so the question, and the South Korea, after having been bullied by Trump, they acquiesce to certain things. Those investments will never come probably, but they're not trying to open up their trade relations with Europe. They're looking far more attentively at Australia. So everybody will be hedging, and everybody will be looking for new networks on which they can stand, and they can withstand the pressures that might come, what Stephen Walt in a forthcoming article calls a predatory hegemon. We may be living in a multipolar world, or we may end up in a multipolar world. I suspect it will be an asymmetrical multipolar world. And if the power distribution is finalized, I suspect that most middle power countries will have to choose sides. In a way, Turkey had to choose between siding with Russia to a certain point and the United States, and for the moment the United States seems to have won, and I think that is the formula for almost every other country.
Well, I have to remind you that the time is going much faster than your thoughts, and we have to be within the framework that Ivan Krastev gave to me. So the first round is about an introductory note, and please not as long as until now. And then the second round, I have to ask you about what you would advise me. This is how Ivan framed it. So, but don't steal my time in this ruthless way. So I turn on my right and I ask the president and the founder of the Emirate Policy Center. It's an honor to be with you, and we mentioned also your part of the world while you are here, so it's what we in Europe do. You know, we speak about others even in their presence, and we have our own conviction that we know everything. So help us to understand what we don't know, and in the meantime, I would ask you how you would put it in terms of the balance between the size, the institutions, and the leadership.
Prime Minister, it's an honor to be in a panel you chaired. We use now a new concept, which we call it middle power, rather than small power. And I just published my new book on UAE as a small power dealing with the global world. In many ways, small states, we'd like to go with the title, small states are the stress test, I would say, of the international order. When multilateralism works, they can prosper. When it breaks down and power politics returns, they are the first to feel exposed. My argument here is simple. Small states cannot afford nostalgia for the old order or fatalism about the new one. They need a deliberate strategy edging three axes: smart alignments, strategic resilience, and niche leadership, which you, Excellency, you mentioned. Here, I would say strategy, not size, will decide the future of those small states. So, in a harsher world, small states cannot rely on a goodwill or inertia. Their survival and prosperity will depend on, and here I try to combine the two questions of yours, that first, when we're talking about alignment, how smartly they align. Anchored in reliable partnership, not trapped in one-sided dependencies. This is now my country trying to do in the world of competition between the global states and global giants. The second, how seriously they invest in resilience, hard security, economic security, and societal cohesion. The third, how ambitiously they pursue niche leadership. My country is blessed with a futuristic leadership who look to the future and who knows that he is in small or middle power, and around us is many, many challenges in our region and in the global, and how to navigate between this. So by using diplomacy, law, and expertise, shape that rules will govern everyone. The question not whether small states are doomed in a world of giants. The real question is whether they can organize themselves individually, collectively, to turn their vulnerability, to mention, into a source of agility, credibility, and strategic relevance. This is how they can survive in this world. Hedging is one of those strategies they are using. If there is a, I will use my country as a model. There is pressure from both giants, from the Chinese and from the American. If you go to those, to China, American will question, well, you are transferring our technology to China. And if you went to United States, the Chinese saying, well, we are not going to give you semiconductors because American will look at it. So how to balance that? You need the real factor here, or elements, is niche leadership.
Thank you. Although I would add that it's not just about the size in itself or even the institutions only, but it's also about the geographical and geopolitical context. Because if UAE would be a candidate member, a candidate state for entering the EU and will go through all the interim benchmarks Albania is going through, I'm sure you'd be less energetic today. But let me turn to someone that can give something important to this flat discussion and maybe make it a bit more bumpy. I'm looking forward. The director of the president of the Hungarian Institute of International Affairs. I was told that you are a MAGA conservative. So I'm very happy to be here with you, and please shake them. Just do it.
Well, I grew up in a small state, the state of Arkansas, under the benign dictatorship of my friend Governor Bill Clinton in the 1980s. As a citizen, actually, of an even smaller, what we would call microstate, an American Indian tribe on my father's side that survived by making a treaty with the United States government. So my perspective is that treaties are very important, and you have to hold them to them, for sure. So in those days, I was even in downtown Little Rock on a certain night in November 1992. In those days, we thought that the state of Arkansas was the center of the known universe. For a brief 8-year period, it was the center of the known universe. At the end of that 8-year period, we realized this was not exactly a status that would last forever, but it became a place from which you could see a geopolitical phenomena. Now, moving to something more serious, we've been talking about multipolarity. And this reminds me of a point I wanted to make about that and about the nature of the liberal international order that came into being under the presidency of Clinton, or that expanded to a global reach. And I think this is significant for small states. So under the unipolar moment, what were the things that were united? Well, it wasn't just unipolar because it was run from Washington, D.C., by a bunch of people from Arkansas, but rather it was unipolar in each layer of the strategic stack, if you will. There's a cultural matrix, an economic matrix, and a military matrix. And in all of those, there was a liberal, globalist understanding that was dominant. So the cultural understanding became ever more progressively liberal. The economic understanding and policies were basically neoliberal, and it's a contested term, but Washington consensus, whatever you want to call it, and militarily, certainly under the United States. So when we say, and it's not even members of the panel, but even the Secretary of State early in the Trump administration, when they point out that things are moving in a more multipolar direction, really what's happening is that the layers of this stack have spread out. There's competition in each area, and and I think Ebtassam, my good friend, actually nailed it for small states today. You can no longer just participate. You can no longer win and maintain your standing just by participating in the liberal international order, which consists of this stack or recipe. Not dismissing it entirely. There are many strengths of it. It worked in many ways during its time briefly. It had some legitimate accomplishments. That's not in question. But the question is, can small states win by just subscribing to the same old deal, or what do they have to do? So I think that's where a different recipe or a different, frankly, more realistic set of tendencies are necessary. I think it's something, again, that you can see more easily outside of the European Union, outside of Europe. Small states or medium-sized states, whatever you want to call them, outside of Europe, are beginning to realize, in some cases even realized this decades ago, that the simple liberal international order subscription service is not going to be adequate to securing their place. That is, we can discuss much more about this. There are many other points that have been made, but I think that's the fundamental reality that many states are starting to adjust to. So then you have to say, who am I, where am I, what's the neighborhood look like, what are my sources of strength, and which are the set of dominant factors for me? And the answer to that question just simply won't come from automatically returning to the old subscription service. So indeed, it will take, I think it can function in a lot of different ways. Of course, I'm working in Hungary. The Prime Minister of Hungary has managed, again, through a sometimes contrarian set of bets, to establish a kind of role for Hungary in the whatever post-liberal order, the newly emerging international order. There's a lot of controversy about that. People can criticize it or not. But as a matter of fact, it's something that's historically surprising. I think it's surprising to most Hungarians. It's what's giving him a lot of strength, even going into the election. And I think that that will play out in different ways in different countries. But fundamentally, it's about a more realistic self-accounting and a more realistic accounting of one's place in the international order.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for finally giving me the answer why I admire Bill Clinton, because he's a benign dictator. This is the similarity, I guess. So I'm turning to Rosa Balfour, and I'm asking her directly, is Bill Clinton a benign dictator? And how you would put him in the context of the actual leaders in terms of his propensity to dictatorship?
As a governor, this was during his governorship. But.
So as president, he was a Democrat, for sure.
As president, he was a true politician.
Which means a bad guy or a good guy?
He really liked retail politics, and he really liked engaging with people. I mean, the staff constantly had difficulty pulling him away from campaign events. If he were speaking here, he would have shaken hands with every single person in this room prior to leaving. And I think that's something that after him didn't have the same place. And
so you want me to retire my question to her, or I can continue?
I'm just clarifying that the dictatorship applied especially in Arkansas, and it worked really well there.
Okay, so
Question, the point.
No, I don't want you to interact with a gentleman because let's forget Arkansas. What is Arkansas at the end? You know, somewhere, I don't even know what it is. So let's forget Arkansas. Let's focus to the big picture. Then I would ask you something else. Do you think the rules-based rules-based order that a lot in Europe and in the United States are crying about was truly a rules-based order.
It was a very imperfect rules-based order.
It was perfect.
Imperfect.
Imperfect.
It was a very imperfect.
But if a rules-based order is very imperfect, does it not mean that the rules were not the same for everyone? And if the rules were not the same for everyone, it is really an order that we should cry about, or we should look for a new one that is better?
Okay, my personal opinion is that had we started to look for a better rules-based order earlier, we would be in a better situation today. I think the West, and that is partly the problem of Bill Clinton, the unipolar moment, end of the Cold War, the rest of the world wants to become like us, it's all fine, and the West did not interrogate itself on the nature of its power, the rise of other powers, and how that world order needed to be reformed in order to accommodate for emerging powers. That's what happened, I think, after the 1990s, perhaps with, come the 2000s, it should have been obvious that that should have been something that ought to have been pursued. End result is that at the moment we are living through a major backlash against the liberal world order, and we are living through an ideological battle, and if authoritarianism and the rule of might is to prevaricate, that will be definitely to the expense of small states, definitely to the expense of middle powers, and I would put the European Union in that category, because if Europeans don't get their act together in the sense that we discussed earlier this morning about competitiveness and, what role can Europe play on the global chessboard, well, then it has to learn from small states, because maybe EU versus Albania, the feeling is from Albania that EU is a major power because it's setting the rules, but elsewhere it is not the case. So that would be my answer to that. And I think, Natalie first was doing the sort of head count of who comes from where. I come half British, so I come from a country that has been...
Sorry.
Yes, exactly. That has really struggled to come to terms with the fact that it's no longer global Britain, it's no longer an empire. The other half is Italian. I live in Brussels, and I think that sort of reckoning that the Brits ought to do, the risk is that Europeans will have to do that as well. And in fact, I would say that in many counts they need to start like now. So there are lots of lessons to be learned from small states. And if I may, you're giving me a couple of minutes more? If I may, always. I think if you look at what small states have done and how they've managed to punch above their weight, we have several stories here. One is the Hungarian story that was referred to. However, I would also argue that in doing that, Hungary has actually sold its sovereignty to Russia, to China,
really?
Maybe to the United States.
Allow me to fully disagree with that. And as we are going on, you don't need to finish. You said what was important for the conversation. This is why I'm here. Otherwise, what I'm doing here. So I'm just coming back to you right away. And first of all, it's totally not true, in my view, that Hungary has sold any sovereignty to anyone. But let me ask you, Viktor Orban was the only person in every European room that was calling for a ceasefire, when the ceasefire was much more something that would help Ukraine and could have been accepted by Vladimir Putin. And just because saying the word ceasefire, he was treated like the word I used in the beginning of this conversation. Something big changes in the United States. A new guy enters the White House. When he mentions ceasefire, everyone jumped on the word like like a contribution to the vocabulary came from the other side of the ocean, and that the ceasefire was a word that was previously never ever used in Europe. So, what do you think about that?
Okay, I'm going to answer.
Tell me.
I'm going to answer your question.
And guess what? When Viktor Orban was calling for a ceasefire was possible. When the call for a ceasefire came for the second time, the ceasefire is obviously not possible because Vladimir Putin may be an assassin, but he's not stupid, right? So answer.
Okay, I will, but first I want to finish what I was thinking.
No, you'll not finish because we are in the second part of our conversation, and I am a benign dictator, but still a dictator. Okay. So don't mess with the dictators even when they are benign. This is what I learned from Bill Clinton. So
no, I do want to just say bullet points. First of all, small states do policy entrepreneurship, they do partnerships, they do alliances.
She insists.
Yes, I insist.
Her British
I'm a
deranged
fighter.
This is what? This was what? This was what?
That's beginning of a revolution.
This was an applause. This was an applause to console the British damaged side of the lady. Okay.
This is because I want to finish my thoughts. So policy, entrepreneurship, networks, partnerships, alliances, this is what small states bring to the table, and it's something valuable, and it's not all about state power. And I know that at the beginning of the first panel I said, you know, states are trying to get their power back. They don't have it yet. There are also other forces in the world. On Ukraine and ceasefire, I find your comments, with all due respect, a little bit partisan. I think the conditions for a ceasefire are not there today. I think Russia has never been serious about a ceasefire, and Russia is still bent on the territorial acquisition of large regions in Ukraine, and Ukrainians disagree with that. So that is where we are.
Okay, well, I don't understand the applause. What is it? Can someone explain why is the applause for what? What happened to be applauded? I don't understand. I'm not here to fight anyone and to look for applauses, but I'm simply trying to have a conversation that at the end will not be boring. This is the most important. And I am sorry, but I don't know where is the partisanship on my side. Why I'm partisan. I just made a very simple question. Why, when the word ceasefire is spelt by Viktor Orban, it's like a dirty word and the guy is treated like a pariah? And why, when the word ceasefire is mentioned by Donald Trump, is the most genuinely beautiful word that all the leaders of Europe jump and then repeat relentlessly. Ceasefire, ceasefire, ceasefire. This is my question. No, I don't need your answer anymore because I'm clear about it. So let me turn to the gentleman. And I have a question for you, but please be focused on my questions. Give me the answers. I'm looking forward, and don't open up in many ways. But I'm sure you'll not do it because you are not you don't have this Brexit problem. So I want you to tell me because you mentioned also the rule-based order, and when it comes to us, a country like us, Albania or other countries in our position, that have to follow the big guys, and the big guys want to rearm Europe because they believe that Putin will go to Copenhagen and will bomb Denmark. But in the same time, your country does not really have the capacity to finance all this ramp up, and to do it has to give up on things that are so important and that need so much more efforts than in other countries that are much more developed. How you deal with that? If you'd advise me.
I'd love to advise you, yeah, if I can.
Please.
You can only do things that your capacity allows you to do. If you can resist others while maintaining your sovereignty, while maintaining your ability to actually manage your country, then you don't have to follow them. But if you are in a community, whether as a member or just basically being part in the vicinity, then you have to weigh your options. And you can make the right decision or the wrong decision, but I cannot tell you what under those circumstances the right or the wrong decision will be. That's what you as a political leader will have to actually decide. And that's part of being a middle power.
Just to be very clear, it was a theoretical question, because when it comes to us Albanians, we are Western Talibans, and we go with them all the way. And if they fail, we say, okay, we had to fail together with them because we are with them. If they succeed,
I tried to answer it.
No, I understand.
Albania.
I understand.
I mean, if you're Vietnam,
because there are many countries that are in this dilemma. And I'm coming to Ivan because I'm going to Hungary now, which is a country that is living a big controversy with the European Union, but which, in the same time, however, and whatever we can deal with Viktor Orban, time is showing that he was not wrong when he was calling for a different approach that maybe had to be balanced with the approach that we, the others, followed, but not completely rejected. So being a small country, Hungary is a small country, and standing for a different opinion, you think is the right thing to do when all the just different opinion can bring so many problems to you?
Listen, the small countries has two options. Either they're the most loyal players, or they're basically trying to be the internal dissenter, and it works particularly well when you are in the European Union. To be honest, Albania cannot play this role, because the strength of Mr. Orban's strategy was based on the fact that he's a member of the European Union. Yes, he had a strategy which is very much a hedge fund strategy. He had, in my view, a legitimate point that Europe should have been insisting on having negotiations with Russia and not outsourcing to the Americans negotiating for us. On this, is Russia be ready for a ceasefire back then? I don't know. Probably you know more than me, because this is not a theoretical question. In a certain way, this is a story that depends on context. But what in my view is interesting in the Hungarian case is the following. Mr. Orban was extremely successful of positioning Hungary as a sovereign player in the liberal order. So what is going to change now is that basically this strategy is going to be adopted by many players. Don't forget, not paradoxically, in the moment in which his time came, part of his strategy is going to be less successful than it was before, for three reasons. Because what is interesting, that I take very seriously Prime Minister Orban, and he's very articulate in his position. So from this point of view, it's not that we don't know what he's doing, because every summer he's explaining very clearly what he's doing. His major strategy was that the strengths of Hungary is, first, Hungary does not want to destroy common economic market, because if the common economic market is destroyed, Hungarian strategy, which is very much based on attracting Chinese investments and making out of Hungary the gateway of China investments, does not make sense. One of the important things about small countries is that they are never interesting on their own, unless for very specific geographical occasions and others. So he did it. The strength of Hungary was that Hungary has one quality that none of the other states was ready to, and this was the readiness to veto common policies on China. Not so much Russia, to be absolutely honest. It was about China. What is going to happen if basically there are going to be a major clash, how it was basically also, this was the major risk on two levels. If this same strategy is going to produce so much fragmentation in the European Union, that European Union cannot go together, and if European market is going to fragment, this strategy does not work anymore. Nevertheless, it was a very successful strategy in the previous period. For this strategy, and this is my last point, in order to play this game, you cannot easily imitate Orban, because it is a high risk and high reward, but you should take a very high risk. If you're losing, basically you're losing everything. And I do believe this is part of the story now. On the concrete Russia-Ukrainian case, in my view, you're right. And the story was that Europe decided that we are going to define all the war totally in moral terms. There is a moral term. It's not a secret who invaded whom. But it does not mean that you do not have an interest in this. Europe has an interest. This interest is much closer to the Ukrainian interest than to the Russian interest, but it does not mean that our interest is identical with the Ukrainian interest or that it is identical with the American interest. And one of the things that comes from our previous discussion, in my view, is that what I found particularly troubling in the American strategy is that they're allowing, together with the Russians, to keep Europe out of the game. As a Russian colleagues told me, the Russian diplomatic strategy is America in, Europe out, Ukraine down, playing with the famous NATO square. If this is the case, Europe has a problem. And in this, in a certain way, Hungarian strategy on its own is not going to help us solve it.
Well, let me clarify something, because I'm in a completely unusual position here, because I've never had this role, and I am discovering in the hard way that it's not easy, this role. But I have to clarify that I'm asking and I'm teasing and I'm provoking, not necessarily expressing my views all the time. And in the meantime, when I spoke about Victor and his proposal, it was not about if this was just that and that was the thing to do. It was not about pretending that Putin would accept or not. It was about something totally different, about the space of debate and of coming out with a strategy. Because I've found before quite interesting, to say it mildly, that EU put itself, whole Europe put itself in the American autopilot and followed Joe Biden blindly and just repeated like an echo chamber what was coming from Washington. But even after this continued to be the case, and sorry, but I think that for its history, for its culture, for its reasons of existing, Europe cannot be a force that stays in the stage, in the world stage, and does not have a peace plan. I'm not saying make peace with the aggressor. I'm not saying be this or be that. I'm not saying anything of that. But having a peace plan is not about who Putin is. It's about who you are. Mm-hmm. And when I was asked by an Israeli journalist, is it even worthy to continue and believe in a two-state solution with these people on the other side? I said, it's not about the people on the other side. It's about who you are. And this kind of disturbs me a lot. Now, who am I to be disturbed? You know, I may be the tallest, but I never forget that I represent a very small country. So my attitude is, when you can say things as you think, but when you have to do things as they want. So this is the small state thing in this context. So let me go to another small state where being small is beautiful. And let me ask Alexander, because he comes also from an experience in the scene and behind the scene. first of all, how much you miss NATO, Alexander, and then and how much you feel disturbed that you are not being obliged to ramp up your military spending.
Well, very easily.
No, answer my question.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Very easily.
You all tend to tell people how brilliant you are, but answer my question.
I should have expected how you will run the show, but it's fun, at least for the male members of the podium. We don't miss it because we never had it. NATO now. We have still 50, 70, 80% of Austrians in favor of neutrality. Might be a complete wrong concept because the Austrians actually believe that neutrality gives them security, which is nonsense. Neutrality means you're on your own and you have to be more resilient than everybody else. And after the Second World War, we were actually told, do neutrality following the example of the Swiss. We never did. We have lost every war since 1866, Sadowa, and the Austrian people are done with war. And now we are trying to get to terms with that. Having said so, actually we have decided to ramp up the budget of the military. We will reach 2.5%. But it is actually catching up. It's not, we didn't do anything for 30 years, but it's a start, it's a start. But I want to come back. You had a very valid point, I believe, on the nature of debates, and it's not about the size of Hungary or countries. The nature of debates we are conducting in Europe, sometimes. And I have the feeling, and especially started after the Russian war of aggression, and we talked about it a lot already, there's kind of, in French you call it pensée unique. You're only allowed to think in a certain way, and you shouldn't say anything else, unless you're very big and powerful, and you could be maybe Emmanuel Macron, who might be able to say something, but everybody else should shut up. And I believe that is unfair and untrue, and it comes also, and that is place for Viktor Orban. There is a situation where whatever Viktor says, everybody is gasping. And you have headlines from Porto to Helsinki. He says something on migration, everybody goes bananas. If Mette Frederiksen, the socialist prime minister of Denmark, says exactly the same thing on migration asylum, not even the Deutsche Presseagentur picks it up. But she's a lady, she's Danish, she's socialist.
Just for the record, Mette should be here because she did it with me and I can do it with you on her behalf. She would say, I'm not a socialist, I'm a social democrat.
Okay, sorry for...
So socialist is me here.
Okay, you're the...
I like socialist because it's more vague, than social democrat. So turning to Natalie, and we have only 12 minutes, 22 seconds left, and considering that I'll eat the 22 seconds in only 12 minutes left. So Natalie, what's your point on what we are discussing here about what is going on with Europe being practically, sorry to say, in this moment, treated as irrelevant in the talks, in the process, whatever this talks or process may end with, maybe with some result, maybe with no result, but still, Europe is, how is Europe in this?
Okay, so listen, let me make, there's also, I think, a way of bringing in the Middle East into this conversation, a comparison between the Gulf in the Middle East and Europe and the Ukraine war. What are the differences here and what are the similarities? I think that when it comes to the Gulf countries in the Middle East, there is a vision. And there is a vision of a stable Middle East, not necessarily one in which democracy, human rights, but let's say a stable Middle East in which the basic tenets of international law are respected so that there is a conducive climate for prosperity and business, right? So that's the vision. So when you have some actors acting as excessively revisionist, for a long time this was Iran, there is a pushback against that. Now the revisionist actor in the Middle East is Israel, and there has been pushback against that. So there is a clear vision. Secondly, there is leverage, and leverage obviously mainly through money when it comes to the Gulf, but then if we include Turkey as part of the conversation, there is also military force.
Natalie, you have 30 seconds. Come now from the Gulf to Europe,
I'm
please.
coming.
Please, fly.
But thirdly, what there has been in the Gulf is agency, collective agency. What has happened when it comes to Gaza is not indeed waiting for a plan, but bringing a plan. And then, of course, with a little bit of flattery and buying and all the rest of it, making it look like a US plan, but it was a Gulf plan, right? Now, what's the difference with Europe? When it comes to Europe and Ukraine, we also have a vision. It's a vision of a free, democratic, independent Ukraine that integrates in Europe. The vision is there. We also have leverage, far more than what we recognize. In fact, we've got far more leverage on Ukraine than the United States does. The United States provides no military support to Ukraine anymore. Right, so the leverage, be it in terms of military support, be it in terms of sanctions, is actually European leverage. What Europe lacks is agency, right? But this is a psychological thing, right? It is, I mean, we talked about it in the previous session. It is about getting, well, firstly, summoning the courage and summoning the agency to say yes, we can, because the rest is there.
Well,
I was brief.
Maybe, for being an Italian, you were okay. But maybe there is also something else, that Europe, when we think about Europe, we think about many states, but Europe itself does not exist. It's an entity that does not have a meter square. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What are we talking about? Wait a minute.
The Gulf does not exist, yeah? But yes,
let me finish. What are you talking about? Well, let me finish. What is this? What is this? I have to moderate, and I'm being moderated. This is unfair. No, okay. I'm not going to take more time. I'm going to go to my dear president of the Hungarian Institute of International Relations, because I want to ask him about what is described by many, not in our echo chamber, but outside of our echo chamber, as the Asian century, and meaning the big China comeback and all this. And when I see why, again, think of Bill Clinton, and one line I very much like from Bill Clinton was, America has to be the most interested power in multilateralism, not multipolarism, but multilateralism. Because now that we are the number one, we have to prepare the world to be good to us when we become number two. So the floor is yours now, and do whatever you want with Bill Clinton and all these liberals.
As I said, he was a great governor of Arkansas, but that claim definitely makes no sense to me whatsoever, and I think it's that claim which led to a lot of policies which weakened American standing and ultimately have made it less competitive in the world. So I think clearly the multilateral structures are not going away. They're still going to exist. America is going to remain a key player in them. Some of the balance of that has changed, but American diplomacy is a huge craft, if you will, and it's active all over the world. But when we think about the Asian century that you mentioned, well, the rise of Asia is a fact that has to be understood and analyzed, and the better that we're able to do that, the better decision-making will follow from it. Actually, when he was a senator, it was then Senator Rubio's office which pioneered this from within the American political scene, evaluating sector by sector where deindustrialization had happened in the US. Well, regardless of what we think about the different scenarios for world order, a scenario in which the US remains less and less industrially competitive, like in which it doesn't get back its manufacturing and become of course it is an economic powerhouse in many ways, but in which it doesn't recover some of its economic sovereignty, if you will, its control over its own destiny when it comes to its economic production. That has gone away. That's the washing away of that is part of what led to Trump. well, a world in which it doesn't regain that is a world in which even the things that are most valued in this room are at risk. So I think it's in the interest of everyone that the U.S. comes to its senses economically, and I think the Trump administration is the first one to identify these national industrial priorities. Then there's a question about what is going to be the nature of its relationship with the rising power of China and how it deals with that. At the moment, the national security strategy of the administration isn't published, so you can only go on reading the tea leaves. Clearly, the president is interested in settling the terms of their economic relationship first. But there are rising powerhouses in Asia. It's not just an American-dominated international order, but it is one in which America made some bad decisions for a long period of time regarding the sources of its strength. So I think in this case, there's some advice that works both for large powers and small powers, namely identify your sources of strength, work to shore them up as much as possible. For myself, I think that's likely to come from a conservative and nationalistic standpoint, but there can be other competitors as well.
Thank you. And now we are in red here. It's the last 5 minutes. So, Nicola, I trust you that you'll be more Western than Balkanic in the time. So tell me what you make of all this conversation so far, what you think of me and of the people around, and what is your take from this exchange of thoughts and of opinions?
Well, I think we were entertaining.
Me?
All of us. I think
you put even yourself in as entertaining.
At times confuse moderation with domination.
Which is all what moderation should be about. Otherwise, you would keep talking endlessly, and everyone would fall asleep because the sugar, as he said, is up now.
But we still like you. So, if you allow me, small states in our context, in our region, we are in the midst of the continent, and maybe to connect it with one point with the previous two sessions. I think we in the region can make a difference. I think enlargement is very much part of this getting our act together as Europeans, and I think we are Europeans even though we are not part of the Union. We have the right to think about our continent. I think we as a region can help in this endeavor by also assuming more responsibility for our future. We can learn to be more of a region. So I think we need to support you and your efforts and our friends in Montenegro as well. If there is a hope that there will be a success, success is great for all of us. We can also be helped a bit more. When we are blocked on 19th century issues, it will be good for our neighbors to step in and to say, stop the nonsense with North Macedonia. They deserve to be in the process. So I think in many ways we bring a perspective that Europe needs at the moment, which is because we admire them, we've been looking up to them for a long time. Sometimes I think we believe more in European values than some of the Europeans within the European Union themselves, because of the simple fact that when you're on the inside for too long, you forget how cold.
No, but it's more, listen, it's simpler. We are in love, and we want to marry. They are married, and that's why they are less enthusiastic about where they are. But this doesn't make us less enthusiastic, so this is the thing, I believe, to explain it in the brutal Balkanic way. So I wish you already finished, Nicola. Yeah. So yeah. So I'm very thankful to everyone, and let me share with you a last story. It's a way to ask forgiveness to whomever felt disturbed from my rough moderation. I had a grandmother who was Catholic and a very wise woman. And when I was a kid, you can imagine I was not an easy beast to deal with. And my parents would be all the time after me. And my grandmother would be all the time with me, of course. And I remember many things she said, but one of them comes to me every time I have to deal with a panel. She said, son, don't worry, parents have to do what they have to do. And what they have to do is to go after you. But you will become a man at the end. So perfection is not possible for a man. You will make your own mistakes, you will make your own things. Sometimes you'll do bad things because men usually don't miss the opportunity to do bad things. But please, never forget what your grandma is telling you. What a man can never afford is to be boring. So I hope myself and this beautiful panel, as Trump would say, was not boring. And if this was the case, my mission is accomplished. And you can say whatever you want about what I said. I can't care less, because the important is that you are not bored. And to me, it's great that I see in the room people much more awake than the moment this started. So small countries should not be boring. This is my take of this. Big countries can be boring, and Europe can continue to be the empire of boredom, but we owe to Europe to bring some moments of, why not, humor, laughter, whatever it is, but not boredom. So we are now on time, which is for me a personal success, because I usually break every chronometer, and Natalie knows something as having tried to moderate me. And she has a face that is in full of revenge, because she's looking me in a difficult position. So thank you very much, and see you next time. And soon, what do you mean soon? After the break again, me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll try to improve during the break. Thank you so much.
There's a short coffee break, and we're all back here at 15:50 for the last session, which will be short, but plenty of time for questions. Okay, so I'm not going to stand up. Actually, I will. This is the last session. So the good thing is that we still have we have a smaller panel, but that doesn't diminish their expertise. And this session is divided into two parts. The first half is sort of your takeaways. Try to keep them as concrete as possible. As short as possible, and if you want a bit of a dialogue between the three of you, that's fine too, but as short as possible, because it's really time for the question and answer. So we should open it up, say, it's now nearly 4 o'clock, so we should all maybe just talk a little and your takeaways. I mean, there are so many takeaways, but when I ask you to, when I give you the signal, we have to stop, and I'm going to open it up to question and answers, very basic house rules, a question, please, and you've got to identify yourself and keep them focused, and if you want the question directed to anybody, but that's later down for 20 or 25 minutes. So, I think you know everybody. We have, weren't you on the stage a minute ago?
Say it again?
You were on the stage a minute ago. You were moderating a minute ago.
It was quite traumatic.
I know it was. Are you okay?
I survived.
Good. Anyway, that's very pleased to have you here again, Prime Minister Rana. We met this morning. The mayor, oh, you're meant to be over, oh, it doesn't matter. The mayor of Warsaw, Rafał Trzaskowski, thanks to have you here again, and Martina Dalic. I think we met a long time ago, president of the management board of Podkrafa, and a very prominent Croatian politician in the past. So, I think we'll kick off with Warsaw. You were moderating, but it was very lively. Very briefly, there are many takeaways. What's one or two main ones that's stuck in your mind?
Well, it's hard to sum up, but I guess, you know, I mean, the most important takeaway is that, first of all, we shouldn't be sulking because of the fact that the world is changing, but we should be adapting. And I think that, I mean, the thing that I was wondering while I was listening to the panelists was how to balance it out. On the one hand, you know, to be a proud European, because we do have a lot of achievements, and what we've constructed in Europe is incredible. Now, at the same time, we were not fulfilling our destiny, and we were not realizing some of the most important priorities, and we, as the Union, we've made quite a lot of mistakes when it comes to prioritizing what we're doing. Now, I agree with what most of the panelists said, that, you know, we have to be proud Europeans, and we have to do our job, because that's the only way to remain or be relevant. And also that's the only way to have any kind of meaningful collaboration with the current American administration, which only understands or reckons with those who are powerful. This is very important. But at the same time, we cannot be overwhelmed by the changing political climate, and we cannot be frightened with it, but we should listen to what the people are saying, and we should adapt accordingly, adapt our policies, adopt the language that we speak with, and of course also, you know, there is this cliche, I hate it, that, you know, the European Union only reforms and does the right things when there is a crisis. But we should continue even if the crisis abates. Okay,
just one brief question. This word, we have to adapt, and we kept hearing it this morning. Yeah. A short sentence. What does this adapting mean?
Like, you know, I'm the ambassador of the Green Deal, right? Enough talking about the jargon, enough restrictions, focus on the win-win. Let's green our cities, let's invest in renewables, not for ideological reasons, because that kills Putin. Let's save energy. Let's invest in public transportation, because that's the best way to move people in your cities. Focus on the deliverables. Focus on the language that people understand.
Well, I'm not sure what language people understand anymore, frankly.
Well, I am sure.
I'm sure you are.
I'm the mayor of a city. Listen to the mayors.
I know.
You'll know more.
I mean, you know, you had to decide what language you were going to use during the election campaign.
Yeah. That's why it's easier to win cities.
She wanted to say how you understand if you lost.
Excuse me.
Yeah. But that's why I'm drawing the consequences.
I'll get back to you in a minute. Ms. Dalic, I mean, you can hear what the mayor of Warsaw is doing, adapting and so on, and you're in the hot seat in business and so on. What was your main, what struck you most? Was it competition? Was it competitive? Was it AI? What was it that you go back with?
Well, we were debating about competition, which is actually an ability to succeed in competing with others. And number of issues affect ability to compete. And obviously, Europe and the European Union would like to somehow stand at the equal footage with the US, with China, and globally somehow maintain and improve its position in a global order. That was at least my understanding of what we were debating about. And basically important takeaway from our discussion, at least for me, was a very nicely put suggestion. If you want to be recognized and accepted as an equal partner, you need to project power. So, defense union, capital market union, effective internal market. So if we manage to build these elements and some other, probably, I haven't mentioned, we will be better equipped to compete with the others and succeed in political competition, in economic competition, in a very narrow sense, in terms of economics. It is, of course, a concept close to the corporations and economic policy making, but in a wider sense, it is also, there is also a kind of competition among the states. So it seems to me that a number of speakers at our panel actually argued for more Europe. However, we were not able, basically, to reach the conclusion on how to reach more Europe.
Well, Prime Minister, you were sort of, were you here this morning?
No.
That's okay. Then we can discuss your takeaway from...
I know it's okay.
What?
I know it's okay, because it would have been more confusing, but...
No, because I don't want... the takeaways are from your discussion from this afternoon, and it was more based on small states. What I found interesting, if I may be allowed to say so as a moderator, that nobody mentioned the Germany word at all. In this discussion, Germany, in the role of competition, the role of the banking union, the role of completing the single market, the role of capital markets. I mean, the last great chancellor was Chancellor Kohl, who gave us the euro. But Prime Minister, get back to to my question to you. Do you have any particular takeaway from the last session, or generally?
No, it was quite confusion, I guess, and it expressed, and I think also what the others mentioned, it's an overall confusion about what to do, what direction to take. We need more Europe, we need less Europe. If we need more Europe, what does it mean? And if we need less Europe, what are the consequences and all this? So I came here with a big hope that we'll find some answers from these people that make a life finding answers, but I'm leaving more confused.
You're really more confused?
I'm leaving.
Oh, you're leaving more confused. Well, it's not a bad thing.
No, it's beautiful, yeah.
Oh. Well, I mean,
because it's open.
Maybe confusion. Maybe you're not skeptical, you're not cynical, but confusion. Okay.
No, I'm never skeptical. I'm never cynical. I'm tragically optimistic always.
Tragically optimistic.
Yes.
Okay. I'll remember this. I want to go back to an issue which sort of was coming through a bit in your session. This idea, was this any of your takeaways, the issue of national sovereignty? And we saw this under the previous government in Poland. We have a special definition of it in Hungary. Other countries have their idea. I suppose my question is the member states and national sovereignty becoming a much more important issue when it comes to the future direction of, if it's not a paradox, the future direction of the EU? Raphael?
Well, yes. As I told you, I was attacked throughout the presidential campaign all the time for being too European. And the thing is that I don't think that the point whether we need more Europe or less Europe should be generalized to that extent, because there are areas in which we certainly need more collaboration, like defense and security, where we need more to be credible and we need to take more responsibility. Like the energy union, like, for example, the artificial intelligence and so on and so forth. But there are areas in which we are doing too much when it comes to restrictions, and where we were trying to be too ambitious. And we left the people behind. Yeah. So yes, I mean, in times of turmoil, in times of populism, when there are global problems that people think the answers are national, we have to be very, very careful and make step-by-step approaches to many of those issues. And as I've said, in some of them we need retrenchment.
Yes.
In some of them we need more ambition.
What about this issue? And it sort of again came up, but it didn't come right through. We looked at integration through how it would affect competition and competitiveness, banking union, capital markets. But I was sitting there listening. And integration is a bit of a taboo at the moment in terms of political integration. Did you get any sense that coalitions of the willing of different aspects, whether it's defence, whether there's a bit of a Eurozone coalition of the willing in any case, but do you think coalitions of the willing might be a way forward since integration is not on the agenda at the moment?
We have it in the treaty. We have the flexibility clauses.
Yes.
Yeah, but come on. Yes, I know that it bores you to death.
It doesn't bore me to death. It's not implemented.
But I have to, put my hat on of the guy who was doing it for so many years. I cannot just throw it over the board. Yes, I mean, there are ways in which we can do it with those member states who want to move the ball forward. The most important thing is because you disregarded my comment on so lightly on the language and on the way we communicate with the people. And you are right to say that this is something we should all focus on, because the alternative is that we are going to keep losing elections. But either we are going to say more Europe, and that's the answer to everything, and we are going to repeat the mistakes of the past, or we are going to draw the consequences. You asked a question about Germany. I mean, if it wasn't mentioned. If I read the memoirs of Angela Merkel, and she says she didn't commit a single mistake, I'm baffled. When I listened to Chancellor Merz, and he admits that there were a lot of mistakes in Germany committed when it comes to its relations with Russia, energy policy, migration policy, and so on and so forth, then I listen to someone who has drawn consequences. That's exactly what we need, because otherwise the whole debate will be hijacked by the populists. And also, I mean, you mentioned sovereignty. I mean, even if, I'm not a federalist, but even if there are federalists among ourselves, I mean, this is not the way forward. I mean, we have created something incredible in the European Union because it hasn't been mimicking, the existing federal or other solutions. Now, we just need to tune it so that people will go along with it. And that means concrete responses to concrete policies. Because otherwise, there is no... And then that's why we have to talk about what do we need to do with defense, with borders, with migration, and so on and so forth. And also with the question of sovereignty. Because, we can be talking about pulling sovereignty, exercising it together, People don't get it. I mean, if they're threatened, if the security of their homeland is on the line, they turn to the state. I mean, that's their basic instinct. Now, our way is to, is to show them that we can be more effective by doing things together, especially when, and last thing, especially, and I think that this we haven't communicated the most important idea, that even if we are Atlanticist, even if we think that there is no other way but, strong relationship between Europe and the United States. With current administration, and if we write that this is not just the administration, but that there is a change of relationship, I mean, consequences have to be drawn, which means that we need to take more responsibility, which means that we need to be spending more money, which means that we cannot be promising things that we do not deliver on. Thessaloniki summit, we said that we're going to accept, Western Balkans, and what happened? Now we're telling the Ukrainians that we're going to accept them. Are we really in 10 years or 5 years? Are we ready for that? With that budget? With no change of our agriculture policy? And I could go on and on and on and on and on. So we have to be serious about what we are doing, finally.
I wasn't bored about the treaties. I'm depressed about the treaties that they're not implemented. And we have the Lisbon Treaty, which does give the European Union considerable competences, frankly. Ms. Dalic, I mean, do you agree that the gap between the institutions and the public really is just too wide now, and something has to be really fixed in order to push Europe forward, or else to explain to the public why there has to be different priorities in spending, for instance?
Well, it seems to me that in relation to this debate, it is not only about Europe, because Europe is a Commission, a Parliament, Council. It is also about member states. I mean, we do not live in time when we have the luxury to somehow push a bit or I don't want to say reduce, but underestimate the importance of member states. It is just a political time we are living in. And member states, the leaders of member states, they are elected by their people, and they have the responsibility to their electorate. So this challenge and gap and the solutions to reduce and coordinate the member states and the union as such, I think the challenge is bigger than ever. And I think we saw that also during the recent crisis when war in Ukraine started. What has happened? I mean, the national leaders, the member states leaders, somehow took the helm and established the coalition of willing, because they probably felt strong enough to do that. The leaders of the European institutions probably did not feel strong enough, powerful enough, rooted enough to actually lead the effort. Therefore, and in conclusion, I think it is important to discuss and debate about the role and what are the tasks that can be given to the institutions and to the union. But we shouldn't forget that people are in member states, that populists are strong. It is very easy that the political situation in which people become annoyed can be easily somehow created. So I think in our debates, how to make Europe stronger, how to make Europe to project power, we shouldn't forget the member states. I think the solution is not only more Europe and stronger European institutions.
Thank you for this. But your view from Albania, regardless of the fact that you're not in the EU, but you're waiting, but you are in NATO, I mean, how do you see coalitions of the willing? It wouldn't exclude Albania, for instance, from NATO, or especially coalitions outside the NATO structures, perhaps, in terms of different military setups. Would that be something that would be attractive to you?
Attractive, you said.
Yes, attractive.
Do we have a choice? No.
Yeah, of course you have.
No, we don't.
Yes, you do.
We have to be in every willing coalition possible, with or without willing, but we have to be willing. This is what we have to do, because we are a small country. We are looking to be connected with the bigger and more powerful. So in that regard, you are not going to make me say anything that will make it less boring. But when it comes from the perspective from our little angle of Europe, I have to say that we have felt in our own skin what it meant to deal with a European Union that was not strategic, but only tactical. And we have seen how Vladimir Vladimirovich has changed it. Unfortunately, and sadly enough, EU needed a war of aggression to wake up and to say, wait a minute, because all this procrastinating with the Western Balkan is a bad idea.
I see.
So without Putin, we would not have seen what we are seeing now as a accelerating process, as a much more flexible and what they call now gradual integration, and we are having some benefits from that. So this shows, I believe, a lot about how much damage and self-harm Europe can do to itself by being tactical and not strategic. And when it comes to all this rearming thing, I want to make it very clear. We follow in line whatever it takes and however it looks and whatever we may think. But in this occasion, it's good to speak and to say what you think. And I'm afraid that this rearming thing is gonna come back as something bad for everyone.
What's going to come back?
It's going to come back as a bad thing for Europe.
What, the rearming?
The rearming.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you properly. Okay.
So this is my thinking, because it's being totally disproportional, in my view, with the needs that the people, talking about the people, because we're talking about the people, right? How people feel, what people want, and what people appreciate, and what people expect from the European institutions, from their own politicians, and so on. And I'm afraid they don't expect this ramp up of weaponry and of military and all this. And in the mid-long run, I'm afraid that this is going to come back as the biggest strategic mistake we have done.
Just one thing before I talk to Raphael. In what way?
In what way, I don't know, because I don't see the future. But in one way or the other, it may become a big problem for Europe.
Well, doesn't it...
Because a lot of resources are going in that direction. And on one hand, and on the other hand, in the mid and long run, the many other things that need to be addressed will remain not addressed properly because of that. And this may come to a point that the tensions can go much higher, and the fragile balances between European countries that look like have totally forgotten history, have totally left behind conflicts and dilemmas about territories, about things, can come back. And this will be the biggest curse we have contributed to build up. And the populism and all the far right and all this type of creatures that are blossoming may find it interesting to start play with some guns.
Well, it's interesting what you say, because I'm sitting opposite, Poland, who's investing very heavily in the military and upgrading, and they see the threat. And I think one of the problems still in the European Union, despite more or less consensus over sanctions on Russia, is that there's still not a common threat perception. So how the Baltic states and Poland, for instance, Norway, Sweden, Finland see
I believe
threats.
it's the most natural thing, because they are in the border.
Exactly.
They are much more knowledgeable
Exactly.
about what they talk about and so on. But on the other hand, it doesn't mean that even the level of threat is the same, right? So we are not in the same level of threat.
Absolutely.
Just to say.
Yes. But nevertheless, I mean, Poland has the responsibility for its security, and they cannot wait indefinitely for NATO to do certain things that it wants to do.
You want to put me in some dispute with him?
I'm just trying to...
It's not going to happen. I fully respect their position, but you asked me
from
my
your point of
opinion.
view.
It's just an opinion.
First of all, I think that, obviously people in Poland and the Baltic states and in our part of Europe think that we should deliver and that we should be much stronger and of course invest in our defense. That's obvious. Now, the problem is that, and you're talking about the threat perception, is that we were not able. She was talking about the threat perception. I mean, I think that we were not successful at really showing the people what is happening now. I've been teaching international relations theory for the past 25 years. Like 10, 15 years ago, even 5 years ago, we were all saying realism is dead, it's all about collaboration, blah, 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 and so on and so forth. Now, every book you read about China, which was written before 2017, was saying that, China is a benign power, blah, 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 blah. Now, we live in a completely different world. What is the America, and I'm self-censoring myself, let's call it unpredictable. The Americans are unpredictable, the Chinese are more and more assertive. What is the response to it? We need to be much more powerful, right? We need to be self-sufficient. I mean, that's the answer to most of our problems. And I don't think that we were able to show it in Poland, in Sweden. Are we really making that message clear in Italy or Spain? Even though these guys do understand what's happening in the US, what's happening in China. So the question is, stop moaning about Trump and attacking him and ridiculing him. Draw the consequences now. But I take your point, Prime Minister, because I think that the Prime Minister, if I may, was talking about something slightly different, is that we start arming ourselves. I mean, now we're all friends. But I mean, those crazy populists are everywhere. So whether one day it's not going to become our curse, I don't know. But I know one thing, that all of those crazy guys are watching us, and it's not just Putin. And they understand only the effectiveness, power, and the language of strength. And if we lose this war, or we lose the peace, everyone will assume that we cannot get our act together. And that means that we're going to live in a much more dangerous world. And I'm not sure that we've made that message clear enough to our Italian or Spanish or Maltese friends who are not having the same perception of the threat as we do, right? And similarly, last point, and similarly on the consequences of what we are observing in the US, right? Stop analyzing it, stop bedeviling it, stop making fun of it, draw the consequences.
Thank you for this being very firm, and you too, about the fears and so on. Well, let's see what the audience
but what
thinks.
makes you...
Let's see what the audience thinks.
No, sorry.
Let's see what the audience...
Just a question.
Okay, quick. Yeah, go on.
Quick, yeah. What makes you say that China is not a benign power?
because I'm observing it every other day, and I've read their security doctrine was changed in 2019. They're saying now that they have a right to defend, you know, the lines of communication. You know, they are rearming like crazy. They are.
So Poland that is rearming is not a benign power.
But look at our policy documents and our intentions, and look at theirs.
No, just.
Yeah, go. Can we open it out?
And if it weren't, I mean, Putin would be long gone if the Chinese were not helping him, and they're doing it.
There's another thing, but then we should have another discussion.
Yes.
But China itself.
Prime Minister, I really think the audience have been waiting since 9 o'clock this morning to throw in some questions, and I'm sure some will be directed at you. So I take one question at a time, and please identify yourselves. There's a microphone here. There's a microphone there. Now, I'm going to take 3 questions at a time so that we can pack it all in. A question over in the left here, a second one, and this was the third one. Now, remember, identify yourself in short questions, and if you want the Prime Minister or the Mayor of Warsaw or a wonderful Croatian interlocutor here to answer them, please say so. Okay, you're first over there. No, over there. By the door. Yes, there. At the back. I saw your hand first. Sorry, I mean, the lights are very strong.
You saw a hand he is not seeing.
Excuse me?
You saw a hand he is not seeing. You know, okay.
Thank you very much, Radu Aghea, Romania Civil Society. First, the question particularly for the guy from Poland. The idea is how to protect ourselves as European if we don't have an intelligence service to protect our institution, our European institution, in terms of our values of the European Union. How we rely on intelligence national services to protect the EU bureaucracy. We don't have this. And imagine our enemies from the 80s look at our bureaucracy and put people there based on managerial skills, not counterintelligence. Thank you.
Thank you, Multimet.
Romanians are all about intelligence.
One over here and one over here. Yes, I know. One over here and this gentleman here, your third. There's no messing there.
No, it's it's Romanians.
Excuse me?
No, I'm saying Romanians are obsessed about intelligence since a long time. I mean, Secret Service.
Come on.
Hello.
Please, a question. Identify yourself in a question, please.
Hello. I'm Annunziata from ERSTE Financial Life Park. And this morning, it's a question for Rafał Trzaskowski.
Again, in the hot seat.
This morning, Ms. Tocci talked about the betrayal when talking about the US. And then Mr. Papin, on the other hand, he talked about business. And is this a fundamental problem that we, in the EU, we think about the transatlantic relationship as a marriage, like with values, based on values, and the US sees it as a business.
Transactional.
Yes. What should we do about it?
What should we do? The third question here. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Jeff Manners. I'm a semi-retired insurance executive, so it shouldn't come as a surprise. I'm going to ask about capital markets. On the panel, there seems to be uniform support for having a common capital market. Yet, I'm wondering, why aren't we there yet? There were some suggestions that the national finance minister should be acting on this, but there must be real obstacles to that. Where are the obstacles? Who's opposing this? 2, who can take ownership of this? Should it be at the national level or at the institutional level in Brussels? How to drive this forward and how to get around the opposition? Let's identify it.
Okay, there are the 3 questions. Let's start at the capital markets first. Who wants to take the capital markets question? You've already touched it.
Maybe I can comment on it. I mean, Capital Markets Union was already a priority for Juncker's Commission, if I remember correctly. I think progress has been made, especially regulatory progress. But why we still do not have the Capital Market Union, I would offer 2 possible explanations, and I do not want or say that this is the comprehensive list. Just my thinking. I think generally, basically, policymakers at EU level and at the national level did not explain, and did not explain to the officials as well as to the public that building capital markets union require actually different attitude, different legal framework, different attitude toward the application of the rule of law. So, and basically, I believe that effective capital markets union, apart from the technical issues that needs to be done and implemented, also require the change of mentality and the change of the way how companies think about the sources of financing. And the second explanation, or maybe a reason I would like to point out, is actually the idea that capital market union could be developed only as a debt market. Debt market is, I think, an excellent first step, but capital markets are basically markets of shares, of stocks. Okay. Therefore, clear actions should be done and decided about listing of the companies, and member states should make such a decision that public companies should be listed partially, and so on and so on. And just the last sentence on the earlier topic. Rearming and costs related to rearming will cause the change in our way of life. I mean, these things are costly, and somebody, I think, needs to start explaining to the people that our life and the way of our life will be changed, and maybe changed differently in Poland and in Italy.
Thank you for that.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah, the two questions.
Yes.
On rearming, I would just say that rearming also can drive our industries and our competitiveness, and that we can start being really sure that that's exactly what we're doing. Simply because
if we buy arms from the Americans.
No, because we're not going to buy all the arms from the Americans. And when it comes to the drones technology, now we have a chance of being much better than the Americans. But let's leave it aside. Yeah, we do. I mean, we do, because I mean, if we get the whole defense project seriously, that we are going to actually create an industrial base, that's where we will finally invest in innovation. That's why we will find out ourselves in a relationship that will necessitate investing in satellites and artificial intelligence and so on and so forth. But okay, let's leave it at the side. Now, Mulțumesc for your question when it comes to the intelligence. I mean, that's exactly what we're talking about, that there are certain capabilities that we lack. So if we are serious about creating this defense capabilities, we should invest in those capabilities, which now we have to borrow from the Americans, because otherwise we're not going to be serious. And of course, intelligence is one of them. When it comes to the very good question, thank you very much for it. I mean, I think that that's also one of the takeaways from the discussions that we had about the Americans. I mean, if we're going to talk about betrayal, if we're going to sort of bemoan the fact that it's no longer about values and so on and so forth, we're not going to have any meaningful dialogue. When I'm talking to my Republican friends, I try to say this: you want to do business? Your way of approaching things is transactional? Fine. That means that you need to be credible and predictable. That means that if you want us to take more responsibility, Poland has been saying it for the past 15 years. Let's take more responsibility. And then you're sure that you have those allies in Europe which will take care of their backyard, and then you can focus on anything else you want, right? And if you really want to do business, I mean, how about transatlantic relationship? And how about, strengthening our trade relationship? Is it only about trade deficit? Is hiking tariffs, that's the way forward? You want to do business with us, because that's your best opportunity. So, I mean, speak the language that they understand. But that, of course, means we need to take more responsibility, spend more money, and no more free riding. And also when it comes to energy, and also when it comes to competition, and so on and so forth. I mean, you want to focus on China, and you want to do it without anyone backing you up, You want to focus on China when everyone is sort of not knowing whether all of the alliances that you've created all around the world, in Asia as well, are credible or not? I mean, there's one thing which is the most precious in foreign affairs: predictability.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this. Just one thing about the intelligence. If the European Union do want to build up an intelligence capability, the member states have to trust each other. And that isn't there at the moment. A third round of questions, and I'd like to bring in oh gosh, they all went up at the same time. Okay, we take 1, 2, and 3 here. These in the third and fourth rows, and then we'll have another batch. Yes, you see them? Thank you. Vielen Dank. 1, 2, 3. They're nearly all together. Yeah, no, here. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah.
See the hand. What is this?
I think it's the light. Sometimes it's very strong. And just identify yourself in one question.
Anselm Spari, Rutgers University. If you were to put on your fox hat and think like a fox and think some forbidden thoughts in terms of strategy, what would those be for the questions at hand?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
The question is, if you were to allow yourself to put on your fox, to think like a fox, and to think or speak on forbidden things in terms of what you could do to push the envelope.
Okay. Okay. That's the, thank you.
The psychoanalytical question.
The second, thank you. The second question was there, and the third question there. Please.
Thank you, Thomas Stelzer, retired diplomat. Thank you for very interesting 3 panels. My concern is that credibility has been exclusively related to military showing. Don't you think that redirecting scarce investments to defense budgets might not weaken social coherence to an extent and drive even more that feel excluded from those in the lowest income bracket into the arms of populists?
Great question. And the third here, please.
Yes, Teodora Janic. I'm a student of political science and sociology in Vienna. I'm also part of Democratic Odyssey, IDEMO, and Innovation Circle. And I have a question, as maybe you can tell, I'm part of the Gen Z, and I'm kind of looking forward to working this field one day. I want to talk about trust, because this is something that Mrs. Angel had said just shortly in the panel discussion. Honestly, the youth doesn't really trust the politicians we have right now. We can see that with many movements, whether it be in Europe, Serbia, or in Nepal, we see a lot of distrust coming. And maybe this is nothing that we actually talked about, so this is my opportunity to really ask, how are we going to rebuild this trust? This is something that we need. We need to trust politicians, and also I would like to be a trustful person in the future when I maybe do politics. So please, some advice. Thank you.
3 great questions. I think we'll take the fox first. I don't want to think like a fox.
You take it.
No, I think I read
Just imagine yourself
Mr. Magic
as a fox.
What was that Roald Dahl book about the
imagine
fox that would be shot?
Imagine these are trees in the forest.
Yeah, about 3 foxes here,
No.
Anyway, pushing the envelope.
Polish cannot be foxes by definition. Albanians are eagles, it's well known. Croats, I don't know, what are you? Kuna. So you are the fox.
You don't know if I'm a fox. You don't know where I come from.
You are the fox because we are not.
That's a process of exclusion.
Exactly, so we need to have a fox.
Go and answer the question then, pushing the envelope.
On fox?
Oh, well then don't.
Gentleman was talking about the balance between the...
I thought you were saying the gentleman need to see himself a psychoanalyst.
No, I was actually referring to a different question. The gentleman who was talking about the balance between rearming and the social cohesion. Which is actually an excellent topic to be discussed like fox.
Keep the fox.
Because that's true.
Wait a second, you said it's true, the fear of social, lack of social cohesion.
The thing is to continue what the gentleman very rightly put in front of us. The thing is, if we follow his way of thinking, that at the end, what we call today the populists will end by having both the people and the weapons.
Yeah.
What they'll do with that is to be seen for the Gen Z, because hopefully I'll not be around.
Well, I mean, I think, of course, you're obviously right. That's why, if we are serious in the European Union about realizing our priorities, we cannot do it with the same budget. It's as simple as that. That's exactly what I was saying. So, I mean, one of the things is that, you know, we are putting more and more priorities in front of us, and then, you know, there is zero credibility because the budget is as it is. Now, so that's problem number one. I mean, of course, there are many things that can be done simultaneously. So, for example, I mean, if we're talking about self-sufficiency and if we're talking about defense, we need to recreate steel industry in Europe, right? Is it going to only be a response to the defense questions? No, it's going to be a response to the competitiveness question and self-sufficiency question, right? I mean, if you want to, I mean, we are not in. Okay, I'm going to use the Polish example, but it's exactly the same in all of your countries. The only difference is Finland and maybe now a bit Sweden. You want to create shelters? I mean, that's going to, you know, take us 10, 15, 20 years, right, to create bomb shelters. But if we continue on building subway systems in some of our countries, then you have dual use, right? And now the Commission is now saying enough of subways in Europe. Right? We are buying this equipment from all over, you know, for example, heavy tanks. Sure. Most of our infrastructure is not fit for that purpose because, you know, actually some of the bridges will crumble and some of the roads are not ready to take them on. So you need to build infrastructure and so on and so forth. So it depends how you approach it. And if you see the defense industry as a driver of competitiveness and so on and so forth, not just buying tanks and not just buying equipment from the Americans, then I think that you can meet quite a lot of different priorities at the same time. But yes, and now I go to the question of trust.
Good.
You need to rebuild
Keep
trust.
It short, yeah, we have a lot of questions. The trust. Yeah, please.
We haven't broached the question of what destroys trust right now. Mostly the way in which the social media work, which just promotes conflict. Are we ready to do something about that? As simple as that.
I wonder, yesterday, and we touched on it a little bit this morning on demography, and again, Germany was excluded from a lot of these panels.
What's your problem with Germany? I don't understand.
I'm going to tell you.
You are obsessed about Germany.
I'm going to tell you now. Will you let me answer?
Finally, Germany is excluded. Why you want Germany with all means, by all means, in the discussion? If Germany is not in the discussion, it's not. Why you are so...
You want Germany to support you joining the EU, don't you?
Of course, but it means that we are okay with Germany. It's not an issue.
Excuse me. There is a very important debate taking place in Germany at the moment.
But invite the Germans to come and talk about Germany. We are not Germans.
Wait a second. It goes back to the social cohesion.
And don't ask the Polish.
It goes back to the social cohesion element. There's a younger generation who are seeing the prospect of an aging population, and the pensions are going up for a huge aging population. And the Chancellor, for the moment, although under pressure from the young Conservatives, is resisting pressure to actually decrease the pension contributions, actually increase them, give pensioners more. Now, it does go back to the cohesion. The younger generation is saying, okay, so who's going to pay for them? We're not going to get any share of these pensions when we grow older. We will have to work longer. And so this is part of the social cohesion as well. Who's going to pay for the demographic crisis? And, you know, the defense spending will feed into this as well. Who's going to pay for the infrastructure and the education, and which we didn't touch on, who's going to care, who's going to pay for the people looking after these very old people? And these are parts of the whole element of the future of Europe. I just wanted to bring that point in, that it's all a kind of package as well.
It is changing our way of life.
Yes.
And somebody has to start explaining that to people, because people do not understand that, and as Mr. Rama, I think, already mentioned, people are not interested in these topics. They expect their life
to continue.
Good life to continue.
Yes. We have another round of questions before we wrap this up and hand over the floor. One there, two there, and three there. So here, 1, 2, and no, you were fourth. 3, And maybe if we time, go around to the fourth one.
This lady is asking you to give her the microphone since before we started. Give her the microphone. She's going to get out depressed. Give her the microphone.
Well, sometimes I can't see with the lights, okay? Well, there, if you've seen her hand, do you want to moderate this? There, give her...
Lady with the... Yeah.
Just the last round of questions. Okay, thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you very much for the very interesting debate the whole day. One question
Could you identify yourself, please?
Yes, excuse me, Gudrun Steinacker, former German diplomat, now an activist in nature conservation. And it was, I think, only Lea Ypi who raised the green agenda of the EU, and I'm referring to this green agenda. First of all, I want to see the EU enlarged, and I want Albania to see in the EU. But, Mr. Prime Minister, do you really think that the construction of an airport in the middle of a national park and the running of this airport will really be compatible with the EU accession of your country?
Okay.
So,
wait a second.
You see Germany? You wanted Germany? Now
it's Albania.
I have the Germans in my country.
Wait. Second question, and the third question. Where was the second question?
First German asked about what we are going to do, not what they are going to do about their aging and all this. You wanted the Germans? I found you the Germans. And now it's my problem, it's not your problem. You see how it goes?
Yeah. We share the problems. Can we have the second one and the third one? The second question was over here, and the third question was there. Now, and then we have to close it. The question: identify yourself, keep it directed to whoever, and the third question there.
Finally, you are happy. Yeah, it was like I knew she was German, you know.
Okay. Ursula Maplehurst, project Prometheus.eu. So we calculate that the EU has lost approximately 93 million of potential tax revenue since this morning. So we were talking this morning about how we... sorry, I'm losing my words. What did I actually write? How we're a leaderless empire. So the question is, are we going to treat our digital infrastructure like our physical infrastructure and have the political courage to move away from being a colony of the US?
Okay.
You're German also?
No.
The third question.
French, yeah.
Ukrainian.
Third question. You've got a problem.
It thing always in terms of colonies, you know.
Please.
Hi, my name is Sergio Uribe. I'm a Spanish American. I've spent I've spent my life in both the United States and in Europe. And during the first panel, I was struck by how we didn't discuss about European competitiveness, about the social model of the continent, in particular the welfare states in the larger, more wealthier countries. And I wanted to ask you all what you thought about how whether these large welfare states are compatible with a more competitive Europe in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, great question. We got the airport.
Of course.
Yes.
Germany's problem. What do you mean? Can I answer to that?
Yeah, keep it short and answer. It would be great.
No, you cannot.
No, it'd be great.
If you help me, I cannot even answer. If you want it shorter,
the
shortest version is to not answer. If you want me to answer...
Excuse me, I'm moderating it.
I was moderator before, and I know how it looks like.
Would you like to answer the question or not?
I want to.
Well, do.
But don't censor me.
We are closing this in 5 minutes.
And why? Where you have to go next? Where you have to go next? You know, it's the topic is time to decide. You see, and no decision was made so far. And you want to leave without taking any decision? I'm going to answer very shortly.
Please.
It's not a national park, madam. First of all. Second is a runway that was there since our brothers and sisters from Italy came to graciously occupy us. And now we are building an airport, true, but guess what? The strategic partner of that airport is the Munich airport, and which is very well known for having built an airport where supposedly the birds would have all gone away, but they didn't. So they know how to do it, they know what does it mean, so don't worry. will not be a harmful operation, and I'm very serious about that, and will be something that will be of advantage of our touristic industry, but at the same time will allow you to come and to fly to Albania. You are now a retired German diplomat, so having entered recently the touristic industry, I learned something amazing. Because when you think about Germans, you always think about hard-working people. But I learned that the Germans are the people that are on top of the chart for having more holidays than anyone else, which is amazing. They are far above the Chinese, who are the second in terms of numbers, but they very intelligently do short holidays during the year. So who has the Germans as tourists is blessed. So please come to visit, and the airport will make you come very fast.
Thank you for that, Valamendieret. The digital list ended from the US. Oh, thank you very much. Maybe I can fly there. The digital, and then we leave.
I'll jump in on the digital.
Please. Right. And then the last question is very important.
First of all, I'm reminded of Fawlty Towers and this piece on "Don't Mention the War." So, greetings to all of our German friends, guys. You know, I think that the thing is that we need simply to collaborate and think about the ways in which we can draw the consequences from some of the policies that we did right and some of the policies that we did wrong. And I think that your question about our way of approaching the big American companies is right on point. Why? Because first of all, it touches upon the questions of democracy. Because as I said, you know, the algorithms that actually rule social media exacerbate conflict and have a negative impact on our democracy. Second of all, is that if we want to be innovative and if we really want to push our agenda forwards on any issue, we need to start thinking about the rules that we apply to ourselves. And of course, those are very difficult questions because, I mean, you know, how much do we want to protect our privacy? What do we do when it comes to data and so on and so forth? We've taken certain choices, which of course also limit our capability of growth. But we have to tackle the question to sort of try to set the equilibrium right. And by the way, on competition policy, when it came to Microsoft, when it came to Google, we used to be incredibly powerful. I mean, we were able to change the debate and actually force these companies to change the way in which they were behaving. And now the question is, can we do the same about the big companies which are now dominating our social media? And of course, it is much more difficult. That's the last sentence. Of course, it is much more difficult with the American administration, which is not collaborating on that, and with some of the American entrepreneurs who are actually making it even more difficult and backtracking from some of the self-imposed restraints that they were introducing themselves.
Thanks for that. And the welfare state is a very important issue, given what's happening in infrastructure and education and health and the defence spending. Would you jump in here and then we wrap it up? It would be very helpful.
Thank you.
You said it three times.
I believe there is an order of social priorities, and all priorities cannot be equally important. And the order of social priorities is determined at the election. So if Europe and Europeans have realized or determined that the security threat is real and important, and if they determine that security threat is among our first priorities, then there must be the rescheduling of other priorities. I mean, that's a view of economists. I'm an economist. So we cannot have it all at once and all the time. Therefore, we really need to start talking about productivity, competitiveness, innovation, reducing taxation to be more competitive, reducing the regulatory burden to be more competitive. A very complex job.
It is very complex.
May I say something at the end that adds, I think, an interesting bit to what was said about that? The IMF has made an assessment about Europe. It started as an assessment for Europe 2050, based on the major risks like the climate change, the aging of population, and the unsustainability of the healthcare system and the welfare system, and also the national security.
Yeah.
Because of what happened, they brought it closer to 2040 by taking consideration that the national security became a top priority risk.
Yeah. Thank you.
And their thank you. Their finding was and is very damning, that if things will go in this trend, Europe will have to deal with an average debt of 130%, which, based on the structure of the European economy, will be absolutely not sustainable. And imagine in the meantime, while the debt will gonna rise like that, the far right and the weapons will accompany this, what we can figure out in our imagination.
But I must take a look at this IMF report. Thank you very much to the three speakers and to a great audience, very, very trenchant questions. And they were all very related back to the morning session and the afternoon session. And before we close this, I would like to thank you all personally, but also hand over the floor to Misha Glenny, the Rector of the Institute for Human Sciences. And Misha will try, I don't know how he's going to do it, to wrap it up in 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Misha.
Okay. Hello, good evening. I'm going to be quite quick because I know we're all exhausted after such an intense day, but I just wanted to point out that this whole event has been organized by the ERSTE Stiftung, the ERSTE Foundation, and the Institute for Human Sciences, das Institut für die Wissenschaften vom Menschen. And it is the culmination of many years' collaboration, which is, from the IWM's perspective, amongst the most fruitful collaborations that we've ever engaged in. And I don't think it's coincidental that a majority of the people who you've heard from today have been fellows of our Europe's Future program, which was devised and supported by the ERSTE Stiftung and the IWM. And I would like to thank a few people who've been involved in this program. Unfortunately, he can't be with us today for family reasons, but Dino Pasalic, who runs the Europe's Futures program in Vienna, has done great work. Hedvig Morvai, sitting right in front of me here, has always been a great supporter. And two other people I want to mention, although he's no longer with the Institute for Human Sciences, he ran this program for a very long time. He's a permanent fellow. He's with us here somewhere tonight. Ivan Vejvoda. And we never would have got anywhere with this program if it wasn't also for the ERSTE Foundation's Boris Marta. Thank you, Boris, very much for all you've done. Now, I'm not going to try and sum up everything that we've heard today, in part because I wasn't here this morning. But we certainly can't say after the end of this that European politicians are boring. But one of the things I wanted to highlight, I was really struck by the debates that I have seen, because the issue of technology has been rather in the background, except towards the end. Rafael talked about a couple of key issues, and we had the question from over there, which was very important. I've been working a lot on the issue of technology, and in particular the geopolitics of technology, but also of supply chains for things like critical raw minerals in recent years. And I think,
Europe really has to understand some of the dynamics that have been going on in the wider world over the past 20 to 25 years. One really important thing is that information technology as adapted by capitalism sees value not in labor, but in data. And what that means is that you need many fewer people working in that industry in order to make what we say colloquially in English, a shed load of money. And I don't think it's entirely coincidental that the rise of inequality in all our societies is mirrored by the rise of big tech, whether it be in Silicon Valley or whether it be in China. Now, Europe has so far failed to keep up, even though a lot of the digital technologies and the biotechnologies which have emerged in the past 25 to 30 years actually originated here. We have been unable to capitalize on that. But we are reaching a tipping point on this. And the issue about digital sovereignty is incredibly important, and one that I think everybody would benefit from engaging with. But it's not just it's not just the Googles and the TikToks and the Metas. We have already lost our position in almost all of the renewable technologies to China. And Europe is, without a sense of urgency, looking at, within the next 5 to 10 years, a collapse of its automotive industry. And that automotive industry replacement by Chinese automotive industry. And alarm bells should be ringing everywhere. That's why I thought the issue about capital markets is even more important than we gave it credit for today. So I would like to echo, as I end this, I would like to echo the sentiment of Rafał Trzaskowski, is let us stop bitching and moaning and get on with finding strategies that are going to engage with this incredible complexity of challenges that Europe faces at the moment, and where possible, collaborate. And I say that as a British citizen and an Irish citizen, so I'm both European and I'm also not European in that sense. I can tell you that Brexit was a really critical strategic error on the part of the United Kingdom, but also on the part of Europe. I mean, primarily the United Kingdom, but not solely the United Kingdom. This has given immense strategic advantages to our competitors. I'm not saying enemies, I'm saying our competitors. And unless we understand that at some level we have to develop cooperation which really functions, then we are, again, to put it politely, totally screwed. But I do believe that we have the intelligence, we have the resources, and deep down we have the political imagination required to do something about this, as some of the fantastic panelists have demonstrated today. So with that, I want to close. I want to thank everyone from the ERSTE Stiftung and from the building here for all the help they've given us in mounting this. And I want everyone to go away with a sense of the possible, that until things go really, really bad, you can still do something to change it. And we're still at that moment where we can change the direction of things. Thank you very much. On the stage? No.